In Binhai City, in a corner of a residential compound beside Binhai Square, three men in green cotton coats were savagely beating someone lying on the ground, or rather a creature that only barely resembled a human being. He wore filthy clothes whose original color could no longer be discerned, his hair matted into clumps, his emaciated body hunched, and one bare foot exposed to the cold. With both hands he barely shielded his head, still chewing something in his mouth. As the three men beat him, they cursed, "You dog, how dare you steal Brother Sue's stuff?" The man on the ground was already breathing more out than in, his groans growing weaker and weaker. His face was covered in blood, and crumbs of raw flour still clung to the corners of his mouth. The short man among the three exhaled white puffs into the frigid air and said, "Data, let's go. The dog is almost done for. In this kind of cold he'll freeze to death soon enough anyway. Let's head back, this damned weather is freezing." The burly man they called Data slid his gun back into its holster, then drew a knife over a foot long from his waist and with a single stroke chopped off one of the man's hands and picked it up. "Let's go. We'll take this back as an explanation to Brother Sue. Our three brothers have perfectly completed the mission," he laughed. "Brother Sue will at least give us 3 cigarettes. With that the three turned and walked away. The man lying on the ground desperately tried to clutch his severed hand with the one that remained, but he could not stem the loss of blood. Gradually his consciousness faded, and a few minutes later another corpse frozen stiff like an icicle lay by the roadside of the apocalyptic world. Hongqing Residential Compound, Jiangdong City, Liaodong Province. "Xingdong, get up and eat. I'm going to the morning market to buy groceries. Hurry and eat, then get to work." A door slammed shut. On the bed, Gou Xingdong suddenly sat up. He stared at the white wall, and on the bedside table next to him lay cigarettes, an ashtray, a lighter, and a mobile phone. Am I dreaming? Can a person really retain a brief trace of brain consciousness after death? This is the home I have yearned for day and night. Tears instantly welled up and streamed down his face. After a moment, Gou Xingdong reached out, almost absently picked up the cigarettes and lighter and lit one. So good, in a dream everything is here. He coughed. Why does it still sting my throat? Something's wrong, he thought. How could a dream make his throat burn? 3 years into the apocalypse, a single cigarette was enough to buy a night with a woman. Of course, half a year after the world ended, Gou Xingdong had successfully quit smoking, forced to by necessity. Resources had been so scarce that he barely had enough to eat. How could he possibly have anything to trade for cigarettes? He drew on it again. Damn, my head's spinning. After a few dizzy minutes, Gou Xingdong felt that something was truly off. He pinched his own arm hard. That really hurts. He picked up the lighter again, sparked a flame, and held it under his hand. Hiss, it really hurts. Have I actually been given another life? He laughed aloud. Staring at his own hands, he turned them over several times. They were perfectly clean. No, something's missing. Where's my ring? That was the heirloom Grandma gave me. Mom always said it was real jade. Suddenly, with a dizzying sensation, he found his consciousness entering a vast space. It looked strangely familiar. Damn, this is Binhai Square. Is this a benefit of being reborn, a personal inner space? In his mind he grumbled, refusing to accept anything less than what other protagonists enjoyed. In his previous life after the apocalypse he had been cowardly, living up to his surname, Go, skulking through the world. Everyone had called him a dog. In this life he was determined to change. Before the apocalypse, Gou Xingdong had served 3 years as a soldier in Binhai City, so he knew Binhai like the back of his hand. A sudden splash solar flare had erupted, and in barely half an hour radiation had wiped out 1/3 of Earth's population. The flare turned satellites into space junk, and all communication devices became useless. What followed was a full year of relentless global heat which nearly exterminated crops, plants, and animals. Humanity's suffering did not end there. Just as temperatures finally dropped back to normal, 2 years of flooding ensued, and after that began an interminable era of extreme cold. Drifting from place to place, Gou Xingdong eventually struggled on for 2 more years in Binhai City, barely clinging to life, until he was killed for stealing a bag of raw flour from the leader of their small base. He now looked at Binhai Square before him. It had originally been right beside the sea, surrounded by luxurious seaview apartments and upscale villas covering nearly 2 million square meters. Gazing toward where the shoreline should have been, he frowned. Where was the sea? Where were the surrounding houses and other structures? Only the fountain at the center of the square remained still, bubbling with water. Gou Xingdong walked over to it. He cupped some water in his hands and drank a few mouthfuls. It truly quenched his thirst. Since I've been given another life, I must live it well, he thought. I can't spend the end of the world being humiliated and living like a dog again. With a mere thought, he stepped out of the inner space and glanced at the lighter, which vanished in an instant and reappeared inside that space. After repeated experiments, he discovered that to store an item into the space it could not be too far away, roughly within a radius of 10 meters. He picked up his phone. The screen showed the date, June 1st, 3023. The solar flare would erupt on January 1st, 3024. There were still 6 months left, time that had to be used well to stockpile as many supplies as possible and to find a safe place to take shelter. In his previous life, his mother had passed away only half a year after the apocalypse began. This time he was determined to let her live well in the end times. Yet, where was the money to make that happen? At 22, after retiring from the military, he was introduced by a neighbor to work on a foreign farm for 2 years. After returning to China, he had been working as a driver for a supermarket in his hometown Jiangdong City. Every day he simply delivered goods, working 9 to 5 for 2 years, and soon after the apocalypse began. Looking at his savings, just over 300,000, he felt it was far from enough. He suddenly noticed that a lot of something was seeping out of his body, dark and sticky. He took a quick shower and felt his entire being become clear and unburdened. Coming to the dining table, he saw 2 eggs, a bowl of millet porridge, several large steamed buns, and a small dish of pickles. At once his mouth watered. In his previous life he had not eaten his fill even once after the apocalypse had been underway for half a year. He devoured everything in a few swift bites. Burping contentedly, he could not help but sigh how incredibly delicious it was. Back in the bedroom, he lit a cigarette, his mind weighed down. There was still time, but there was no money. He slammed his fist lightly on the dining table in frustration, and to his shock the tempered glass surface cracked instantly. He had not even used much strength. He checked his hand, unharmed. Casually picking up a rice bowl, he applied a bit of force and it shattered. Was this really him possessing such great strength? He quickly stored the broken dining table into the space, planning to buy a new one later so his mother would not scold him. He examined the inner space. It was vast, and he could not help but laugh, thinking he could rely on this to get by from now on. Suddenly his gaze fell on the fountain there. Could this water, like in the novels, enhance one's physique when drunk? He walked over and took several more sips. Leaving the space, he found more black substances slowly exuding from his body again, though this time there was much less. After another quick cold shower, he returned to the space, grabbed the leg of the dining table, and with a single squeeze snapped it in two. It seemed clear now that this water truly could alter a person's physique. Within the space he ran and jumped, estimating that his speed and strength were at least 3 times that of an ordinary person. His chances of surviving the apocalypse had increased by an immense margin. An old song surfaced in his memory, and the bitter cold of winter plum blossoms reddened the snow-covered hills, desolate branches and shadows under a crescent moon watch over sleeping souls. A young man drives a horse-drawn cart, a long whip in his hand, the river wind flushing his cheeks bright red. As the song from his memories played, his phone screen lit up. He glanced at the unfamiliar incoming number and then suddenly remembered today was the day. It was a call from the hospital. Gou Xingdong's father, Gou Xingdong, had died in a car accident. When he arrived, they told him that his father had been brought in the previous night after a traffic accident and had died that morning due to severe injuries. It was only because a police officer known to him as Uncle Hat had traced his number through the system that they managed to contact him. After negotiations, the at-fault driver, out of so-called humanitarian concern, paid a compensation of 100,000 yuan. Ever since Gou Xingdong's birth, his father had completely let himself go, indulging in food, drink, prostitutes and gambling, never giving the family a single cent, and frequently beating his wife and son. When he was 9, his mother asked him, "If your father and I divorce, whom will you follow?" Half understanding, Gou Xingdong did not hesitate and answered that he would go with his mother. Though still young, he already knew who truly cared for him. After the divorce, Gou Xingdong had always lived with his mother. Even though they remained in the same small city, on the rare occasions he ran into his father, he treated him as if he were invisible. To suddenly receive 100,000 yuan in a small 2-bedroom apartment, this might well have been the only form of compensation that this failed father ever left to his wife and son. Half a month later, after receiving the money, Gou Xingdong went to the used car market and bought a vehicle. It was there that he learned the true cause of his father's death. While purchasing the car, he overheard several used car dealers chatting. They mentioned that a few days earlier they had taken in a Hitandran vehicle belonging to a boss's friend, a fully loaded S-Class Mercedes-Benz with the license plate ending in 48. The owner had someone else take the blame for him walking away and scathed himself. He then sold off the vehicle involved in the accident. The so-called culpable driver was merely a stand-in. The real culprit was a local real estate developer. He had been drinking, and it was drunk driving that led to the accident. Afterward, he pulled strings and ordered one of his underlings to replace him and confess in his stead. While he paid 100,000 yuan in compensation to the deceased, the developer actually spent close to over 3 million greasing palms and pulling connections to hush the matter up. At the time, Gou Xingdong had been a rather honest man and felt no familial affection for his father, old Gou. After hearing all this, he had no particular reaction and simply let the matter fade into the past. Yet after enduring the ravages of the apocalypse in his previous life, his personality had changed completely. Thinking of this now, he realized that if handled properly, this matter could be leveraged to obtain a sum of money for stockpiling supplies. Upon answering the phone, "Hello, is this Gou Xingdong?" "Yes, it is." "Oh. This is the Central Hospital. Your father was in a traffic accident last night and unfortunately passed away this morning despite our efforts to save him. You should come and handle this." All right." He hung up the phone. The sound of a door opening came from outside, and after his mother entered, she looked at Gou Xingdong and said, "Hurry up, don't be late." Looking at his mother, he held back his tears, walked over to take the groceries and fruits, turned around to place them in the kitchen, and told his mother, "I'll be there soon, don't worry." After washing up and changing clothes, he glanced at his mother cleaning in the kitchen before leaving, unable to control his tears. "This time I will take good care of you. Mom, I'm heading to work." Once downstairs, he took out his phone to call the supermarket to request a leave of absence with no need for an excuse. Old Gou had indeed passed away. Although the manager was not happy about it in this situation, he surely had to grant the leave. Gou Xingdong didn't go to the hospital first. Instead, he rode his small electric scooter directly to the scene of the accident from last night. After a round, he finally found a surveillance camera at a tobacco store facing the location of the incident. He walked in, and the boss was a plump woman in her 40s or 50s. "Sister, can I discuss something with you?" The plump boss replied, "What's the matter?" He said, "First, please get me a pack of yuhua stones." Normally, Gou Xingdong wouldn't buy cigarettes that cost 40 or 50 yuan with a salary of over 5,000. He simply couldn't afford it. After paying, he took out a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "Sister, my sister's electric bike was stolen nearby last night. I saw you have surveillance, can I take a look?" The plump woman replied, "That won't do, can anyone just look?" Gou Xingdong then took out 500 yuan from his pocket and added, "Sister, I'll buy you another pack of cigarettes, I just want to take a quick look, it'll help me explain to my sister at home." The plump woman agreed, "All right, you're a sensible young man, I'll let you see. However, I don't know how to operate it. When my husband arrives, I'll have him assist you." "No need, sister, I can do it myself. You can just watch." The plump woman glanced at him, walked to the computer, and turned the monitor and mouse towards the outside for him to see on his own. She then sat down nearby and started playing with her phone. Gou Xingdong quickly found the video of the accident from last night and discreetly recorded it with his phone. After leaving the tobacco store, Gou Xingdong headed straight to the hospital. After completing the paperwork there, he went to Uncle Mao's place. After waiting half an hour, the driver who had caused the accident arrived. After some back and forth, it turned out that the accident was due to old Gou running a red light, and when it came to discussing compensation, Gou Xingdong readily agreed. Gou Xingdong sat in a fast food restaurant drinking iced cola. It was quite refreshing. The current issue was how to deal with the developer's boss to maximize his benefits. At noon, he had a family bucket and an ice cream at the fast food restaurant. A girl next to him kept stealing glances at him. It wasn't because he was handsome. At a height of 177 centimeters, he was quite unremarkable in a crowd. The only thing he could boast about was his decent physique, thanks to 3 years of military service and 2 years of farm work, and even after returning home for 2 years, he still frequently hit the gym. It was because he could really eat a whole family bucket. After leaving the fast food restaurant, he went directly to the electronics market and bought a USB drive and 5 second-hand phones. Then he went to the train station area and saw a person as thin as a monkey pacing back and forth trying to talk to passers-by, but no one paid him any attention. Gou Xingdong walked over and the person saw him coming too. "Hey, want to buy a phone?" "A big pair phone, only 1,000 yuan. Gou Xingdong glanced at him and asked, "Why is it so cheap?" The phone seller's eyes lit up at that moment, clearly in desperate need of money. Gou Xingdong asked, "Do you have a phone card?" "The kind that's a space card." The man took a look at him with Gou Xingdong wearing a mask and a duckbill cap. It was hard to see his face. He replied that he had one, but it was rather expensive. "How much?" 4,000. 2,000, I'll take it immediately." "That's too little, add a bit more." Gou Xingdong didn't want to take too long to avoid unnecessary trouble. He pulled out 12,000 yuan and asked, "These 5 cards are all I have." After the deal was done, Gou Xingdong left, immediately took a detour to check if anyone was following him, and rode away on his small electric scooter. He walked into a stationery store and bought a large envelope and a pen. He then checked the name of the real estate boss on his phone and placed the space card into the second-hand phone along with the USB drive in the envelope. He wrote on it, "To Boss Wang Jun." Half an hour later, Gou Xingdong arrived near the developer's company. He saw a delivery guy smoking not far away. He walked over and handed a cigarette to the delivery guy. Seeing the good cigarette, the delivery guy took it and asked, "What's up, brother?" Gou Xingdong said, "Brother, I have a letter here. Could you please deliver it to the 15th floor reception of the building across the street? I have something urgent." He then took out 100 yuan and handed it to the delivery guy. "All right, no problem. When should I deliver it?" Gou Xingdong replied, "It's really urgent, please deliver it now." The delivery guy took the money and immediately rode his electric tricycle towards the office building. Watching the delivery guy enter the building, Gou Xingdong immediately turned and left. Half an hour later, in a park, Gou Xingdong used another space card to place a call. "Hello, who is this?" came Boss Wang's voice over the line. Gou Xingdong lowered his voice. "Boss Wang, did you enjoy the video? No more idle talk, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Meet me on the pedestrian street. Bring 2 million yuan in cash packed in a single bag. I'll contact you upon arrival and I'll hand over the original video file." "Boss Wang, you're trying to scare me." Gou Xingdong replied, if you don't receive the money tomorrow, I'll release the video publicly. You'll face ruin, and so will everyone who aided you. Then this won't be resolved by 2 million alone. Boss Wan, why should I trust you'll surrender the original and stop extorting me? Gou Xingdong said, I seek only wealth, I wish to live, not invite trouble. I know precisely how you rose to power. 2 million paid once ends your torment, for good. Believe it or not, it's your choice. One final warning, don't attempt any tricks. Should anything go awry tomorrow, I'll expose everything immediately. He hung up, removed the card, and rode off on his electric scooter. Back home he ate the meal his mother had prepared, a comfort beyond words. After dinner he opened his laptop and scoured apocalyptic forums for essential gear suited to varying weather conditions. He didn't sleep until after 1 a.m. The next morning at 8 he took a taxi to the second-hand market, bought an unbranded scooter for 1500 yuan and added a black helmet. By 9 Gou Xingdong stood on the pedestrian street. He chose today for 2 reasons: first, to avoid prolonged uncertainty and unnecessary complications; second, to deny Boss Wang time to prepare, besides it was Saturday. June's mild weather drew crowds onto the streets, shoppers and strollers alike, making escape far easier for Gou Xingdong. At 9:55 a.m. he spotted Boss Wang standing at the entrance of the pedestrian street. Gou Xingdong dialed with the space card, hello, where are you? Then sharply, Boss Wang, you'll hail a taxi now and head straight to Youth Park. No tricks. Now, immediately. He hung up. Boss Wang froze, glanced around, then hailed a taxi and departed. 2 black sedans followed closely behind. Gou Xingdong muttered, ha. Truly dogged, more so than I am. 3 minutes later he called again, Boss Wang, this is your final warning, no games. Order your men to withdraw. Now, switch taxis and go to the long-distance bus station. Boss Wang swore, damn, you're ruthless. He slammed down the phone. Gou Xingdong lit a cigarette. 10 minutes passed. Boss Wang, where are you now? Almost there. Don't stop, go straight to the electronics market. A sharp dial tone ended the call. Boss Wang growled, devil incarnate, just wait till I catch you. To the driver, change destination to the electronics market. 20 minutes later I'm at the electronics market entrance. Gou Xingdong said, now return to the pedestrian street immediately. Hanging up he walked to an old residential compound behind the street, mounted his scooter and donned helmet, mask and sunglasses. He eased forward toward the pedestrian street, circling to approach from the side road, stopping roughly 200 meters short of where Boss Wang had stood earlier. He pulled out his phone and dialed, have you arrived yet? I leave in under 3 minutes. Boss Wang just got here. At that moment Gou Xingdong saw Boss Wang step out of a taxi. Gou Xingdong commanded, go up the overhead pedestrian bridge, cross to Qian de Plaza on the opposite side. Keep this line open. Boss Wang hurried onto the bridge. Gou Xingdong revved the engine and sped toward it. The moment Boss Wang reached the bridge's midpoint, Gou Xingdong ordered, drop the bag now. I placed the original video in the first trash bin beneath the opposite bridge. Boss Wang snarled, damn you, if that original isn't there I'll dig 3 feet into the earth to find you. Gou Xingdong cut in, no more talk. This is your one chance. 3 seconds, drop the bag now. By then Gou Xingdong had reached the bridge's base and looked up, smiling faintly as he waved. But helmet, sunglasses and mask concealed his face entirely. A large travel bag plummeted downward. Gou Xingdong snatched it up and accelerated away, winding through back alleys before abandoning the scooter deep in roadside weeds on the city's outskirts. After walking 5 minutes he discarded the helmet. Boarding a bus he settled into the last row, nearly empty, and zipped his jacket. Inside the bag, stacks of crisp banknotes. He rode 3 stops, disembarked, hailed a taxi to the park, found a secluded spot and transferred the cash into a pre-prepared burlap sack. After confirming the absence of tracking devices or hidden surveillance he returned home. Seeing his mother preparing lunch, Gou Xingdong said, Mom, let's go out to eat this weekend. Stop showing off with that little money, save it for marrying a wife. Gou Xingdong thought to himself, sigh. I didn't have this in my past life. This life is already tough enough, with the apocalypse coming in 6 months everything must be done swiftly. After eating he returned to his room, contemplating that the house left by old Gou should sell for 300,000 to 400,000 while his own house was worth around 500,000. Even with the 2 million sponsored by Boss Wang it still fell short. Would he have to resort to zero-cost purchases? What a dilemma. Yes, with the apocalypse approaching some items are tightly controlled domestically and he has no connections. Going abroad for zero-cost purchases and acquiring those hot weapons would be convenient, squeezing the foreign wool to save for his own country. After all, as the saying goes, a friend's death does not hinder a poor man's path. Anyway, he had experience working abroad and a passport which made things easy. He promptly contacted a company online. His only requirement was 1 word: fast. Then he called to resign and the manager said that leaving suddenly would result in a deduction from his salary. Gou Xingdong replied, all right.
I have family matters to attend to. He completed the procedures the next day.
He also went to the agency to list the household. Gou's house was in a prime location and should sell for at least 420 to 30,000. But he couldn't wait. He told the agency a firm price of 350,000.
If it wasn't sold in a week, he wouldn't sell it at all. Surprisingly, the transaction went smoothly on the third day.
He calculated that he now had approximately 2,800,000.
That really was too little, not nearly enough.
How could he explain this to his mother? After dinner, Gou Xingdong said, "Mom, I have something to tell you."
Go ahead, what is it? Some things might not be reasonable and can't be explained, but you have to trust me.
His mother replied, "Nonsense, you are my son, of course I trust you.
Speak quickly or let it out. I still need to go dance in the square." All right, look.
Gou Xingdong took the 2 million from his space and placed it on the floor. In an instant, his mother's eyes widened.
What is this? What's going on?
Gou Xingdong put the money back, then took the coffee table into the space and brought it out again, doing this several times. His mother exclaimed, "Do you have superpowers?
Or what? Since the establishment of the country, one is not allowed to become a spirit. Are you really my son?"
While saying this, she started to poke and prod at Gou Xingdong, causing him to cry out in pain. Half an hour later, his mother accepted that her son had come back to life and experienced a rebirth during the apocalypse.
"So how should we prepare?"
"Mom, you should go resign or take a leave of absence.
No matter the reason, you must do this. Then I'll give you 500,000 and you can list our house for sale.
Use this money to take over a small supermarket to help us stock up in the future.
This way we won't attract attention when we buy in bulk. I will go abroad in a while. There are things I need over there. We can contact each other at any time and I will inform you of any issues."
Although his mother expressed concern, she understood that some things had to be done. Since she worked in the finance department, she was capable of handling calculations and her health was reasonably good.
This time, preparing together as mother and son would surely increase their survival rate in the apocalypse.
Moreover, being together every day with the space situation could not be hidden from his mother.
He wouldn't be a saint, nor could he abandon his mother.
Before sleeping, he gave his mother a cup of spring water from his space, telling her that this water was beneficial for her health and she must drink it. The next morning, he woke up to see his mother making breakfast. Seeing Gou Xingdong, his mother said, "Dongzi, that water you gave me last night was amazing. When I woke up today, my body was full of black impurities. After showering, I went to the morning market to buy vegetables and didn't feel tired at all coming back up to the 5th floor."
"That's incredible." Gou Xingdong said, "It seems this water is really effective.
Mom will give you another bottle, drink it and see what effect it has."
Having a good body is crucial in the apocalypse.
After breakfast, his mother went to her unit to handle her resignation. Gou Xingdong contacted the company for processing his visa and sent over the necessary materials.
He rode out on his small electric scooter.
After 2 hours of riding, he finally found a supermarket for transfer just 2 kilometers from home. This supermarket was not in a great location next to an old residential area with only 3 buildings and limited foot traffic, while on the other side a new development was just breaking ground, which explained the transfer. Upon entering, Gou Xingdong inquired about the price. The lease term was for 1 year and including all the stock it was 500,000 with an area of 100 square meters and an additional small warehouse of 50 to 60 square meters. After some back and forth negotiations, they settled on a price of 480,000. They signed the contract, checked the quantity of goods and paid an 18,000 deposit, agreeing to finalize the remaining 300,000 the next day, and it was stipulated that there was no need to change the business license. They could continue using the original owner's name as noted in the contract. The main point was that there were still 6 months left. There was no need to leave too many traces.
By the time he returned home, it was already evening.
His mother was also at home and she had already completed the resignation paperwork during the day. Gou Xingdong suggested, "Let's go out to eat, Mom," and they headed to a restaurant not far from the neighborhood. His mother urged him to order. To be honest, Gou Xingdong hadn't indulged in a good meal for days in Chongqing.
The only time he had eaten well was at a KFC fast food restaurant.
Stir-fried pork strips, sweet and sour pork, smashed cucumber, spicy boiled fish, cumin lamb and a tomato egg soup, Gou Xingdong ordered.
The boss asked, "How many of you are there?" Gou Xingdong replied, "Just the 2 of us." The boss said, "You won't be able to finish that.
2 dishes and a soup are too much. Our portions are quite generous.
In many restaurants in the north you might say the food isn't great, but you can never say our portions are small." Gou Xingdong reassured him, "It's fine. If we can't finish, we can take it home.
And please bring us a large bottle of Fat Boy Happy Water." During the meal, he told his mother that he had rented a supermarket and would take her to take over tomorrow. His mother agreed happily.
The boss said, "That'll be 123, just give me 120. Gou Xingdong replied, "Okay, thank you."
Then he requested for the leftovers to be packed. Upon returning home, he asked his mother if she had drunk the spring water. His mother replied, I drank it all and I feel some strange things coming out of my body.
Now she felt very light and energetic. Gou Xingdong said that's good. I'll give you another cup before bed.
Before sleeping he poured a glass of water for his mother and also drank a cup himself. The next morning he woke up to find that his body had no impurities and felt no changes. It seemed that the spring water had its limits. That was good enough. Did he really expect that drinking the spring water would allow him to wear his underwear outside and save the world? After breakfast, Gou Xingdong took his mother on his little electric scooter straight to the supermarket. After completing the handover paperwork and paying the final amount, he asked the boss to leave all the supplier contact numbers.
His mother asked, am I really the boss now?
Absolutely. From now on you are boss, who he replied. They checked all the inventory together and after familiarizing themselves with the product locations, Gou Xingdong received a call from the visa company. They informed him that he needed to go to the provincial capital Fujian the day after tomorrow to meet at the company and then proceed to the U.S.
Embassy for an in-person interview. After hanging up, he immediately booked a high-speed train ticket.
He helped his mother familiarize herself with the old store again. The next day he took the last train, arriving at the provincial capital Fujian in less than 2 hours. He booked a room at a hotel near the visa company to prepare for the next day's procedures. Everything went smoothly and a week later he received his visa. He immediately booked a flight to Texas U.S. With the help of the visa company he exchanged 200,000 U.S.
dollars, spending 120,000 Chinese yuan at an exchange rate of 6-to-1. Upon arriving in the U.S.,
the visa company would provide 20,000 in cash locally. Such companies have contacts in both places, but of course he had to pay a bit of a so-called service fee. Back home he took his mother to the hospital for a full checkup. To his surprise, his mother's high blood pressure and gastrointestinal issues had all improved and even the benign tumor that had been discovered a year ago was gone. They had originally planned to remove it surgically and confirm through a biopsy. It seemed that this spring water not only enhanced bodily functions but could also cure illnesses. Although he wasn't entirely sure, it was highly likely. After staying home for a few days, Gou Xingdong exchanged 30,000 U.S.
dollars in cash with a currency trader outside the bank in several trips.
During this time he spent nearly 2 million on visa processing, transportation fees and renting the supermarket for currency exchange. Now there was still 800,000 left in his account. Truly one regrets having too little money when it's needed. He immediately took a flight to the capital of China, Jingbei City, from where he would fly directly to Texas U.S.
It was time to begin Gou Xingdong's journey of zero-cost shopping in America.
In Houston, Texas, the temperature was nearly 40 degrees. As soon as he exited the airport he saw the greeter holding a sign. Because of Gou Xingdong he was truly a fool who, in order to save trouble, had thrown all his change of clothes and toiletries into his space. Since he hadn't started hoarding supplies yet, there was plenty of room. He just carried a backpack containing his documents. The greeter, named Mike, was a Chinese man, and through chatting Gou Xingdong learned that he had already obtained U.S. citizenship. They smoothly arrived at his office where he completed the paperwork and received 20,000 U.S.
dollars. Mike asked Jack, do you need any more help? I'm more than willing to assist you. Gou Xingdong temporarily gave himself an English name inspired entirely by Mike. If you're Mike, then I'll be Jack. Gou Xingdong said, we both have names starting with Ku. I really do need your help. Mike smiled slightly, asking, what do you mean by Ku?
Gou Xingdong replied, that's not important.
I hope you can help me find a coach.
I want to learn some combat skills and outdoor survival techniques. I'm very interested in these and want to start an outdoor tourism company when I return to China.
Also, I've heard that gun management in Texas is relatively lenient. Can I find a place to learn shooting with a gun? Mike, this is too easy.
My wife's brother is a retired soldier and he served in the special forces. He now runs a small gym where one can learn these things. He also has ways to help with learning about wooden firearms.
Gou Xingdong, thank you, please help me get in touch with him. Okay, no problem.
Then Mike took our Jack and drove to a neighborhood on the outskirts of the city where they found a gym of about 300 square meters and met Mike's brother-in-law Thomas. Fortunately, Gou Xingdong had 2 years of experience working abroad, so communication in American English was generally not a problem. Through their conversation they learned that Thomas was a retired special forces soldier who opened this gym after his service. Business had been good for the past 2 years, but it had not been doing well recently due to high unemployment and inflation in America, resulting in losses for the gym.
Today, Gou Xingdong's arrival provided a much-needed lifeline.
Through negotiations, Thomas agreed to conduct a month-long unknown training for Gou Xingdong, which included wilderness survival, free fighting and training with wooden firearms.
The total cost for the month was $20,000 US, not including the cost of wooden firearm ammunition.
After paying the 20,000, he also managed to rent a small apartment nearby with Thomas' help for 2,000 a month. Thus Gou Xingdong began his month of grueling training. Don't ask why going for a zero-cost approach would be foolish. Being in an unfamiliar environment and lacking self-defense skills would be tantamount to seeking death. In the morning during combat technique training, at the strong insistence of our Jack, Thomas focused on teaching practical techniques which can be bluntly termed as killing skills. In the afternoon, training with wooden firearms and wilderness survival took place, covering all types of wooden firearms including the hand wooden firearm, automatic wooden firearm, shotgun wooden firearm and sniper wooden firearm. The goal was not perfection but to be able to handle them competently. The wilderness survival training was genuinely harsh, with various torturous activities in the woods, water and desert, testing Gou Xingdong's limits. He suspected that this foreigner Thomas was intentionally making things difficult for him. This must be what it means to pay for suffering. Although Gou Xingdong's physical condition had significantly improved thanks to the spring water transformation, he mostly returned to the apartment to wash up and sleep. After half a month, Gou Xingdong gradually adapted. Every day upon returning to the apartment, he started studying American maps and browsing various news online, always preparing for the zero-cost approach. After all, he needed to know where there were large storage, logistics, supermarkets and car dealers. The military bases were out of the question as he couldn't even get close. One day while browsing a website in America called Shameless, Gou Xingdong discovered an interesting video. A wealthy American tycoon tortured by late-stage cancer was on the brink of collapse. He was in immense pain and even wished for euthanasia to end his life, yet he couldn't bear to part with the beautiful life he had. After much inner turmoil, he released a video stating that if anyone or any organization including medical institutions could alleviate his pain during treatment or extend his life by a certain period, he would be willing to pay no less than $50 million for a delay of over a year in his lifespan, with an additional $30 million per year with no upper limit. If someone could miraculously cure him, he would be willing to give 90% of his total assets, which amounts to around $4 billion. Gou Xingdong was instantly energized. He wondered if this spring water could work and thought it would be worth a try. He noted down the contact information from the video. A week later, he successfully completed the grueling training. During this time, he learned an immense number of practical skills, greatly enhancing his ability to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. In terms of pure technique, he was still not as good as Thomas, but during their sparring he only used 20 to 30% of his capability, which had almost reached Thomas' full combat value. This impressed Thomas greatly, who called him a natural-born warrior. Gou Xingdong, if I were to use my full strength, you would understand what it means to use one force to overcome 10 skills. On the day training ended, he contacted the wealthy American tycoon. The call was answered by a woman. During the call, our Jack Gou expressed that he had a certain level of confidence in his ability to treat or alleviate the pain of treatment. Although the woman on the phone seemed skeptical, she politely assured Gou Xingdong that she would send someone to take him to meet the tycoon the next day. The next morning, the ringing of the phone awakened Gou Xingdong. A man's voice informed him that he would be waiting for him downstairs in half an hour. When the time came, a black Maybach arrived punctually at his door. Gou Xingdong quickly went downstairs and saw a black man standing by the car. Gou Xingdong approached and said, "I am Jack." The black man flashed a broad smile revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. "Hello, we just spoke on the phone. I was sent by the boss to pick you up. Before you get in the car, I must remind you that if we find out you are playing tricks or have other intentions, the consequences will be yours to bear." Gou Xingdong looked at the guy who resembled a gorilla standing by the back door of the car. The black man waited for a few seconds before opening the rear door for him. Gou Xingdong got in and the black man casually pulled out a cigarette and lit it. After closing the door, the black man started the vehicle and quickly drove away. 3 hours later, they arrived at the entrance of an expansive estate. At the gate there were surveillance cameras. A few seconds later, the gate opened automatically and the vehicle slowly drove into the estate. After a few minutes, they arrived in front of a house which could also be described as a luxurious villa with 3 stories. It seemed to be at least 2,000 square meters. The villa's main door was open and a woman in her 30s or 40s dressed in a black suit and white shirt walked out. She approached the car and opened the back door. Gou Xingdong took a look and thought, wow, this American woman is at least 1.8 meters tall, and with high heels she's really tall. "I am Linda and I spoke with you on the phone. Please follow me." Gou Xingdong got out of the car and followed the tall woman into the villa. Once inside, it completely unleashed the little monster in Gou Xingdong's heart. Is this really a villa? It looks more like a 5-star resort ready to fleece the wealthy Americans. They arrived at a doorway on the first floor and Linda said, "Please go in and rest. Mr. Henry will meet you after his treatment." She turned to leave. "Miss Linda, I haven't had breakfast. Could you make me a portion?" Linda smiled politely. "Of course, it will be delivered shortly. If you have any other needs, just press the black button by the bedside and someone will come to assist you." Gou Xingdong replied, "Thank you. Goodbye." About 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door. Gou Xingdong opened it to find a white woman standing there holding a large tray with a big cover over it hiding its contents.
Sir, your lunch is ready. Thank you, just place it on the table in the room.
After placing it down, the woman left, closing the door behind her.
Gou Xingdong thought this is truly the life of the wealthy. He approached the table and lifted the cover.
There was nothing particularly special, just a large piece of steak, a piece of bread, some side salads, and a glass of water. The taste was average, and as a Chinese person he still preferred his own cuisine. Chinese food is truly world-class, whether in terms of ingredient variety or cooking techniques, catering to all tastes across its vast lands. As Gou Xingdong lay on the bed, sleep gradually overtook him. When he opened his eyes again, it was already past 6 in the evening. He got up, washed his face, and pressed the black button by the bedside. In just 2 minutes there was a knock at the door. It was the same white woman who had delivered his meal. Sir, do you need anything?
Whom? Has Mr. Henry finished his treatment? Yes, he is having dinner now. Would you like to have dinner now?
Okay, please prepare a portion for me. The white woman replied, please wait a moment. After a few minutes she wheeled in a small dining cart laden with a variety of dishes.
There were tuna sashimi and marinated mackerel.
Each dish was just a bit-sized portion, followed by tomato poached lobster with lobster roe and grilled lobster heads that were impressively large. Gou Xingdong had never seen such a size before.
Then there was salt grilled cod, grilled spider crab, and scorpion fish, followed by an entire grilled flounder with a hint of lemon aroma. Beside it was a bottle of white wine with an unrecognizable name. Lastly, there was a truffle chocolate dessert.
Gou Xingdong thought, I've never had such a feast, let alone during the years of the apocalypse where I lived like a stray dog. After the meal, the woman cleared the table, having stood beside him during dinner to help clear the plates and pour wine. The service was impeccable, always accompanied by a smile. After the meal, a cigarette felt like a taste of heaven. After a while there was a knock at the door.
Gou Xingdong opened it to find the secretary named Linda. Hello, sir, Mr. Henry is waiting for you in the study. You can come with me now.
All right. Gou Xingdong picked up his backpack and followed the female secretary out. They crossed the hall, ascended to the second floor, and passed several rooms until they reached a pair of dark brown double doors at the end of the corridor. The secretary gently knocked and the door opened to reveal 2 Caucasian men inside, dressed in identical black attire, presumably the bodyguards. One of the men approached. Please cooperate, I need to check if you are carrying anything unsafe.
Gou Xingdong replied, sure.
The Caucasian bodyguard patted down Gou Xingdong and inspected his backpack. After confirming there were no issues, he stepped back and stood aside.
Linda said, please follow me.
She then led Gou Xingdong to another door and knocked. Someone inside opened the door. It was another Caucasian bodyguard who glanced at Linda and Gou Xingdong without saying a word and simply turned to lead the way.
Inside the room they approached a table.
The bodyguard gestured for them to sit down and then turned to leave.
Linda poured a glass of water for Gou Xingdong and stood silently to the side.
5 minutes later the door opened again, revealing an elderly Caucasian man in a wheelchair being pushed in by the same bodyguard who had just left.
He was brought directly to the table.
The old man trembled as he took an oxygen mask and waved his hand, prompting Linda to exit the room.
What is your name? Where are you from? The bodyguard asked.
Gou Xingdong replied, there's no need to discuss that. Looking at the seated Henry, I can't guarantee my medicine will cure you, but it will definitely have an effect.
Neither the bodyguard nor the old Henry appeared angry.
At that moment Henry said, how can you guarantee the safety and efficacy of this medicine? Gou Xingdong responded, it's a last-ditch effort. Do you have any other options?
Honestly, if you had other choices I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you today. Right, Mr. Henry?
Henry said, the doctor told me I don't have much time left. No matter how advanced the technology, no medicine can cure my illness. It's already in the late stages. I have at most 1 or 2 months left before Anubis comes to take me from this world.
But I am unwilling to accept this. I am only 70 years old. 70.
I have many unfulfilled wishes, which is why I foolishly released that video.
Tell me, Oriental man, do you truly have confidence in curing me? My name is Jack, and first and foremost I cannot guarantee that I can cure your illness. However, I possess a miraculous medicine passed down through my family for generations. But I am quite confident that I can alleviate your suffering during the treatment, even extend your life.
Gou Xingdong replied, I am merely giving you a bit of spring water. Your fate is not my concern. I can assure you that alleviating your pain should be no problem.
If it doesn't work, he'll just run away. After all, I have my space. What can you do about it? Henry asked, when can we begin treatment?
Even if it just alleviates my pain, I am willing to pay you for your services.
Gou Xingdong replied, we can start right now. Please have someone bring in a small cup and a bottle of mineral water.
Henry waved his hand and the bodyguard behind him opened the door and said a few words before quickly entering with a bottle of water and a cup, placing them on the table. Gou Xingdong said to the Caucasian bodyguard, please leave, I cannot have a third person present during my treatment.
The bodyguard looked at Gou Xingdong but did not move. Henry looked into Gou Xingdong's eyes and said, "Kane, you can step outside." The Caucasian bodyguard upon hearing this looked at Gou Xingdong and said, "I hope you can cure the boss, don't let us down." Hearing the hint of threat in his tone, Gou Xingdong smiled slightly without replying. The bodyguard turned and left, closing the door behind him. "Let's begin," Gou Xingdong declared. He then picked up the cup from the table, covered it with his hand and quickly drew spring water from his space into the cup, filling it to about half. "Don't ask why. Just half a cup too much would yield good effects, but I need to be cautious later." When he brought his hand back, there was half a cup of water in the cup. Henry looked at the water, his lips moving without sound. Gou Xingdong then poured mineral water into the cup, filled it to the brim and pushed it in front of Henry. "Please, after you drink it you'll know whether what I say is true. After all, you're already at the end of your rope, I can't run away and you've got so many bodyguards here, right? Mr. Henry." Henry picked up the glass of water, remaining silent as he stared at it. After a while he turned to Gou Xingdong and said, "I hope you can truly create a miracle," before gulping down the water. Gou Xingdong replied, "You will know the results by tomorrow morning at the latest. To ensure that I won't play tricks, I will wait for you in this room tonight and won't leave." Gou Xingdong then stood up and opened the door, gesturing to the bodyguard outside. The bodyguard entered and approached Henry. Henry said, "Let's return to the room and allow Mr. Jack to rest. Have someone take good care of him." The bodyguard then pushed the wheelchair away and Linda entered, bringing Gou Xingdong back to the first floor room. As they left, she said, "Have a pleasant evening. If you need anything, press the black button by the bedside. Good night." In the morning before dawn, there was a knock on the door. Gou Xingdong sat up and asked, "Who is it?" A male voice from outside replied, "Mr. Jack, Mr. Henry requests that you come over right now." "All right, give me 2 minutes." After getting dressed, he opened the door and followed the male bodyguard to the study from the previous night. Upon entering, he saw Henry sitting on the sofa instead of in the wheelchair. The bodyguard immediately left and closed the door. "Please have a seat, Mr. Jack." Gou Xingdong sat down on the opposite sofa, observing Henry, who appeared much more energetic than the night before. It seemed my spring water had worked. Gou Xingdong asked, "So Mr. Henry, I haven't disappointed you, have I?" "Jack, you are a remarkable person. I know your name is Gou Xingdong. You arrived in the U.S. a month ago and learned a few things. I heard you plan to start an outdoor tourism company. To be honest, I love nature and animals. Otherwise I wouldn't live in a countryside estate. Jack, would you like to become a citizen of the U.S.? I can help you sort everything out quickly. I can also invest in starting a large outdoor tourism company for you. I'll provide the funds without taking any shares." Gou Xingdong looked at the white-haired old fox opposite him, thinking, "You're not mentioning the efficacy of the medicine and instead trying to entice me into becoming a fake foreigner. Damn, with 5 months left before the apocalypse begins, you want me to play along with you? Get lost. Mr. Henry, I have relatives in Huaxia and it's difficult to leave my homeland. I won't live here, this is just a small interlude in my life. Thank you for your kindness. It's okay. I can help arrange for your family to come over as well, covering all expenses. Anywhere in the U.S. that you like, I'll give you a large villa and 10 million cash along with the opportunity to start a big outdoor tourism company. If you have any other requests, just let me know. Gou Xingdong, you not only want to keep me here but also want to control my family. Go to hell." Gou Xingdong then said, "Mr. Henry, I will definitely return to Huaxia. If my medicine doesn't work, I will leave. I apologize for not being able to help you, I truly regret it." Having said that, he stood up to leave. "Wait, Jack." Henry surprisingly stood up and said to Gou Xingdong, "Please sit, Mr. Jack. I haven't finished speaking yet, don't misunderstand my intentions." Gou Xingdong looked at Henry, thinking that he had no time to play around and needed to act quickly. He didn't sit down and turned to Henry, saying, "If my medicine is effective, then please fulfill your promise. And don't think of other ways to keep me here. My life isn't worth more than yours. You wouldn't resort to such disgraceful tactics, after all you are a smart person, right?" The white fox Henry did indeed briefly consider using force to keep Gou Xingdong. But fearing the consequences, he realized that wealthy individuals value their lives more. "Mr. Jack, I will immediately issue you a cash check for 50 million U.S. dollars. Let's sit down and discuss this slowly. Please have a seat." Henry said, "I want cash." Henry replied, "That's fine, but with that much money, how will you carry it?" Gou Xingdong said, "You don't need to worry about that, just prepare it when I leave." "All right, Mr. Jack." Henry pressed a round object in his hand and soon the door opened as the bodyguard entered, bringing 2 breakfasts. "Mr. Jack and I will have breakfast here, he said. The bodyguard turned and left.
Henry looked at Gou Xingdong and said, Mr.
Jack, I would like to discuss our upcoming treatment.
Gou Xingdong replied, no, let's talk after your examination and treatment today. After breakfast, Henry allowed Gou Xingdong to move freely with the female secretary Linda accompanying him.
Mr.
Jack, you are from Huaxia, is there really that much miraculous stuff over there? Gou Xingdong thought to himself, if only you knew I died like a dog in my past life.
This time I began with a great gift, but the future is still uncertain.
Jack, your writing skills are improving quickly, you've basically mastered the techniques in half an hour.
It's hard to tell that it's your first time writing.
This lady has been making various physical contacts and sharing flirtatious glances.
Damn, you think you can seduce me?
You say you're 29, but I thought you were nearly 40.
Your figure is indeed the typical Western beauty, but unfortunately I, Gou Xingdong, don't match your type. Besides, I really don't believe you're 29. An old cow wanting to eat my tender grass. Forget it.
After finishing dinner, Gou Xingdong pondered what supplies besides firearms he might need in the United States, considering his conversation with Linda, which revealed that the old fox Henry's main businesses were energy and transportation. In other words, if everything is handled well, gasoline and diesel will be easily resolved.
With 2 years of major floods ahead, should I consider getting a cargo ship in addition to the usual speedboat for safety?
A larger tonnage and a hull encased in iron would be preferable. While thinking, he searched for various information about ships and the related prices of gasoline and diesel on his phone.
At 7 o'clock, a knock on the door sounded. Gou Xingdong opened the door to find Linda waiting outside. Jack, are you well rested? Mr. Henry would like to see you. Damn it, there's no match between us, you should give up.
Gou Xingdong replied, all right, let's go.
Linda walked ahead while Gou Xingdong's gaze lingered on the swaying peach in front of him, sighing at the lost opportunity.
Upon reaching the room on the second floor, Henry immediately stood up to greet Gou Xingdong, who had entered.
Please sit, Mr. Jack. Linda, you all can leave, I have matters to discuss with Mr. Jack. Gou Xingdong sat down, waiting for Henry to speak first. Jack, we can trust each other now.
I know you want to disclose your mysterious treatment methods and formulas.
I hope you can continue treating me from here on out.
After the doctor's treatment today, my health was checked and many cancer cells had significantly decreased.
It's truly a miracle.
He chuckled, let's see how we proceed, I will cooperate fully with you.
Mr. Henry, this kind of treatment requires time and I can't use my family's secret methods to treat you at any moment. The consumption is quite large even though my body's depletion isn't visible to the naked eye. Damn it, no rabbit, no eagle, I will let you bleed out before giving you my elixir of joy. Now let's discuss the treatment fees. Alright Jack, tell me what you need and how much. Gou Xingdong said, Mr. Henry, it seems my treatment is very effective for you.
I need $50 million prepared for me to take when I leave.
Now let's talk about the costs for the next treatment.
Prepare 100 tanks of oil, 300 in total, 100 filled with gasoline and the remaining 200 entirely with diesel, with 100 of them being 50 diesel. Additionally, I need a cargo ship with a capacity of over 3,000 tons with good quality and equipped with a ship crane. The ship needs to be modified for comfort in the living area and the hull should be capable of icebreaking like a polar research vessel. The power system must also be upgraded since I plan to engage in outdoor tourism, reducing the cargo area while increasing the fuel storage capacity and safety. An ordinary cargo ship would have a shipboard lathe in the engine department, but I require a more advanced lathe, relevant shipboard radar and an efficient operating system along with ample accessories.
Gou Xingdong took a sip of water and Henry responded, is that all, Jack?
Not yet, I haven't finished speaking. I also need 30 sets of outdoor skiing equipment including sleds and skis. I need clothing that can adapt to polar conditions and withstand high temperatures, including personal gear like shoes, socks and undergarments in various sizes, 100 sets in total. 2 Aurochs 88 camper vans, 3 Unimog camper vans, 3 Paramount Marauders, 5 Nikola all-terrain tactical vehicles, 10 Land Cruisers and Sequoias each, and 2 Volvo and Scania trucks with trailers. 10 Skid snowmobiles, 3 DT-30 Snowcat vehicles, 5 River assault boats, 5 Zodiac inflatables and 2 Sikorsky S-92 VIP civilian helicopters. 23D robotics civilian drones. Gou Xingdong thought to himself, although our limitless drone is better, isn't this just free riding? Furthermore, it is crucial that all vehicles are modified with bulletproof capabilities and that weapon mounts for military-grade vehicles are retained. They must be waterproof, cold-resistant and heat-resistant modifications with the fuel tanks enlarged and well-protected. The system of accessories and piping must be safeguarded to avoid breakdowns on the way. 100 sets of outdoor survival tents, compasses, water bottles, ropes, knives and heating equipment are required. Additionally, 100 corresponding first aid kits, 100 sets of military-grade radiation protection suits, gas masks and oxygen tanks are needed.
3 sets of diving equipment including 3 underwater propulsion devices. All vehicles must be equipped with 2 sets of accessories, 10 spare tires for each vehicle.
Spare parts for the ships and speedboats also require 2 sets. 1 set for the helicopter and 2 sets of corresponding repair tools and equipment.
This is the cost for the second treatment. Mr. Henry, do you accept?
The old fox Henry felt a pang in his heart. All these items would cost $400 to $500 million US. This Chinese man is truly ruthless.
Jack, what are you trying to do?
Although I want to start an outdoor tourism company, this has already far exceeded the scope.
Gou Xingdong replied, you don't need to worry about that. I just want to create the best and safest outdoor tourism company in the world. Just tell me if it can be done.
Internally he mused, if I weren't worried about exposing too much ID, have you equipped me with firearms as well?
Henry silently considered for a moment. Even if I were to give it to you, you wouldn't be able to bring it back to your country. You should know the reason why. Gou Xingdong replied, no problem, just use that cargo ship for transport. If it can't fit, send another ship. At that time I'll give you a position to ship it over and you won't need to worry about the rest. Alright. Since you say so, I can promise to do everything as you request. However, you need to give me a month. Sure, no problem. We will prepare for the second treatment in a week. By the way, transfer 10 million USD to the designated account. Just deduct it from my 50 million. Alright, no problem, it will be in the account by tomorrow. Get me a car with a driver, I want to explore around the United States. Come back within a week. You don't need to worry about me running away, I'll request a human tracker. When do we leave? Tomorrow morning. And don't send Linda, I want a male driver. Henry, is Gou Xingdong being watched? The next morning his black bodyguard picked him up to start a zero-cost exploration tour in the United States. The homework done in advance was not in vain. I've arrived in the United States, I'm really here. The first stop is a local Heb grocery store in Texas known for its enormous size. Then I went to Walmart, also inspecting Arohan Supermarket, one of the so-called most expensive supermarkets near Beverly Hills. The cheapest mineral water was $3 and it wasn't very large, just one word. It's outrageously expensive, not seeking the best, just the most expensive. I also saw some celebrities whose names I couldn't remember. Oh, I recognize these two, the Kardashians from the NBA, specifically Khloe, the one who hangs 2 basketballs from her waist. Tisk. This thing is truly hard to resist for an average person. The NBA's best defense is no exaggeration. I also viewed several stores similar to IKEA and a few large department stores. I quickly browsed through several furniture stores and Gou Xingdong wished he could immediately store them in his space. Unfortunately, just as he was about to act, he encountered Uncle Fu. Then it was a whirlwind. Gou Xingdong met his end. On the way back he took a detour and saw a few livestock areas, from breeding to slaughtering to packaging. This is good, I need to remember it. It's about time to head back and let the old fox bleed. Meanwhile, in Huaxia, Mama, who received a substantial remittance, looking at the balance of 62557,786. Hu Linghua felt that life was this thrilling. If it weren't for the spring water curing her hypertension, she might have already been on life support. These days she was worried about the impending apocalypse, but now due to the large sum she felt elated. The ups and downs were too stimulating. According to her son's plan, she had been seeking to purchase a villa in the mountains and the remittance arrived today. The agent also called to inform her that a homeowner was selling a villa. The entire villa area had around 30 independent villas with stacked and connected villas at the foot of the mountain. Gou Xingdong knew this place. It had not been flooded during the apocalyptic floods. After the extreme cold began, he left this place to follow people to the coastal apocalypse base. The geographical location is good and the house quality is decent. Each independent villa has a garden ranging from 300 to 500 square meters and every family has a basement. There are 3 floors above ground with varying areas. In his past life he heard that this place was occupied by a group called the Jiangdong Gang, and as a low-level person he had no chance to enter and could only glance at it while heading to the coast. This villa is located at the suburban junction with convenient transportation and a sparse population. Wealthy people should have a better survival rate than ordinary people. At least in the early stages of the apocalypse, when cash is useless, gold and jewelry will still be valuable. Mom's gold necklace weighing around 10 grams was exchanged for 3 pounds of rice. In a certain mansion in Texas on the second floor study, the black bodyguard was reporting Gou Xingdong's itinerary to Henry. He said he wanted to experience a life of hardship, wandering around supermarkets, department stores and furniture stores, as well as outdoor supply stores. By the way, he didn't specify where he wanted to stay, but when it came to food he didn't seek the best, just the most expensive. Over the past few days the total meal expenses were nearly 50,000 USD. Each time he tipped it was several $100. Once he even saw an Asian waitress who received $1,000. The key point is that the waitress was over 40 years old. What kind of hobby is this? I didn't see him going to entertainment places. Henry, is that all? He didn't interact with anyone else or contact anyone in any other way.
The black bodyguard absolutely not except for using the restroom and showering. I was with him all day long, even sleeping outside his suite.
He also doesn't have a phone.
I searched while he was sleeping. Gou Xingdong, you'll never guess I have space and my phone is in there.
A gorilla's physique with a pig-like brain. Alright, I know you can go rest now.
Henry, sitting on the sofa, was also puzzled. What is this Jack trying to do? According to investigations, he is just an ordinary Huaxiao person who just resigned. His divorced father also passed away not long ago. His mother runs a small grocery store. Henry plotted against Gou Xingdong, who was also contemplating an escape plan. How to acquire supplies and vanish.
The following evening in the study on the second floor, another session of happy water treatment began.
The examination the next day left the doctor astonished, unable to close his mouth.
Mr. Henry, this is truly a miracle. Oh my God, what is this? Has Mr. Henry really received your blessing?
Henry smiled as he saw the doctor off. He poured himself a glass of wine, the first drink in 3 years since the onset of his illness. The taste was indescribable.
This is wonderful. With just 1 or 2 more treatments, my illness will likely be cured. I must keep Jack satisfied and not let him suspect. He must be happy treating me. As for money, I have plenty to give you now. The time has come, Jack, you will help me earn back countless times.
I will not treat you poorly, my fellow Chinese. Indeed, at most you'll just have a bit less freedom. Luxury cars, beautiful women and mansions, anything you desire I will fulfill.
Henry picked up the phone. Hello, how is the matter coming along?
Boss, the items you requested are not very difficult to obtain, but they are rather messy and require modifications.
It will definitely be ready within a month. Henry, no, you have a maximum of 20 more days. Everything must be completed as required. Do you understand?
All right, boss. This morning Henry invited Gou Xingdong to have breakfast together.
The two walked together in the manor with bodyguards following at a distance.
Jack, the items you want are quite difficult, but I have already arranged everything. It will all be ready in 20 days at most.
All right, Henry, I believe in you. The next treatment will probably be in about 15 days.
I will be leaving here shortly.
Don't worry, I will definitely return.
I have only received $10 million.
The rest is with you, so don't worry.
And do not follow me, I am serious when I say this.
If I find out, you will never see me again. Even if you find me, I will refuse to treat you. Understand the stakes of this situation. Without waiting for Henry to speak, Gou Xingdong turned and left.
After thinking it over, Henry ultimately decided against sending someone to follow Gou Xingdong. After all, the risk was too great and he had indeed only spent $10 million. The rest was still in his hands. Gou Xingdong had no reason to refuse. He did not even mention the fee for the third treatment. He would wait patiently. Gou Xingdong left the manor and had someone take him to the station before departing.
The first stop was a not too large outdoor survival supply store. My journey of $0 shopping has begun. This is not New York or Los Angeles, the types of big cities. The midnight streets were almost deserted with very few vehicles. This outdoor survival store, situated in a small town, was about to welcome its VIP customer. Of course, payment would not be made. Taking things from your beautiful United States is a sign of respect. Gou Xingdong, why not go to neighboring Canada or Mexico? Besides, for the sake of humanity, isn't it a bit unreasonable for you to sacrifice a little bit of supplies to aid your fellow Earthlings? The answer is undoubtedly not excessive. Not excessive at all.
It must be said that the foreign devils are quite bold. This store only has a lock. In his past life during the apocalypse, Gou Xingdong had plenty of experience prying open doors and breaking locks, but there was no choice, he had to survive. He opened the door, hesitating to turn on the light, and adjusted his phone's brightness to the lowest setting, barely providing some illumination. This crossbow is not bad, made of composite materials and equipped with a sight. Wow, it has a range of nearly 100 meters. Looking at the price tag, over $7,000. Surely this is a mistake. It is even more expensive than a regular wooden shotgun. Thinking about it, this thing is silent, has great power, and has been greatly improved for modern precision. The crossbow bolts can also be reused. What a great item. Several various crossbows and scopes. He also found 5 boxes of crossbow bolts totaling 500 pieces. Backpacks, tents, inflatable mats, sleeping bags, stove, gas canisters, lighters, utensils, water filters, multi-tools, ropes. And is this an emergency satellite phone? No, the solar flare has ruined the satellites. What use is this? Besides, why would I want to expose my look? Water bags, headlamps, compasses, insect repellent spray, waterproof jackets, insulated jackets, wool sweaters, hats, hiking boots, mountain climbing shoes, quick dry underwear. Forget it, I won't look anymore. I'll just close my eyes and collect them. Finally, he discovered a box of electric batons under the counter. With a gentle press, it crackled with blue light.
This thing is a good item.
10 minutes later, taking advantage of the night, Gou Xingdong headed towards a target. At 2 in the morning, a red sedan stopped outside a wall. Our classmate Jack Go stepped out of the car.
Where did this car come from? Sorry, I just picked it up on the roadside after leaving the outdoor supply store. Believe it or not, I do. The car key is still in the door. Taking out a rope with a metal grappling hook from his space. This is one of the standard tools for the heroes of TV dramas who leap across rooftops. It's a climbing tiger. The rope and iron claw were both obtained for free from the outdoor store. Combined they make this item. Gou Xingdong, whose body has been modified and upgraded, easily climbed over the 5-meter-high wall and stored the climbing tiger before jumping down. Looking at the several tall warehouses not far away, he felt a thrill of excitement. After taking a few steps, he suddenly sensed something was different. Glancing to the side, he saw a Doberman. Damn, this dog's combat power is no joke. It stood half a meter tall and was clearly an adult dog. Before Gou Xingdong could think much, the Doberman had already dashed over. A dog that bites doesn't bark under the moonlight. Its teeth glistened with a cold light, and instantly the electric baton appeared in Gou Xingdong's hand. With a swift movement, the electric baton made contact with the dog's side, crackling and popping. The Doberman lay sprawled on the ground, still convulsing. A finishing strike must be swift. After several quick blows, the dog lay motionless. He stowed it into his spatial realm, then gripped the electric baton and approached the massive warehouse gate. A firm push yielded no movement. Was it locked? To the left, he noticed a smaller pedestrian door inset within the main gate. Unlocked. He slipped inside and quietly shut it behind him. Though nighttime, the warehouse remained dimly lit enough for basic navigation. Ah, this was a refrigerated storage unit. Not far away, a digital display screen on the door showed the internal temperature. He retrieved from his spatial realm the outdoor thermal wool sweater he'd just purchased, worn in 2 layers beneath his insulated jacket. Thermal hat and gloves followed. Upon opening the inner door, he found stacks of cardboard boxes arranged with meticulous order, each labeled with item names, weight, dates, and manufacturer details. Steak chuck, shank eye of round tenderloin, nearly every cut of frozen beef was present. No time to hesitate, he began collecting. Over an hour later, he emerged from the third warehouse. He scaled the perimeter wall and departed without incident, lighting a cigarette as he drove off into the distance. After a full day's journey, he arrived at his next target, an IKEA home furnishings superstore. Inside, he found virtually every type of furniture, raw materials and construction tools, hammers, nail guns, power saws, everything essential for renovation. Several kilometers from the store, he checked into a modest inn. The affable owner, learning that Gou Xingdong was a tourist, enthusiastically recommended the city's most notorious strip club, likely a VIP haunt for the seasoned elder. After bidding farewell to the innkeeper, he returned to his room, showered immediately, and fell into deep sleep, exhausted from hours of continuous driving. Gazing into his spatial realm, he observed towering piles of frozen beef and mutton, still perfectly chilled. Clearly, the space preserved objects in their original state both upon entry and retrieval. With spoilage no longer a concern, true meat sovereignty had been achieved. Rough estimates suggested 13 tons of beef and 5 tons of mutton. The revolution was far from complete. The comrade must press onward. That evening, he dined alone in his room, a hamburger and a cold cola. He searched online for intelligence on his next objective. At 1 a.m. He slipped out of the inn and retrieved his compact red sedan from a shadowed roadside, then drove off without delay. Near a narrow alley several hundred meters from IKEA, Gou Xingdong concealed his vehicle and advanced toward the target on foot. From afar, he spotted a guard inside a small booth at the entrance. This would require cunning. A formidable challenge. Wearing a cap and face mask, he walked with a deliberate swaying gait. Suddenly, the black security guard, engrossed in his phone inside the booth, heard a sharp impact. He looked up, but saw nothing. Hardly seated again, another sound echoed. Instantly, the guard flung open the booth door and stepped outside, only to find Gou Xingdong collapsed halfway across the main gate. Hey, move along. As he spoke, the guard drew the electric baton clip to his belt. Move, did you hear me? Gou Xingdong, feigning unconsciousness, tracked the approaching figure through the narrow slit of his eyelids. Damn, why is he holding a baton? Surely he won't break protocol and strike first. There was no time to ponder. Gou Xingdong doubled down on his ruse. The guard pressed the baton against him twice, receiving no response. The guard then raised his radio, likely summoning backup. Receiving confirmation that all was quiet elsewhere, he requested assistance. Someone slumped at the front gate. I need you to come help me handle this. A brief note: many security protocols mandate dual patrols. Solo duty increases vulnerability. Paired operations dramatically enhance safety margins. Minutes later, the second guard arrived. What's going on? He's lying right at the entrance. Worse, he's draped across the automatic gate. I'll need your help moving him aside. No problem. The automatic gate parted, opening a 2-meter-wide gap as the two guards positioned themselves, one grasping the head, the other lifting the feet. With ease, they carried Gou Xingdong 20 paces toward a secluded corner, then dropped him unceremoniously onto the pavement. The rear guard asked, "Did you search him? Any valuables?" "Nothing, just tapped him twice." No reaction. Ha! Let's see if fortune favors us tonight. Any surprises?
Lying prone on the ground, Gou Xingdong seethed inwardly. Son of a bitch, nearly broke my spine. You ape, you'll pay for this. A large black hand began patting him down while the other reached for his head, about to peel off the mask, when suddenly Gou Xingdong's sharp gleaming eyes snapped open, locking directly onto the guards. The man recoiled in terror, stumbling backward to collapse onto the ground. In that same instant an electric baton struck him, delivered with lethal precision, while the second guard, still stunned, fumbled for his own weapon. A soft wet thud, the guard glanced down to see a crossbow bolt protruding from his chest. Gou Xingdong had no time to hesitate. He spun around and struck the security guard, searching his body again with the electric baton. Watching as the two men lay motionless, he drew a survival knife and slashed across the neck of the electrocuted guard. The wound gaped open like a ravenous mouth, blood gushing forth unceasingly. He turned, pulled his hat low and absorbed the slain guard into his spatial realm, then moved to retrieve the one felled by the crossbow bolt. Why won't this one enter? He tried once more, still no response. Then Gou Xingdong noticed, though the crossbow-pierced guard's eyes were closed, his eyelids trembled faintly. Damn it, he wasn't fully dead. Gou Xingdong immediately delivered a finishing blow and the body vanished smoothly into his space. Clearly only non-living things, and himself, could enter it. He retrieved the guard's keys and remote control for the electric gate. He slipped effortlessly into the security booth and arranged one guard slumped over the desk in a convincing pose, appearing fast as— What? Surveillance cameras. 2 rows of monitors, 10 in total, displayed crystal-clear feeds from both entrances and the supermarket interior. He yanked out the memory cards and severed the power supply. Then he sliced through the wiring and rushed inside the supermarket. Furniture, lumber, hardware, tools, construction materials, everywhere. There was far too much. He longed to take it all, but his spatial capacity was limited. Though many items remained unstocked, essentials held priority: water, food, and firearms. He collected roughly 30 to 40 sets of each furniture type: beds, wardrobes, tables, chairs, in solid wood, iron, genuine leather, and velvet. The building materials section was his true focus: planks, structural steel, hardware, and tools, all vital for reinforcing his shelter's security. He gathered hundreds of units, each of insulating, soundproof, and moisture-resistant panels. Cement, bricks, flooring, tiles, sanitary ware, and fittings also filled part of his space. Solar panels. Yes, absolutely essential. He collected hundreds along with matched cabling. 2 compact forklifts. These must be for assisting customers in hauling construction supplies outside. Take them both. Not a single one left behind. He also pocketed dozens of construction safety helmets. Back at the hotel, it was already past 4 o'clock. By nearly 6 he woke the elderly innkeeper. After checking out, he departed swiftly for his next target, 2 days later arriving near Beverly Hills, an elite enclave in Los Angeles, United States, ranked among the world's most affluent neighborhoods. Prepared for a major operation, Gou Xingdong checked into a hotel near the Walmart supermarket in Los Angeles. Even by night, Los Angeles shimmered with irresistible allure. The very air tasted decadent, opulent, intoxicating. That afternoon he'd scouted the Walmart inside and out, even purchasing a box of ice cream while doing so. It tasted excellent. He resolved to take plenty tonight. He'd also confirmed the warehouse's location. Walmart closed at 10. Gou Xingdong arrived nearby at 11:30. He scaled in through the restroom window on the rear side, a detail he'd noted during his afternoon reconnaissance. A first-floor restroom window 2 meters above ground, its latch discreetly disengaged earlier when no one was watching. He'd left himself a door. Truly, every creature has its own path. First evading surveillance, his earlier observation had mapped out routes safely bypassing camera coverage. Fully masked, gloved, and hooded, he slipped from the restroom, crawling, crouching, leaping, and darting, until he reached the vicinity of the surveillance room. He snatched a soda can from a nearby shelf and hurled it against a blind spot in the camera feed. The guard who heard the noise didn't emerge. Instead, he checked the monitors. Seeing nothing suspicious, one stood up. I'll go take a look. The other, chewing pizza, replied, probably just a rat. Don't forget the mousetrap net. The guard clutching the net advanced swiftly and silently toward the source of the sound. Gou Xingdong instantly entered his spatial realm, gripping 2 heavy-duty electric batons. Sensing the guard draw near, he re-emerged, both batons striking simultaneously. The guard collapsed instantly, and Gou Xingdong vanished back into his space. Beverages tumbled from the shelf where the guard had brushed past. Another guard appeared at the entrance. Stephen, don't damage the merchandise. I'll have to pay for it alongside you. No reply. He called again, Stephen. Stephen. Alarmed by the silence, the guard swiftly drew his electroshock pistol. Gripping the weapon tightly, he edged forward, rounded the shelf, and froze at the sight of his colleague lying unconscious on the floor. Exercising caution, he scanned the area repeatedly before holstering his pistol and kneeling beside Stephen to assess him. Just as he reached for Stephen's carotid artery, darkness swallowed him. Gou Xingdong materialized from his spatial realm, baton in hand, administering 2 more jolts, then drawing his knife for a lethal finish. 1 strike to the heart. 1 to the throat. After bringing the 2 individuals into the space, there was no time to observe as they rushed into the monitoring room to unplug the power from the storage card and began to sweep the supermarket.
They didn't bother to check what was unnecessary writing a children's electric car in the toy section. Although it was a bit small, it was fast. One row after another. Half an hour later, the supermarket shelves were completely empty. Taking out the security keys and work ID, they headed to the second-floor warehouse. There was no need to look at all the items as everything was taken into the space. Notably, there were also 2 cold storage rooms filled with various seafood, meats and ice cream that required freezing. Leaving Walmart, they glanced at the time, 2:30 in the morning. They quickly took a taxi at the next intersection to rush back near Beverly Hills, paying $100 without waiting for change, and the driver happily said thank you, thank you. In the night, looking at the upscale supermarket Rohan across the street, they approached the door and quickly opened it when no one was nearby. As soon as they entered, the alarm went off. What the hell, this isn't how it's supposed to go. Isn't there supposed to be no alarm? What Gou Xingdong didn't expect was that this upscale supermarket, located in a wealthy area though not large, had an alarm system installed due to the high prices of the items. No matter, they were in now and couldn't leave empty-handed. In less than 3 minutes, they had basically cleared out everything except for the shelves of daily necessities, stuffing everything else into the space. They quickly ran out the door only to see a police car with flashing lights approaching. They sprinted ahead while the police behind shouted and pursued. They turned onto a small road, quickly climbed over the wall of a villa and jumped in. 2 police officers followed closely, getting out of the car, and also ran into the small road, which could be blocked by a tumper-high wall. They chose to call for backup while turning in another direction. When Gou Xingdong jumped into the third villa, he found 2 naked white girls swimming in the pool with 5 or 6 people lounging around the poolside. Some were snorting powder, others were pouring drinks into their mouths, and 2 black men were passionately making out. Gou Xingdong was shocked. Damn America, it's just as chaotic as it seems. Before anyone could react, he had already rushed to the poolside, ran past and stopped to snatch a bottle of liquor, aiming it at an Asian boy with yellow skin who was snorting powder, delivering a fatal blow. He grabbed the remaining powder from the table and ran out. Dodging left and right, he encountered the police again halfway through. Relying on hiding in the space, he escaped with his life, otherwise tomorrow's headlines would be about an Asian man violently robbing a supermarket, damaging public property, and breaking into a Beverly Hills mansion to intentionally injure someone. The suspect has been shot dead. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already the next evening, and he noticed an obvious increase in patrolling police cars. The next morning, he checked out and began heading back to Henry's estate. He had been gone for a full 12 days. "Jack, you have no idea how much I've missed you." The warm-hearted Linda rushed to him as soon as she saw Gou Xingdong and embraced him. Gou Xingdong felt 2 large mounds bumping against him below the neck. He shivered and broke free from Linda's embrace. "Gou Xingdong, Linda, thank you for your concern. How is Mr. Henry now?" "He is doing well, receiving treatment and examinations regularly. Please follow me." In the study on the second floor, he briefly greeted Henry and decided to discuss treatment matters the next day. After returning to his room to eat, wash up, he quickly dove into bed to sleep. As he dozed off, he felt that something was off. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to see a head with golden hair. "Linda." He glanced up at Gou Xingdong and Linda pressed a finger to his lips. Gou Xingdong looking at the scenery before him, he gave up. "All right, old cow, come and have me." The next day at breakfast, he encountered Linda. She glanced at Gou Xingdong, smiled and turned to leave. As Gou Xingdong ate breakfast, he recalled everything from last night. If it weren't for the golden hair on the pillow and the stains on the sheets, he would have definitely thought it was a dream. After finishing his meal and returning to his room, he found that all the bedding had been replaced with new ones. Gou Xingdong didn't care anyway. He was going back to his country after finishing his business, waving his sleeves without taking away a strand of golden hair. It's just ruthless. In the evening, Henry and Gou Xingdong sat on the garden loungers, one rocking back and forth while the other sat there chattering away. "Jack, do you know about the big news in America these days?" "I don't know anyway, you guys are living in turmoil." "Jack, in recent days, Walmart, IKEA, and several small stores in America have been robbed. Except for the small supermarket in Beverly Hills, suspects were found but not apprehended. The rest are unsolved cases with a large amount of goods stolen in a short time, damaging surveillance cameras. Experts suspect that it is a gang of thieves operating continuously with at least 10 members in the team. However, various pieces of evidence do not support this theory. Now it's all chaotic, with only a few young people who were out partying late at night catching a glimpse of the suspects, but they were wearing masks and hats, making it hard to see clearly. They only knew the suspect was approximately 1.75 to 1.80 meters tall. Of medium build, the suspect should be of Asian descent. "Are my belongings ready?" "Henry, of course. Everything will be prepared by tomorrow. Where would you like to take possession? However, your assigned vessel cannot accommodate the full cargo. I've dispatched an additional ship to assist you. We can set sail tomorrow." "Gou Xingdong, very well. Load the ship with all supplies and head toward the Korean peninsula. Notify me when you're nearing arrival, I'll then instruct you on the next steps. Now let us address your condition. Your body has nearly recovered. A single treatment will fully cure your illness. Are you prepared to fulfill your promise? Henry, 90% of my assets. Absolutely no issue. I am a merchant and integrity is my fundamental principle. You may rest assured. After the third treatment and final examination will complete the formalities. From then on you'll be a billionaire, while I shall remain merely a healthy, moderately wealthy elder. Watching the wily old fox perform, Gou Xingdong longed to slap him hard across the face. Henry, I'll deliver your third dose upon receipt of the supplies. Whether you travel aboard the ship yourself or send someone to collect the medicine, it makes no difference. This is the sole method of transaction I accept. Moreover, I refuse your 90% inheritance. Add 50 high-output diesel generators and another 50 standard household diesel generators to the ship tomorrow. Also reserve 10 tons of aviation fuel for the helicopter. Finally, I require 3 tons of 99.9 pure gold loaded aboard the vessel. Additionally, I depart the day after tomorrow. Prepare 200 million US dollars in cash plus the previous 40 million. You must deliver a total of 240 million in cash, weighing over 2 tons and occupying less than 3 cubic meters. Provide me with a box truck. Henry Jack, this entire sum amounts to roughly 1 billion US dollars, still far short of what I pledged. Are you truly abandoning the agreement? Gou Xingdong, yes. We Chinese believe in subduing others through virtue, and I, as a man of impeccable moral character, consider aiding you a true honor. These terms are non-negotiable. After my departure the day after tomorrow, I'll contact you by phone at approximately the same time to provide the vessel's new coordinates. Farewell. Wishing you a swift recovery. In a hidden chamber of the villa, Henry spoke on the phone. Sir, his stance is unyielding. He granted me no room for negotiation. Yes, he permits no alteration to any step of the transaction. Understood. Please handle the gold procurement, I'll manage everything else. Farewell. Henry switched off his phone and settled onto the sofa. Who exactly are you, Gou Xingdong? Not that it matters. I'll deliver everything you requested, and I have a surprise waiting for you. At 9 a.m. Outside the villa, Gou Xingdong inspected the cash inside the vehicle, estimating the amount to be accurate, and reasoned the crafty old fox wouldn't tamper with it here. Satisfied, he closed the door and said to Linda, Miss Linda, I sincerely apologize, I must leave. I truly cannot stay. Last night was delightful. Your charm remains vivid in my memory. I hope our paths cross again. Linda stepped forward and embraced Gou Xingdong. Jack, thank you for the beautiful memories, I shall miss you deeply. Gou Xingdong thought, Jack. What the hell, you're no Rousey either. Though your physique does resemble hers closely. He then opened the door and waved jauntily toward Henry, who stood watching from the second-floor window before driving off. 2 hours later, on an interstate highway inside an aging pickup truck, Gou Xingdong said to the driver, Old Parker, thank you, Parker. I've traveled from a distant land solely to behold the landscapes of the United States. Old Parker, wearing a cowboy hat, steered with one hand while holding a cigarette in the other. Henry, you shouldn't go to El Paso. It's dangerously chaotic. Drug traffickers, arms smugglers, human traffickers, every kind of outlaw. It's truly not a place to visit. Indeed, Gou Xingdong couldn't even be bothered to invent a pseudonym and simply adopted the old fox's name. As for the vehicle and cash, they now rested securely within his spatial domain. Even tracking devices would prove useless. As they conversed, each introduced their homeland. Gou Xingdong now posed as a traveler from Japan. After all, Westerners rarely distinguish among Asians. By 9 p.m. Near the outskirts of El Paso, the two stood side by side in the pitch dark beside the highway, relieving themselves. Suddenly, Gou Xingdong, belt secured, fired a crossbow bolt at old Parker, then swiftly ended his life with a blade. Wiping his hand on Parker's shirt, he murmured, I'm sorry, Parker, the apocalypse approaches. I cannot bear to watch you suffer, and I fear you might expose my movements. Amen. May God grant you eternal peace. By the way, I'm Jack. Lying to a corpse, that was truly Gou Xingdong. Donning Parker's cowboy hat, he stored the body within his spatial domain and drove toward El Paso. I've arrived in America's infamous city of sin. The next day at noon, Gou Xingdong entered a restaurant run by Asians. Hearing the conversations between the restaurant owner and the staff, confirmed they were Chinese Americans. When it was time to pay, Gou Xingdong tipped an extra $100 and told the waiter that he had a favor to ask of their boss. The waiter took the tip, glanced at him, and walked over to speak quietly with the owner. Soon after, the owner gestured for Gou Xingdong to come over and turned to head towards the kitchen. Gou Xingdong followed him in, and as soon as he entered the kitchen, he was met with 4 or 5 wooden guns pointed at him, one of which was a shotgun. Gou Xingdong's heart raced. Please don't fire the wooden guns, I'm here to offer you benefits. Speak up, who sent you here? Gou Xingdong replied in Chinese, everyone, I just need a favor from you, and of course I will pay a sufficient reward. Really? The chubby man holding the shotgun walked behind him and slammed it against his back before starting to search him. Besides $5,000, he found a car key. There was nothing else. Now tell me what you want.
Gou Xingdong, I want what you have in hand. I need a lot. I will pay you a large sum of money as long as you have the goods.
I have enough money.
Saying this, he pushed the $5,000 to the center of the table. I will come back tomorrow at this time if you agree. Place a cactus at the door.
Otherwise I won't bother you again. Can I leave now?
The owner looked at him a long. Show him out. The waiter who served him earlier led him to the restaurant's entrance and turned back. His pants were almost wet. Claiming he wasn't scared was a lie. At such a close distance, even if he exposed himself, he might not dodge the bullet. The next day he drove to the restaurant across the street and indeed found nothing. Sighing, it seemed he needed to find another way. He definitely needed firearms. Just as he was about to leave after throwing away his cigarette, but he saw along from yesterday placing a cactus at the restaurant's entrance. Damn it, thankfully whether it was a cactus or a ball cactus, both belonged to the cactus family. Thank you. He entered the restaurant and went straight to the kitchen where the same people from yesterday were. The owner waved his hand and along began to massage Gou Xingdong all over. There were no weapons. The owner stood up. Come with me, there's a back door in the kitchen which leads to a small courtyard next to it. He opened the back door and went inside. Inside the room sat three people: an Asian grandmother in her 50s or 60s watching TV and two men in their 30s or 40s. One of them looked very much like the owner and the other appeared to be a Mexican from next door. The owner introduced, "This is my brother and this is Alejandro. Please sit down," the owner's brother said while handing a document bag to Gou Xingdong. Gou Xingdong took it and opened it to find pictures of various firearms from around the world, all marked with prices. Indeed professional. Damn, who would dare to call me a dog in the future? 10 minutes later, after reviewing all the documents, Gou Xingdong said, "Here are the things I need, but there are more things that are not here. Can you get them?" The owner spoke rapidly to Alejandro, but Gou Xingdong understood nothing. The owner said, "As long as what you want is not warships, tanks, fighter jets or missiles, we can get almost anything else." "Good, I like people like you. Please give me a pen and some paper." After receiving the items, Gou Xingdong began to write according to his earlier preparations, handing the paper to the owner 5 minutes later. The owner looked at the paper for a few minutes. "Are you sure you want these? Including the quantities?" "Of course I am sure. I also have enough ability to pay." Then the three of them began to communicate. Gou Xingdong wanted not only a large quantity but also a variety of items. Kokori Nepalese dogleg knife, S37K dagger, Kabar 1217 multipurpose straight knife, Bernard dagger, 50 of each. 1,000 kilograms of TNT divided into 201 kilogram packages, 202 kilogram packages, and the remaining 5 kilogram packages configured with 200 detonators and timing devices. 2,000 grenades, 500 smoke bombs, and 500 flashbangs. 5 signal pistols with 100 signal flares each. HK-USP handguns, Glock 17 handguns, P226 handguns, 100 of each. Classic AK-47 assault rifles, 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, AR-15 rifles, MP5 submachine guns, UZI submachine guns, 300 of each. M870 shotgun, AA-12 shotgun, 100 of each. PKM general purpose machine guns and M240 machine guns, 100 of each. M40A5 sniper rifles, Magnum 300 and Lapua Magnum 338 sniper rifles, 3 of each. 50 RPG-7 rocket launchers. 30 GPNVG-18 4i panoramic night vision goggles and 30 ENVG-B night vision goggles. All handguns with 3 magazines each containing 3,000 rounds of ammunition, rifles with 4 magazines each containing 30,000 rounds of ammunition equipped with scopes, and shotguns with 1,000 rounds of ammunition each. Machine guns each with 5 barrels, 100 metal ammo belts for maximum capacity, along with 2 sets of brackets and 10 automatic loading devices each needing 300,000 rounds of ammunition. Each rocket launcher needs to be equipped with 200 rockets. Each sniper rifle requires 2 sets of accessories and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. What Gou Xingdong desired most was the Fire God Gatling, but unfortunately after inquiring the price and the consumption of bullets were astonishingly high, he simply couldn't afford it. This was already enough to wage a small-scale war. Half an hour later, Alessandro went out to make a phone call and returned 10 minutes later. He spoke a stream of gibberish to his boss. The boss told Gou Xingdong that they had all these items, but it would take a week, totaling $70 million. "I can give you 200 gun bags and waist belts and 100 tactical vests." Such oversight is typical. Gou Xingdong had overlooked these items. "Then I will add 100 sets of bulletproof helmets and vests." The boss replied, "No problem, just add 1 million. Gou Xingdong, buying this much, you can't just throw in some worthless gun bags for free, can you?" The boss, "What do you want then?" Gou Xingdong, 2 tons of Mexican white persimmons, 2 tons of avocados, 2 tons of black cherries, 2 tons of black Mexican dragon fruit, 1 ton each of cranberries and strawberries, and 5 tons each of oranges and watermelons. 1,000 bottles of tequila, that's it. I've never had anything for free, but I've heard of it. It's impossible to survive the apocalypse without nutrition. The boss nodded in agreement. "How will you pay?" "You guys decide." "All right. The boss you first pay a 10 million deposit and will finalize the trading location for everything else in a week cash on delivery.
Gou Xingdong, alright, I can give you the deposit now.
He then went out with the boss leaning against him towards the car across the street. In fact, it was all in the space 10 million in a package. Returning to the room with the money, he threw it on the floor. The Mexican opened the travel bag, glanced at it and flipped through several stacks. Then he nodded in acknowledgement. With such a large transaction, Gou Xingdong was also afraid of being cheated or of paying without receiving the goods, but he had no choice but to take a gamble. On the way back, he called his mother to ask about the villa renovation. Mom, don't worry, it's done according to your wishes. All the walls have a layer of 5 cm steel plates plus a layer of concrete for insulation, cold protection and waterproofing with high temperature resistant materials inside. I don't quite understand either. The basement has been deepened by 1.5 meters, totaling 3.7 meters over 2 layers, and the outermost layer of the walls has been repainted so it doesn't show. All doors and windows are double layered with bulletproof glass, and there's a reinforced steel anti-theft net outside. The main door has 3 layers, with the outermost being the best anti-theft door on the market, the second layer made of steel plates and the innermost crafted as you requested to imitate a ship's watertight door.
All the electrical circuits and pipes have been renovated. Space for solar panels has been reserved and even the roof has been remodeled. Alright Mom, I didn't expect you to actually get it done.
Huma, I don't know much. I asked Dahai to supervise this.
You said to find an out-of-town construction team, and it was Dahai who found a professional team in the Magic City.
After hearing his mother, Gou Xingdong was suddenly at a loss for words. He didn't want an out-of-town construction team because he didn't want anyone to know about his family's situation after the apocalypse, but he overlooked the fact that his mother didn't understand these matters and forgot to remind her of the seriousness of the renovation.
When the apocalypse breaks out, relatives will come seeking refuge. Will they be accepted or not?
He certainly wouldn't agree, but what about his mother? Dahai is his mother's younger brother, making him Gou Xingdong's uncle's son. He is 1 year younger than Gou Xingdong and started working everywhere after graduating from high school.
He has mixed in construction sites, worked at an insurance company, and even served as a nightclub attendant. He's quite a quick-witted person.
After his mother passed away in middle school, his uncle, who was a repairman at an automobile factory, later lost his job and went out of town to fix cars. Dahai stayed at Gou Xingdong's house for schooling until he graduated. Family relations were very good, and as they grew older they all went out to work, gradually growing apart, but the feelings remained. During the years when Gou Xingdong was in the army abroad, he would visit his mother during the holidays, helping out whenever she had a cold or fever. After the apocalypse, communication was cut off and he had only seen him once in the second month. He came to bring his mother 10 pounds of rice and 20 eggs.
After that he never saw him again.
Since you've already gotten involved, I'll give you a chance to hide. After all, it's tough for one person to take care of a mother during the apocalypse. Unless you're Superman, it's almost impossible to manage everything.
He took out his phone and dialed hello. Who is this? It's me, Dahai. What are you doing now? Dong Gu, it's you.
This phone number is so strange. I thought it was another scam call trying to get me to invest in heavy metals or something.
Haha bro, where are you? Gou Xingdong, I'm abroad.
You know, I met some foreigners while working overseas. Later I got to know some suppliers at the supermarket. I connected them and made 2 big deals, earning quite a bit of profit in the middle.
That's why I bought the villa. Dahai, by the way bro, the money for renovating this villa is more expensive than buying the house itself.
It cost over 700,000 while the villa was only 600,000.
It's made like a fortress. Ha ha. To defend against zombies, right? Gou Xingdong, there are no zombies, but there are many people more terrifying than zombies. The apocalypse is an era of chaos in morality, civilization, order and law. Cannibalism.
It really happens in my past life. Gou Xingdong even witnessed a father treating his wife and children as food.
How much longer until my home renovation is complete?
Brother, it's basically finished, just 2 or 3 more days at most.
Alright, once it's done I'll give you a task. Do you have a job right now?
Dahai, with a job there's no time to help out.
Gou Xingdong, alright, I understand.
After it's done you should go to Xinjiang. There's a villa area on Wutong Mountain called a manor, just that one.
It's not selling well right now because it's too remote and no one wants it.
Buying a house will cost around 70 to 80 million. Then follow my villa's design for the renovation. Just remember, it must be better and safer than this one.
Give me an account number and I will transfer the money to you later. Also change the construction team. Find work from other cities, don't use teams from our city. I'll be back in a while. Dahai looking confused, what's going on?
You've really struck it rich.
Alright brother, just watch, I will definitely complete the task. But aren't you going to give your younger brother some smoking money? Ha ha ha. Gou Xingdong, get lost. They'll cover your food, drink and accommodation, giving you 10,000 a month. Also inform your dad to research more about off-road vehicle modifications and maintenance.
I have a boss who might return to the country to start this project. I will introduce him to a job, definitely high salary.
Did you remember everything? I promised to complete the task.
In the United States, Gou Xingdong basically changes his place of residence every day. On the day of the transaction, he received a call from the restaurant owner. The deal is at 10 o'clock tonight on the interstate highway 50 kilometers from the city marked location. Gou Xingdong began to equip himself, fully loading 10 crossbows and keeping them ready to fire at any moment, also preparing a knife. Relying on his speed and strength, which are superior to the ordinary, he could only gamble that the other party wouldn't try to trick him. At 10 o'clock that night, both sides met at the location. He looked at the large truck in front, which was towing a container, quite a lot indeed.
During the transaction it was quick.
Gou Xingdong glanced at the container of firearms and didn't even look at the one filled with fruits. He tossed over 6 large travel bags to the other side.
Gou Xingdong, this is the remaining payment of 63 million. Take a look.
Also next month I will need another batch of goods, even more than this. Will you accept? The three people across from each other exchanged glances and communicated in Mexican Spanish. Gou Xingdong was unaware that he had narrowly escaped a disaster, as the other party originally planned to double-cross him.
Upon hearing of greater profits, they abandoned that idea. It's uncertain who would truly prevail if things escalated. By saying this, Gou Xingdong created a false impression for the other party. He wanted them to see greater benefits to avoid unnecessary trouble. Regardless, the outcome was good.
When asked how Gou Xingdong would take the goods, he pulled out $100,000 from his backpack and drove away with their car. In an instant, the Mexicans exchanged a few words.
"The boss, it's a gift for you. Next time during the transaction I'll give you more freebies." With that, the three of them left in an SUV.
Watching the other party leave, Gou Xingdong pulled out a thick book from his clothing.
Indeed, it's to prevent bullets from hitting him. It's said to have a certain effect. He got into the car and drove to an uninhabited area, heading overnight towards Houston in that original red sedan. 2 days later at the airport, "Henry, how's it going?"
"Hi, Jack. I'm doing well. The doctor said the cancer cells are almost gone.
If I have one more treatment I should be cured." "Gou Xingdong, where's my ship?"
"Henry, it will arrive at your designated location tomorrow with all the gold and generators on it.
Everything will be fine."
"Gou Xingdong, I'll give you a new coordinate. Take the ship to this location and wait for me.
I'll contact you again in a few days. Goodbye."
After hanging up the phone, Henry turned to see a white man in his 40s. "I hope you all succeed." The white man, "Don't worry, since you've spent money, our team has a certain reputation in the mercenary world, you won't be disappointed." After speaking, he walked towards the upper deck with the new coordinates on a piece of paper.
Henry looked at the night sea, not knowing what he was thinking.
"Passengers flying to Japan, please proceed to gate B2 for boarding." Watching the passengers lining up in front, Gou Xingdong, "Little devils, I'm coming, are you ready?"
This economy class is crowded.
If it weren't for the sake of not showing off, I would have preferred the upper class. When it was Gou Xingdong's turn, he instinctively asked if there were still seats available in first class. The staff glanced at the form. "Sir, there's one seat left because a passenger cancelled at the last minute."
"So you're very lucky. Would you like it?"
"Of course.
I really need it."
He paid the additional fee in cash and boarded the plane. Under the guidance of the flight attendant, he arrived at first class. It's really different. For the first time in life, he enjoyed the lifestyle of the wealthy in first class. But in a few months, everything will no longer exist. The radiation from solar flares will cause malfunctions in flying planes, and satellites will be scrapped, let alone planes. I remember on the first day of the apocalypse in my last life, countless planes crashed. It truly was the pinnacle of human aviation disasters. So why does Gou Xingdong still want to buy a helicopter?
The solar flare lasted only minutes, crippling global communications and destroying transmission infrastructure.
After the flare subsided, flight remained possible, but without navigation systems, pilots relied solely on instinct. Short-range helicopter operations were still viable for those familiar with general bearings.
This drastically reduced travel time.
During the apocalypse, Gou Xingdong had even witnessed several People's Republic of China helicopters bearing 5-point stars flying low over the terrain. Throughout the flight attendant attended to him meticulously. In return, Gou Xingdong generously handed her a thick wad of tips. As he disembarked, she voluntarily carried his backpack and slipped him a folded note. Gou Xingdong discarded it immediately upon landing without even glancing at its contents, not because the attendant lacked beauty nor due to any spiritual fastidiousness, but because even an insignificant detail could trigger cascading consequences.
Securing supplies came first.
It was August in Japan, oppressively hot and humid.
At Osaka's coastline, Gou Xingdong examined his tablet.
The port's massive throughput capacity and vast reserves of refined petroleum were invaluable assets.
Centuries ago, Japanese forces had invaded our lands, committing atrocities without restraint.
Now Gou Xingdong would return the favor, not to glorify the nation nor to reclaim honor, but to settle an old score.
He dialed Henry. "Are you there yet?" Henry replied affirmative. "Jack will reach your designated coordinates in a few hours."
But this is Japanese territorial waters, close to shore.
Are you certain there'll be no complications? Rest easy, Henry.
Upon arrival, keep both vessels under power, drifting nearby, not anchored.
I'll arrive tomorrow morning.
He ended the call and tossed the phone into the sea. Then he rented a small Japanese fishing boat piloted by a diminutive Japanese man who spoke rudimentary American English.
After payment, the vessel headed toward international waters.
When still 3 or 4 nautical miles from the coordinates, 2 ships drifted in place. Gou Xingdong delivered a high-voltage taser strike to the captain, followed by a swift lethal neck snap. He shoved the body overboard to feed the fish, then dumped several corpses stored in his spatial ring, including a black dog, into the waves. Switching off the engine, he rowed manually toward the lead vessel. Once alongside the hull, it was time for the grappling hook's finest hour. Without his enhanced physiology and Thomas's brutal training regimen, scaling the ship would have been impossible. He ascended silently from the stern, eased open the watertight door, and entered the living quarters. On the second deck, he found the mess hall empty. Just as he turned to leave, a door opposite swung open, revealing a white male weighing nearly 300 pounds. The stun baton worked flawlessly, even on such bulk. Dragging the unconscious giant into a cabin, Gou Xingdong bound his limbs tightly, gagged his mouth, then fetched a basin of water from the lavatory and doused him. The man awoke, thrashing violently, muffled screams trapped behind the cloth. Gou Xingdong plunged a blade deep into his thigh.
The man convulsed, face crimson, body trembling uncontrollably. Gou Xingdong said, "I ask only once, where is Henry? Nod if you tell the truth. Lie or cry out, and I'll send you straight to God. Will you speak now?" The man nodded frantically.
Gou Xingdong removed the gag.
"Speak. This is your one chance."
"He's in the captain's cabin on the 3rd deck, the door bears his name. 4 armed mercenaries remain aboard, the 2nd vessel carries only crew."
His gaze locked onto Gou Xingdong.
"Every word is true."
Gou Xingdong drove his blade into the man's throat. Blood frothed from his mouth, silence suffocating. "I believe your God has been waiting for you." "I agree."
Wiping the blood from his hands, he retrieved a Glock pistol from his spatial ring, checked the magazine, and fitted a suppressor. Then thoughtfully he added an AK-47 and 2 full magazines. Donning a ballistic vest and tactical rig and securing a combat knife and grenades, he ascended toward the 3rd deck, where a door marked Captain soon came into view. He turned the handle softly, unlocked. He slipped inside.
Empty.
It was a suite, a sitting room, and beyond it a closed bedroom door.
He tried that too, also unlocked, and pushed it open just as water splashed from the adjacent bathroom.
The bathroom door remained shut. Gou Xingdong sat motionless on the bed, eyes fixed upon it. Minutes passed, then a sharp knock echoed from outside. After a pause, footsteps approached. Another knock sounded, closer now, right outside the bedroom. Inside the bathroom, Henry heard it too. The door opened. Wrapped in a towel, he froze, eyes bulging at the sight of Gou Xingdong seated on the bed, pistol leveled. A single shot struck Henry's leg, crashing him to the floor with a guttural cry. The bedroom door burst open. Before the intruder could fully enter, Gou Xingdong fired 2 shots into his upper body. The corpse crumpled to the floor, a handgun still strapped to his waist.
Gou Xingdong aimed at Henry. "You wanted to kill me." And Henry replied, "No.
Jack and the others are my bodyguards, assigned solely to protect me.
Please believe me."
Gou Xingdong demanded, "Are all my belongings accounted for?"
And Henry, gritting through pain, answered, "Everything is yours, exactly as it was."
Gou Xingdong said, "Good. Now you have one chance. Summon everyone aboard the vessel behind us onto this ship. Tell them I'm nearly here, and instruct them to come over in the dinghies. Don't try anything clever, you're out of bullets and I'm faster." He snatched the walkie-talkie from the nightstand and tossed it to Henry. "By the way, in this post-apocalyptic world there are no smartphones or networks. Long-range walkie-talkies reign supreme.
Remember that." Over the walkie-talkie, Henry relayed Gou Xingdong's orders.
Half an hour later, a voice crackled back, "Mr.
Henry, all personnel from the trailing vessel have boarded.
Now issue new instructions. Gather everyone, in this ship and the other, into the dining hall. Tell them we must strategize how to deal with those who'll meet us at dock." 10 minutes later, the walkie-talkie reported, "All personnel have assembled in the dining hall."
And Henry said, "Understood, I'll be there immediately," and switched off the device.
"Mac, trust me, I bear no ill intent. I don't merely seek your aid, I propose we co-found a new empire. You possess miraculous pharmaceuticals, I command influence and connections.
United, our strengths will elevate us to the very apex of this earth." "The apex? The hell you mean?" Gou Xingdong snapped.
"Get up, we're going to the dining hall."
"Not another word."
Gou Xingdong bound Henry's wrists, then walked behind him, his left arm locked around Henry's throat, a live grenade clutched in that hand, while his right pressed a pistol firmly against Henry's spine. The dining hall door stood ajar. As they approached, 24 people turned, some instantly reaching for their weapons. Gunfire erupted, pew pew pew, bodies fell, one man screamed.
Silence. Everyone, now, to the deck.
Yes, you bind them all together with this rope.
One continuous line. Understood.
A black crewman stared stunned at Gou Xingdong.
2 more shots rang out.
The young man died bewildered. I was just a second too slow, and just like that I was gone. Gou Xingdong then pointed to the crewman nearest the doorway. Use this rope, tie them all up.
Now.
The sudden appearance of the rope on the floor left everyone momentarily disoriented.
10 minutes later, every person stood assembled on the aft deck. Gou Xingdong ordered Henry to launch the life rafts into the sea, lower the gangway and direct everyone down onto the rafts. Mr. Jack, I truly mean you no harm. I've no intention of killing you.
I know Henry well, and still I urge you to send now and join them in departure.
I despise repeating myself. Henry limped awkwardly onto a life raft.
2 large rafts were swiftly filled, but several others clung to the side ropes, treading water.
Push off, start rowing now. 5 seconds of hesitation and I open fire.
By then Gou Xingdong had raised his AK-47. The raft surged forward, barely 10 meters away, when the staccato thump-thump-thump of automatic fire tore across the water. Seconds later an explosion roared, then more gunfire. Within minutes dozens of corpses floated silently upon the waves, broken only by wind and tide.
I kill, I don't bury. Complaints. Take them up with God. Though not his first killing, slaughtering so many at once made Gou Xingdong's hands tremble faintly. He flicked away his cigarette, inspected the ship's hold, then deployed a rigid hull inflatable boat onto the sea. 2 hours later he strode along Osaka's coastline, restless energy humming beneath his skin. Never mind, the supplies were secured and his confidence swelled exponentially. Back at the hotel he showered, ate, slept, and didn't rise until evening.
Seated in a quiet corner of a ramen shop he studied a tablet, pondering his next move.
Early the next morning Gou Xingdong wandered aimlessly through Osaka's streets.
By noon he'd exchanged currency with local ethnic Chinese, securing 200,000 in Japanese yen. In the afternoon he rented a car and scoured the city using a detailed map, hunting for vital intelligence.
That evening he visited Yuhane no Yu, a renowned local bathhouse, for exfoliation and massage. He also enjoyed traditional Japanese cuisine, frankly quite delicious.
In this new world Japan would supply seafood, the United States, the elder father, would provide beef and mutton.
Surely as the dutiful son Japan would willingly support an international ally like himself.
The next day I arrived early at the largest Qingkong seafood market, not that I wanted a free purchase. This market is similar to our vegetable markets, with stalls one after another primarily featuring freshly caught seafood with very few frozen options.
Anyway, I had enough money, why save it for the apocalypse?
Upon entering the market Gou Xingdong did not hesitate and approached the market manager to explain his intentions.
I want to buy all the current goods in the market.
The two of them used translation software to understand each other, and Gou Xingdong took out 100,000 yen as a reward for his hard work, but he surprisingly refused. 3 hours later 5 large refrigerated trucks parked at the roadside of the market filled with seafood. Except for a few stall owners who said they needed to reserve seafood for regular customers, Gou Xingdong acquired everything else. This trip cost over 2 million yen, and Little Life really liked his wild father's yen. In the afternoon I did not go out but rested at the hotel. I needed to be energetic for a big task that night. At midnight Gou Xingdong appeared in a Costco supermarket in Osaka, where only a security guard in his 60s easily let him disappear. Looking at the shelves filled with items, Gou Xingdong felt excited. He conducted an indiscriminate raid for an hour, gathering everything, and then followed the map to a frozen food warehouse 30 kilometers away.
This warehouse was much larger than the one in the United States, with Doberman dogs as for beef.
I had never tried it but knew it was expensive. Having experienced the apocalypse, he certainly understood that any food was precious. No one had the right to be picky who could demand freshness, nutrition, or flavor. Of course, it did not exclude those at the top of the pyramid who had conditions. After all, in his past life as a nobody he had almost no sources of information, relying mostly on hearsay. There were over 20 tons of beef, over 10 tons of pork, and a considerable amount of seafood totaling about 50 tons of various crabs, fish, and shellfish. He even discovered over a ton of whale meat. This is worth trying.
Not to mention protecting Earth's biodiversity, the apocalypse almost wiped out the vast majority of flora and fauna.
On the way back to the hotel I also made some free purchases at 2 pharmacies. Many items had Chinese writing on them, and there were numerous traditional Chinese medicine products, all of which were the formulas that were snatched from us back then. In a fit of anger, Gou Xingdong casually burned down a pharmacy, causing quite a commotion at the police station the next day. The incidents that occurred overnight at the supermarket, frozen food warehouse, and pharmacy were utterly absurd. There were virtually no clues. The vast resources in the cold storage and supermarket seemed to have vanished.
This was because there were no traces of large transportation vehicles.
And the most important place:
Osaka port. There were countless shipping containers, food, electronic products, coal, refined oil, crude oil, and more.
For the next 2 days Gou Xingdong was busy buying casually, raiding a hardware and machinery warehouse, acquiring over 50 diesel and gasoline generators, 5 snowplows, various household tools, wires, hydraulic pliers and jacks. These would all be useful later. He bought a plane ticket for 6 o'clock the next day and checked out of the hotel.
After dinner, Gou Xingdong strolled around the downtown area of Osaka.
Suddenly he spotted an adult specialty store.
This was a non-material cultural aspect in the apocalypse. How many actresses in adult films could survive?
He needed to leave some as a souvenir, and with that thought Gou Xingdong stepped inside with a swagger. An hour and a half later the store owner bowed repeatedly at the door, sending Gou Xingdong away while he casually swept a large portion of the store's DVDs regardless of whether they were in demand or not. Inspired, Gou Xingdong also raided 2 anime and figurine stores. He had originally thought about setting fire to the Yasukuni Shrine in Little Japan, but recalling the deeds of his predecessor Liu Chang, Gou Xingdong sighed, feeling inadequate. There was no choice. The security at Little Japan's shrine had improved significantly since then, making it too easy to expose oneself. Anyway, there were only a few months left before the top would be blown off. The high temperatures and heavy floods could almost wipe out most of the population.
At 1 o'clock in the morning, Osaka port was still bustling with workers.
Gou Xingdong first sneaked to the container terminal, weaving through countless gaps between containers, randomly selecting lucky targets, and collected over 300 containers. Don't think this is a lot. A small container ship has several hundred slots, while larger ones can hold 7 or 8,000. These few hundred containers are truly a drop in the ocean unless the staff comes to count them. Then he arrived at a yard for miscellaneous goods where there were heaps of coal, mountains, cement, construction materials, iron or steel plates, various giant tires piled up 3 meters high, and many ordinary tires, coils of rebar, and an overwhelming quantity of steel ingots. Gou Xingdong collected 100 tons of coal, 10 rolls of rebar, 500 bags of cement, 100 tires of various sizes, and 100 steel plates of 16 square meters and 2 centimeters thick, along with 300 other plates of various sizes and thicknesses. Although he had not figured out how to use them yet, it did not prevent him from taking them back to think. Beside was a tall factory warehouse filled with items that needed protection from the rain. Sneaking inside, I found it was indeed a mountain of mountains. Bags of rice and flour, sugar mountains, and 5 machine tools were gathered. Through the gaps in the large wooden crates I saw Japanese and American writing.
This is great, these are all medical equipment.
All 7 large wooden boxes were taken, containing various packaging sizes of rice and flour, 3,000 bags of rice, 1,000 bags of flour, and 200 bags of red and green beans.
300 bags of white sugar in large packaging, 500 boxes of salt.
200 boxes of milk powder, as well as 200 boxes each of toilet paper, sanitary napkins, and paper towels. Various cooking oils, vinegar, soy sauce, and seasonings were also acquired in several tons. Although the supermarket's zero-cost purchase had already gathered a lot, it didn't hurt to stock up more.
You are my little apple, no matter how I love you, it's never too much. Finally I arrived at the oil storage area. Crude oil. Not considering palm oil. No.
I took 30 tanks of diesel from the gasoline tanks.
Time to leave. Leaving a little surprise for my future self.
I finally reached the airport at 5:10. The 6 o'clock flight doesn't wait for anyone. Just 10 minutes after the plane took off, explosions occurred almost simultaneously in the oil tank area, storage yard, and warehouses of Osaka port, resulting in hundreds of casualties and massive pollution, with direct losses exceeding $17 billion.
Investigations later revealed that 9 explosion points used TNT and had timed detonation devices.
Gou Xingdong, I don't have the little boy or fat man, but I still let out my anger.
Back then America dropped the little boy and fat man on Japan in August.
How similar history is this time, it's also August. When I kick the bucket in the future, I'll have the capital to boast in front of my predecessors from Huaxia. Around noon, after stepping out of the Dongdong International Airport in the magical city, Gou Xingdong took a cigarette.
Then he got into a taxi. Sir, where to?
Gou Xingdong, to the Pulley Hotel next to Jingan Temple.
Alright, please fasten your seatbelt.
Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, the doorman opened the car door and Gou Xingdong casually handed him $100. The doorman's eyes nearly split from smiling.
Sir, do you have any luggage? Gou Xingdong, no thank you. He then ignored the doorman and walked straight to the front desk. Hello, how can I assist you?
The beautiful front desk lady warmly inquired.
Gou Xingdong, I would like a suite. Lady, do you have a reservation? Gou Xingdong, no. Alright sir, we have rooms on the 23rd, 25th, and 27th floors. Which one do you prefer?
Gou Xingdong, the 27th floor faces Jingan Temple directly.
This year I'm also 27 years old.
I hope the apocalypse won't come. I hope this is just a dream. Lost in thought, the lady called out, Sir.
Sir. What did you say? Lady, how many days will you be staying? The room rate is 5,988 yuan per day. How many days do you need? Gou Xingdong, let's book 3 days cash. I only have US dollars, is that okay?
Of course we can help with the exchange. With the lady wishing him a pleasant stay, Gou Xingdong turned and walked towards the elevator. Upon entering the room and freshening up, Gou Xingdong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window looking at the nearby Jingan temple, the towering buildings within view and the bustling crowds, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart.
He took out his phone. Mom, I'm back in the country now in Shanghai. How are you doing? The mother and son chatted for about 5 minutes.
In the end, Gou Xingdong persuaded his mother to come to Shanghai because after a few months many things in this world would be gone.
A glimpse of beauty is one less to see.
Mom has worked hard all her life and never had the chance to travel.
This time it's a compensation for her.
The next day, Mom, who put up a temporary closure sign and shut the supermarket door, flying to the magical city in the afternoon.
In the magical city, West Lake City, Shu Region, Dian City, Hong Kong Island in Mount Tai, over the course of a month, Gou Xingdong took his mother to many places to see beautiful scenery and eat delicious food, buying hundreds of portions of her favorite dishes to store. In early October, the mother and son arrived in Shenzhen, where they saw the sea waiting to pick them up at the high-speed rail station. After having a meal, the three of them headed straight to the villa at Wutong Mountain. At the villa, they saw workers still in construction. The villa had 3 floors without a basement, covering an area of over 500 square meters, with the front and back of the house being their own property, and the nearest neighbor was about 50 to 60 meters away. Dahai brother, the house and renovation cost over 90 million, way too expensive. The key is that there aren't many families living in this villa area.
Gou Xingdong insulation and sturdiness need to be reinforced. The electrical and drainage systems must be able to function in extreme cold weather. Additionally, all doors and windows as well as the garage should be sealed from the inside with steel plates and rebar, and a layer of pure steel plate should be added to the main gate and garage for airtightness. Also add electric fireplaces, each room must have one. Go order 30 of those iron stoves we used to have at home that can burn coal and wood and ensure the quality of the exhaust pipes while leaving good ventilation openings. Then dig a big cellar in the garden behind the house, 5 meters deep and 15 meters long and wide. The bigger the better, and the surrounding area should be filled with concrete. Ensure waterproof, moistureproof and heatproof protection, fill it with smokeless coal and finally seal it with steel plates. Plant some flowers and plants at the entrance without leaving traces, remember that.
Brother. What are you trying to do? This is the tropical region of the deep market.
Gou Xingdong looking at the ocean. If you want to treat me as your brother, don't ask, just do as I say.
I will transfer you another 20 million US dollars. You can renovate the house and spend the rest as you wish. Don't you like sports cars? Go buy it yourself.
But you are not allowed to get involved in shady business. You need to enroll in an outdoor survival class. I want to start an outdoor tourism company.
You must study hard. Tell your dad to resign soon.
My friend's car club is about to open, let him wait here and also learn about outdoor activities.
Dahai brother, although I don't quite understand what you want to do, I support you. Don't worry, I will follow your instructions. Gou Xingdong, by the way, Dahai, you have many electronic communication products there.
Help me order 100 of the best walkie-talkies, each with 3 batteries. 50 tablets, 55 terabytes external hard drives and 50 long-range drones with plenty of spare parts. Also rent a large warehouse in the suburbs just for a month. Oranges, mangoes, apples, tangerines, watermelons, durians, prepare at least 300 boxes of each fruit.
Pork, beef, mutton, at least 20 tons of each. Pig trotters, spare ribs and large intestines, 5 tons each. Fat beef rolls, lamb rolls, shrimp balls, all common hot pot ingredients, 100 boxes of each. Chickens, ducks and geese, at least 3,000 of each. Cabbage, sweet potatoes and potatoes, at least 10 tons. For other vegetables you manage at least 5 tons of each. Get a variety, buy more green onions, ginger and garlic. 2 tons of salt and sugar each, and 100 boxes of each type of soy sauce and vinegar. 200 boxes of assorted fruit, canned goods. 100 boxes of hot pot base in various flavors, and you can prepare the dipping sauces. Contact the suppliers to stock these items and have them delivered to that warehouse within 10 days. The specific delivery time will be notified later. I will transfer you another 10 million US dollars. Let me know if that's not enough. Although I don't understand, Dahai has become accustomed to Gou Xingdong's unexpected operations. Refusing to stay in the temporary house rented by Dahai, Gou Xingdong started a 7-day tour of Southeast Asia with his mother. The first stop was Vietnam, the second stop was Malaysia, and they returned to Shenzhen from Singapore. Immediately contact Dahai to start delivering the items in batches at different times from tomorrow. 3 days later, at the entrance to a large warehouse in the suburbs of Shenzhen, Gou Xingdong tossing away a cigarette but turned his car toward the city. He was the only one receiving the items these days, which was really exhausting. He couldn't let Dahai know about the secret of space, at least not in the short term. Don't try to test the hearts of others, it will only disappoint and lead to despair. By the time he reached the city, it was already late. He went directly to his room to sleep without disturbing his mother. After finishing breakfast the next day, Gou Xingdong let his mother move around alone. He found a flying club because he discovered a sightseeing project with helicopters during his travels. Looking at the super luxurious helicopter in his space, he realized that no one would fly it.
He consulted at the club. The tuition was 298,000 for a month, and they would also help him obtain a private license.
Under Gou Xingdong's financial pressure, the other party immediately backed down. 700,000 10 days. As long as Gou Xingdong was willing, he could stay in the air for 24 hours. 10 days later, Gou Xingdong was already proficient in taking off and landing this thing. On the last day of October, mother and son said goodbye to Dahai and boarded a plane to the capital of Huaxia. On the morning of November, the temperature in the capital was already very low, below 10 degrees. Watching the red national flag slowly rise, Gou Xingdong felt quite conflicted. Should I give an early warning to the country? How can I warn without exposing myself? What if I get captured and dissected? Not being a saint doesn't mean I want humanity to go extinct, especially my own kind. When I died in my last life, there was still no sign of the apocalypse ending. What disasters would follow? Who knows? Unable to gather, he went to a cheap restaurant to eat roast duck. He entered the Forbidden City, had afternoon tea, climbed the Great Wall without appreciating the scenery, and discovered that Hohai was just a lake. On the high-speed train home, he looked at the 200 roast ducks, 500 meat pies, 50 pairs of Nielianshang shoes, 100 boxes of Jing 8 delicacies, over 100 servings of stewed food, and hundreds of pounds of tea from Wuyute Zhangyi Yuan in Zhangxingda. Over 200 jars of various salted vegetables from Lu Biju. The most bizarre was the 100 cups of bean juice. Just treat it as an intangible cultural heritage food. Upon returning to Jiangdong City, it was indeed a bit cold outside the carriage. That's how the northern weather is. With just over 2 months to go, he felt a bit scared. Even with so many supplies, he still felt like something was missing. The mother and son went directly to a restaurant for a meal: garlic pork, 5-flour blood sausage with sauerkraut, cumin, lamb, and shrimp with broccoli. The two were very full. Gou Xingdong: boss, do you accept long-term orders? Yes, of course. Whatever you need, just say it. I will definitely ensure quality and quantity. Gou Xingdong picked up the menu and began to sketch. 2 minutes later, he handed the menu to the boss. I don't want what I drew, but for the others, 100 portions each day for 10 consecutive days, each to be packaged individually. I also want 3 fresh fillings: pork and cabbage, mackerel, lamb, and fennel seafood dumplings, vegetarian, 3 fresh beef and scallion, 500 dumplings of each kind every day, pack 20 in a box. Calculating the cost, Gou Xingdong smoked while looking at the now silent boss. Boss, all right, hang on a moment, brother. Wife, quickly come over and do the math on this. After a dozen minutes, brother, I've calculated it for you. The total comes to 732,000. Just give me a round figure, 730,000. Gou Xingdong took out his phone and transferred 1 million to the boss, saying use the rest to buy big crabs, shrimp, and various clams for me. Alright, you can rest assured, brother. I will pick up these seafood all at once in a week, and for the other items, they'll come by every afternoon to collect them. Is there any problem? No, absolutely not. 100% guarantee. After leaving the restaurant, he strolled home slowly without calling a taxi. Mom, is there anything else you like to eat? Let's stock up a bit more now, there really won't be many chances later. Mom, I don't have much, I want to eat, anything is fine. I'm just worried about your uncle and your aunt, how will they manage? Once home, Gou Xingdong lay on the bed but couldn't sleep, pondering how to handle his aunt's family. They had lost contact since the apocalypse began in his past life. Both Dahai and his son can be useful, one is a mechanic and the other runs errands. It's not that his aunt's family is useless, it's just that they have many members. His aunt lives in a nearby county with 2 children, a son and a daughter. Ganggu is a long-distance bus driver. His wife is a kindergarten teacher with a 3-year-old daughter named Tongtong. His younger sister Xiaoya is the same age as Gou Xingdong and works as a doctor in the provincial capital, still unmarried, and her husband is no longer around. 5 people with no worries about food and clothing. The items in the space are enough for generations. More people means more strength, but also more problems. Let's wait and see. On the evening 10 days later. Brother, all the dishes and seafood have been completed. No issues, right? If anything like this comes up again, contact me and I'll give you a discount. I'll give you 10 boxes of beer and 10 boxes of banana soda. Come by to hang out when you have time. After bidding farewell to the restaurant boss, he arrived at his mother's supermarket. Gou Xingdong write down a low price for the supermarket. Why? Mom, there's still over a month left. By then this supermarket will be a bombshell, bringing us a lot of trouble. Someone might rob it, or it could be taken by the authorities as public resources, which would compensate us. Either way, it's troublesome. Mom, alright, I'll listen to you. Gou Xingdong stock up on more cigarettes, high-end ones, and also buy more rice flour, instant noodles, and sausages. Don't forget vegetables, grains, and various canned goods. Gou Xingdong took out his phone and dialed Xiaoya, his aunt's daughter. Hello. What's up? I heard you've struck it rich but didn't invite me to a meal. Gou Xingdong, who told you? Xiaoya, who else? Dahai, of course. It's neither a holiday nor a festival, what's with the call? Hurry up and come to Fengjiang, I want a feast, haha, still the same fiery personality, Xiaoya. Gou Xingdong, alright, no problem. In a few days I'll go to Fengjing to treat you to a big meal, order whatever you like. I have something else I need your help with. Xiaoya, I knew it, you wouldn't come without a reason. Go ahead. Gou Xingdong, I want to open an outdoor club and need a lot of medicine. Can you help me get in touch? Xiaoya, no problem, I'll send you the phone number of a pharmaceutical representative. That guy is the manager's brother-in-law, he's quite capable but a bit shady. No problem, just send me the number. I'll go to Fengjing to see you in a few days. Hello. Is this Mr. Zhang? Yes, who is this? Gou Xingdong, I'm the brother of Sun Xiaoya from Fengjing Hospital, just call me Xiaodong. Here's the thing, I'm preparing to open an outdoor survival club and need some medicine. I wanted to see if you could help. Other party, no problem, I trust the recommendation from Xiaoya. I can't promise anything else, but in Fengjing there's no medicine I Zhang Daju can't get. Gou Xingdong, great, let's add each other as friends on Daishin and I'll send you the details of what I need. No problem. Friend request successful. Gou Xingdong began to send the list of required medicines. Roxithromycin, cephalosporin capsules, norfloxacin, various anti-inflammatory drugs, cold capsules, powders, gastrointestinal medicine, antipyretics, antihypertensives, insect bite creams, various vitamin tablets, frostbite and burn ointments, skin medications, fast-acting heart-saving pills, allergy medications, basically every type of medicine, all 10 boxes including many prescription drugs. Various bandages, disinfectants, iodine splints for fractures, hydrogen peroxide, surgical wound sutures like a stapler and accompanying nails and other items. Single-use syringes, saline solution, medical masks, sterile clothing, blood pressure monitors and a whole bunch of miscellaneous items, even 5 sets of surgical instruments. As for the more complicated anesthetics, after paying a deposit of 1 million, Zhang Daju confirmed it would be no problem with delivery in 3 days to Fengjing. Mom, let's go home and see what we need. You can replenish it when you go shopping tomorrow. The mother and son closed the supermarket door and put up a notice on the glass door that said it was for sale at a low price. 3 days later in Fengjing, at the entrance of the warehouse of the Liaodong pharmaceutical factory, Gou Xingdong and a chubby black man were squatting outside smoking while a sign on the wall behind them read "No open flame smoking prohibited." Brother, are you opening a club or a hospital? With so much stuff, some will expire before you use it. Gou Xingdong, it's fine brother Zhang, I'm opening a company in the south, better to have more on hand than to be caught without it when needed. The goods were loaded and Gou Xingdong drove a rented large truck straight to a construction site where two bosses had a disagreement over some issues halting the construction of a half-finished building. The truck arrived at the back of the construction site where there were no cameras and quickly loaded the pharmaceuticals into the space. After returning the rental truck, Gou Xingdong called a taxi to the west gate of Fengjing Hospital. Great. After waiting for 10 minutes, I saw Xiaoya walking over arm in arm with a woman. Doomsday, you've gotten muscular after 2 years. Do you work out often? Gou Xingdong, no. I drank the happy spring water and went through devil training, of course I would be a bit more built. Xiaoya, this is Lin Wumei, my good friend, good colleague, good classmate and good roommate. I want to take her out for a feast. Gou Xingdong looked at the rather delicate-looking woman and said no problem, very welcome. Upon arrival he realized it was a seafood buffet restaurant costing 668 per person. Gou Xingdong paid for the 3 of them and found a good spot before starting to look for his favorite foods. During the meal he learned that Lin Wumei was also from Jiangdong. Her parents had divorced long ago and now both had their own families, while Lin Wumei was raised by her grandmother. The 3 were the same age. Gou Xingdong was the oldest and Xiaoya was the youngest. However, Xiaoya never called him brother, just Dongsy. Her reasoning was that being born in the same year meant they were the same age. He sensed that Xiaoya was trying to matchmake Gou Xingdong and Lin Wumei, complimenting both of their strengths as if she wanted her classmate to become his sister-in-law. The girl was quiet and spoke little, with fair skin, attractive features and a well-proportioned figure. She was a doctor, and if he didn't know what was going to happen in the future, Gou Xingdong felt he would definitely pursue this little swan. After finishing the meal he sent the 2 women back to their rented apartment, exchanged contact information and agreed to meet again during the new year when they returned to Jiangdong. Xiaoya escorted him downstairs. Dongsy, are you stupid? Can't you tell what I mean? Lin Wumei. Lin Wumei. Good personality, good job and good character. And there's no troublesome mother-in-law. What are you waiting for? Gou Xingdong, I understand what you mean, I just want to start a little club for now and haven't thought about anything else. Xiaoya, what do you mean by life and work not interfering with each other? Don't make excuses for yourself. Gou Xingdong, okay, I understand. Well, meet again during the new year and he'll take the initiative, alright. Upon returning to the Banshan Villa in Jiangdong he learned that someone was willing to take over the supermarket at a low price. Gou Xingdong said he would talk to them tomorrow. Early the next morning mother and son arrived at the supermarket. Gou Xingdong first gathered the important supplies his mother had stockpiled during this time, including rice flour, oil, mineral water, eggs, milk and biscuits. Then he put all the high-end cigarettes into the space, leaving only scattered snacks and a few daily necessities like towels and toothbrushes on the shelves. At 11 in the morning, a thin woman came to discuss the takeover.
After looking around, she asked sister, why are there so many things? Gou Xingdong, I heard my mom say yesterday that you thought the prices were high, so I processed most of it this morning. This way you can ensure the food's shelf life and stock it according to your preferences.
You are sister whose son, right? That's fine.
Since that's the case, I essentially traded for an empty shop with half a year's rent.
50,000. A flat price, what do you think? Gou Xingdong thought to himself, she's even shrewder than me. You drive a hard bargain, but it's okay, there's still a month. I would even agree to give it to you for free. Gou Xingdong, that's too little, sister. At least 80,000.
In the end, they called the original owner back to sign a new contract and continue using the business license. Holding a backpack with 63,000 in cash, his mother complained several times that it was too much of a loss. When they reached the entrance of the agricultural products wholesale market, she said, "Oh dear, there's still a month."
A month. Don't sweat the small stuff, think about the future. Mother, I understand, it's just that it hurts my heart.
Once inside the wholesale market, the two began their shopping spree. 360 eggs in a large box weighing 40 pounds, 200 boxes. 100 boxes of duck and goose eggs. Donggang rice, Panjin rice and Wuchang rice, 200 bags each of 50-pound packaging. 200 bags of various flours, 20 bags each of red beans, green beans and yellow beans. Soybean oil, rapeseed oil, corn oil, peanut oil and olive oil, all the best, 200 boxes of each. 50 boxes each of white sugar, brown sugar, rock candy, table salt and coarse salt, along with various vegetables and fruits. They bought over 5 tons. 500 boxes of large bottled mineral water and 1,000 boxes of 500 milliliters bottles. 2 tons each of pork, beef and lamb, and 200 boxes each of frozen knife fish, mackerel, squid and large shrimp. When paying the deposit, he told these bosses that it was a company welfare and they needed a large batch for the new year, so no one should try to pass off inferior goods as quality ones, and everyone should be ready with the goods by tomorrow morning. The next day, Gou Xingdong drove a rented large truck, hired 6 loaders along the way, loaded the goods and waited at the market pretending he was returning to the company, finishing up by 3 in the afternoon. Looking at the over $40 million and more than 2 million Chinese yuan in the space. No, I must use them quickly, otherwise they will just be worthless paper. There are also 3 tons of gold, I will save that for later. If I can survive the apocalypse, it will be my capital for the future. The space is filled with piles of supplies, various medicines, rice flour, cooking oil, home appliances, generators, seasonings, dried goods, fruits, snacks, bathing products, milk, drinking water, meat, seafood, milk powder, office and study supplies and fitness equipment. Car parts, building materials, furniture, various weapons, clothing, outdoor gear, tobacco, alcohol, tea, inflatable boats, coal, large oil tanks and a bunch of modified vehicles. 2 boats, machine tools, forklifts and furniture. There are also steaming dishes of stir-fried food, dumplings and buns. There is so much food that even 100 people could eat for 10 lifetimes. The key point is that there are still over 300 unopened blind box containers. Back outside, I ordered 200 portions each of various flavors of self-heating rice and noodles online. I contacted the manufacturer to order 1,000 bags of cat litter, 50 boxes of medium and large garbage bags, 100 high-powered flashlights and 50 electric batons. The 10 in that box from the US was just too few. All goods will arrive in 5 days. If I weren't worried about exposure, I would definitely order more. On November 25th, in first class on the flight from Fengjing to Japan, Gou Xingdong was chatting with the flight attendant Xiao Rizi sitting beside him. "Miss Xiaoshu, I sincerely apologize for not finding the piece of paper you gave me.
As compensation, I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Tony, I would be honored. You left a deep impression on me and I have been wanting to meet you again. However, I start my vacation today after getting off the plane. I promised my mother I would help her work for a few days since she hurt her back and my family sells seafood in a small place." Gou Xingdong thought to himself, "Miss me? Meet me.
What the heck, you must be thinking of that $10,000 I gave you last time." Our protagonist Gou Xingdong is now called Tony, yes, the Tony who is everywhere in Huaxia.
However, his identity is that of the boss of an international trading company.
This damn Gou Xingdong is lying, making up stories as he goes. He even believes it himself.
"Xiaoshu, but if you invite me to a movie, I can take the early bus back tomorrow." "Gou Xingdong, that's your choice to get on the bus, don't blame me for not hitting the brakes."
After getting off the plane, the two had dinner and under Gou Xingdong's strong suggestion they skipped a lot of unnecessary procedures and entered a hotel together. In the morning, lying in bed smoking, Gou Xingdong looked at the silhouette in the frosted glass of the shower.
Tisk, I can consider this a form of glory for my country. After multiple postcoital cigarettes, few.
He extinguished the cigarette as teacher Henry burst into the shower. "Xiaoshu, it's all your fault, I can't take the early bus now and my mom will worry."
"Gou Xingdong, no worries, I'll take you to the station, I need to catch a ride." "Xiaoshu, where are you going?" "Gou Xingdong, am heading to Conan's hometown."
"Wow, really?"
"I am going back to Tottori.
They have the finest seafood market in Japan and my mother sells seafood there."
"Gou Xingdong, You can't be serious.
In a few more days I fear that I won't even need the apocalypse. I could just be lying in an Iveco golden cup with the sound of Swana music ringing in my ears.
Gou Xingdong, really? Then it must be our destiny.
The two sat together on the bus heading to Tottori like a pair of lovers. Upon arriving in Tottori he declined the invitation to stay at Xia Shu's home and checked into a hotel. With Xia Shu's help Gou Xingdong acquired a large amount of seafood as well as 5 tons of rice and other agricultural products. During this time Xia Shu visited him twice at night and Tony Go successfully completed his mission with flying colors. When leaving Tottori 5 days later Xia Shu gifted him the necklace she wore around her neck. This time Tony Go did not give her anything in return, only leaving her with a deep kiss. They agreed that he would come to pick her up next year when the cherry blossoms bloom to go to America together. There probably won't be any cherry blossoms blooming in this world again. On the way back he casually tore off the necklace and tossed it far away. Back in Xingdong the tightly wrapped Gou Xingdong found a small Japanese internet cafe refugee. The reward of 300,000 yen made her send the same email to one mailbox for 3 consecutive days. He did his best. Doing more would leave him with nowhere to hide, and this was already a huge risk. Gou Xingdong employed the same tactics again. He destroyed the first-floor window of the bathrooms in 2 large supermarkets and sneaked in at night to continue his $0 shopping spree. He intended to check out Jingdong port again but discovered through a drone that the security here is much stronger than in Osaka, so he had to give up as he couldn't be sure. After a shopping spree in Jingdong he returned to Jiangdong. On December 6, the day after returning home, I took 5 5TB external hard drives to a corner counter in a computer city that specialized in assembling computers. I asked the owner to download all types of ebooks he could find, including mathematics, physics, medicine, postnatal care for SOS, chemistry and history, as well as various songs and all audiovisual content such as domestic and foreign films. Also, spring has arrived, everything is coming back to life, and it is the breeding season for animals, with the air in the mountains filled with the scent of hormones.
Download that too. Is that a wildlife documentary, my friend?
Gou Xingdong, I know, and also Bear Grylls survival skills and mechanical engineering.
I need textbooks from grades 1 to 6, middle school, high school and university. Boss, such people are rare. You should download more resources with simple backgrounds. Boss, simple backgrounds, rare people. How many are there? Gou Xingdong, what do you think? The number of people depends on the director. Boss, oh, I see. I thought it was just one person. Gou Xingdong, one person. What's the point of that? Boss, no, I mean one person with a simple background. Just slicking back their hair, passionately delivering lines to the point of urgency. Motivational stuff. Gou Xingdong really wanted to slap him. Just download everything you can find and categorize it, labeling them on the hard drives. If it's not enough, he'll pay you for another hard drive. Boss, sure, no problem. Just give me your Penguin membership, Langbuchi membership, Wang Bui membership, Jumulama membership, Gulu Gulu membership and AI Bai membership. Gou Xingdong, no way, why would I want those? Boss, you need memberships. To download memberships cost money. Gou Xingdong, you're something else. Just charge it to my account. Boss, alright, that's 100,000. You pay 20,000 first and settle the rest with the final batch. After paying and writing a receipt, I suddenly noticed that they were also selling surveillance cameras at the counter. Gou Xingdong, boss, is this camera good? Boss, of course it's good, but it depends on how you use it. What clarity do you need? The main thing is that many brands are guaranteed, like this Wakong Weisher, which is definitely top-notch. Gou Xingdong, can you install it? Is this easy to sell? Boss, don't underestimate me. Assembling computers is just to make a living. Installing this kind of surveillance is a piece of cake. I'm also one of the notable computer princes in our city. Gou Xingdong, Prince. I see you more as a fatty. Boss, everyone calls me San Pangzi, you can call me that too. If you need surveillance installed, I'll give you a discount. Gou Xingdong, San Pangzi. You can't be surnamed Jean, right? I'm Lulu San Pang. San Pangzi instructed his assistant to download resources simultaneously using 5 computers as per the requirements. He followed Gou Xingdong to the half-mountain garden villa. San Pangzi, bro, this place is pretty good. It's one of the top villas in our small area. Gou Xingdong, let's get to work first, San Pangzi. As you said, with no blind spots and the computer wiring plus the necessary protective measures for long-term use, it'll cost at least 300,000. Gou Xingdong, how long will it take to finish? San Pangzi, 1 week. Gou Xingdong, for each day you finish early, I'll pay you an extra 10,000. For example, if you finish in 6 days, I'll give you 310,000. San Pangzi immediately took his leave, agreeing to start work in the afternoon. Gou Xingdong called Da Hai, how's it going? Have you finished? Da Hai, don't worry, bro. Everything is sorted. Tomorrow we'll start sealing the windows and doors, and the back cellar is being done as you said. Gou Xingdong, you need to contact someone right now to install surveillance at the house, ensuring there are no blind spots and the wiring is durable.
Lay out the wiring first, the cameras don't need to be installed yet. Just pack them up and find a room to store them, prepare a few more cameras and wires.
What about my uncle? Is the money enough? Hi, the money is sufficient. My dad went to a car parts exhibition.
Gou Xingdong, it must be completed with quality and quantity. Make sure to bring back a few good and handy auto repair tools. Bring them back together, and by the latest on the 25th you and my uncle must come to my house.
Remember the 25th.
Gou Xingdong returned home and saw his mother looking troubled, sitting there in a daze.
What's wrong, Mom?
Your dad has passed away. Why didn't you tell me? Gou Xingdong, so there really is no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through.
I was afraid you would overthink it. Gou Xingdong called his aunt. Hello, aunt. Yes, I understand. No problem, my mother told me about it. Well, I haven't received some money these days. On January 1st at 9 in the morning, wait for me at the city square. 200,000 no less. Yes. Wear a hat, it's cold and everyone is bundled up, making it hard to see you. Don't worry, on January 1st at 9 in the morning we will definitely meet. I'll send you off to the Western Paradise first. Upon reaching the first floor I saw my mother making kimbap.
Then I took out my phone and called the restaurant owner from whom I ordered food for 10 days last time.
Gou Xingdong, hello boss, I am the person who ordered food from your place for 10 days, yes. I would like to order some more.
Please note the requirements for the rice balls, salmon, cheese, vegetables, luncheon meat, mixed prawns, egg yolk with meat floss, 200 of each type, daily seafood, sauerkraut pot, pork belly, sauerkraut pot, lamb, sauerkraut pot, 100 portions of each, daily braised beef, daily 100 gene roast chicken, daily 100 pork head meat, daily 100 gene braised pigs, trotters, daily 100 bottled mineral water, daily 100 cases fat boy water and lay by 50 cases of each, daily, all in large bottles. Roasted lamb, beef skewers, tripe, chest prawns, lamb kidneys, scallops, squid, chicken wings, oysters, enoki mushrooms, chili, chicken cartilage, 200 skewers of each, daily, and give me some extra barbecue ingredients. Also prepare a few large barbecue grills for me and bring me 1,000 bags of barbecue charcoal, 500 cases of alcohol blocks. That's all for the 7-day order. You calculate the bill first. I will go to your shop to pay the deposit shortly. After paying the deposit at the restaurant, I went to KFC Golden Arches and ordered 50 family buckets from each place, daily 100 sundaes, 100 ice cream cones, 200 hamburgers, 200 chicken drumsticks, prawn burgers, Big Macs, and 200 portions of fries. The company is holding an event at the end of the year. No delivery is needed, just come to pick up the quantity ordered for a week. For the next week I drove a rented box truck back and forth on various streets. During this time I also acquired 300 boxes of various high-end and medium-end cigarettes through connections. Over 100 boxes of high-end liquor, more than 2,000 boxes of mineral water, and over 500 boxes of milk. I also collected a lot of tea and coffee. The money was dwindling day by day and time was drawing closer. In 10 days 2023 will come to an end, which means the Earth will officially enter countdown mode. Tomorrow the Hai family will return and Gou Xingdong still hasn't figured out what to say, whether to ask them to stay or let things unfold naturally. During dinner my mother mentioned she still had some money and Gou Xingdong told her to buy whatever she liked. There was no need to save even a... His mother subtly hoped that Gou Xingdong would notify or take in his uncle and aunt's families. The outcome was obvious. Mutual support in the apocalypse would greatly increase their chances of survival, making many things easier. Conversely, if someone is greedy or has other intentions, the consequences would be unpredictable and could potentially lead to devastating blows. In the walk-in closet of the master bedroom on the second floor, Gou Xingdong watched the surveillance monitor, noticing that there were quite a few people who had eaten dinner walking around the community. The temperature at the end of the year in the north was already very low, often below zero. However, the people who grew up in this land had already gotten used to it. After the brief radiation damage following the apocalypse, a high temperature mode would immediately kick in. In 3 days it would reach about 50 degrees Celsius and people were completely unprepared. I hope those people will take the emails seriously, though the chances are slim. It's likely that 90% will treat it as a prank. Gou Xingdong had done his best. After all, self-preservation was the most important. Seated on the sofa of the villa at Half Mountain Garden, Hu Weiguo puffed on an expensive cigarette costing 100 yuan per pack, observing the simply practical interior decoration. Dahai exclaimed, Xiaodong, you're doing quite well now, earning a good amount of money. Can't we make the house a bit more luxurious? His laughter echoed. Dahai, Dad, have you forgotten that large villa in the deep city? It's a unique style. I heard the renovation master say it's called a Doomsday theme. Huma, alright, the meal is ready. Let's eat and chat, hurry up and come to the table. Gou Xingdong, Xiaojiu, want a drink? Sure, let's have some white liquor, it would be a shame not to enjoy it with this meal. Pouring a cup of mutai for the uncle, Dahai asked, Bro, aren't you drinking? Gou Xingdong replied, I've quit drinking, you all enjoy. It's been years since I've seen my uncle and my mom is worried about you. I still remember when you took me and Dahai fishing as kids. In the blink of an eye we have both grown up. I raise this cup of water to toast you. Cheers. Hu Weiguo, this liquor is quite good, there's a reason it's expensive. Huma, hurry up and eat, these are all your favorite dishes. Looking at his younger brother whom he hadn't seen in years, he thought of his elder sister in the county. Xiao Jiu, seeing you both grown up makes both your mother and me very happy. You've made something of yourself now, if convenient take Hai along. I don't ask for much, just let him acquire a skill so he won't go hungry in the future. He refuses to learn how to fix cars with me, just wasting time all day.
Don't worry Xiao Jiu, I have it under control.
That evening I suddenly received a call from Sanpengzi saying everything was settled. Even the rarest materials are downloaded for you.
Just come by tomorrow to pick them up. Gou Xingdong suddenly remembered that the surveillance installation was completed, completely forgetting about it.
The next day at noon he went to the computer city to pick up the external hard drive and conveniently bought 10 high-spec computers and 10 all-in-one machines. Although the apocalypse meant no communication or internet, playing a local area network game was still nice, so he had Sanpengzi install quite a few games. He even bought a little Tyrant game console and several game cartridges.
The little Tyrant game console is immensely fun.
It was my favorite in childhood, and he had Sanpengzi deliver it to Half Mountain Garden. In the afternoon Gou Xingdong went to the commercial street alone and bought 2 sets of high-end clothes for his mother, uncle and Hai each. Passing by a sea cucumber specialty store he was called out. It turned out to be his middle school classmate Wang Lily, and he thought of stocking up on some nutritional supplements for his mother and uncle.
Lily, what does your classmate do? How come he has so much money?
All the mid to high-end sea cucumbers, shark fins and birds' nests in our store have been bought out by him.
Over 2 million yuan, and he didn't even bargain. Wang Lily, how would I know?
It's just a middle school classmate, we weren't close and haven't seen or contacted each other in years.
After leaving, Gou Xingdong visited several more stores acquiring all sorts of high-end supplements including sea cucumbers, dried abalone, deer antlers and scallops.
In the end he had one of the shop owners deliver the goods to his home. After all, he couldn't openly expose his space and he only had 2 hands. He also went to several traditional Chinese medicine shops buying various commonly used and good medicinal materials as well as finished medicines. In the future you won't be able to buy these with money, especially after receiving 2 wild ginseng roots which cost over 5 million Chinese yuan. Upon arriving home he found the house filled with items delivered by Sanpengzi and the sea cucumber shop owner. It's peculiar that Gou Xingdong lives in a large villa but doesn't buy a car. The car in the space can't be taken out to drive.
It seems he needs to buy a vehicle for transportation tomorrow.
With the help of his uncle, the 3 of them quickly finished moving. Everyone was happy to see the clothes Gou Xingdong bought, as the new year was approaching and wearing new clothes was a good omen. During dinner my mother and uncle reminisced about their childhood. Gou Xingdong understood that his mother was hinting at how to deal with his aunt's family.
After the meal Dazai mentioned he was going out to have fun with friends.
While my mother and uncle were watching TV, Gou Xingdong returned to his room to check what items were still needed in his space-time waits for no one. After Gou Xingdong died in the extreme cold of the 3rd year, he wasn't sure how long it had been he needed to prepare more coal fuel. He searched online for several local merchants. He ordered 100,000 blocks of honeycomb coal, 20 heating stoves and 30 tons of smokeless coal. They agreed to pick up the goods the day after tomorrow. Thankfully it was winter where they might not have had so much stock. At that moment someone knocked on the door and my mother came in to sit by the bed.
What do you think about your aunt's family?
I know you've endured the severe hardships of your past life, making it hard for you to trust others. Even if they don't come to join us in overcoming difficulties, you should at least remind them to be prepared. You often visited your aunt's house when you were a child, you know how they treated you.
There's not much time left, what do you think we should do?
Gou Xingdong replied, Mom, don't worry. Let me think about how to talk to them. I will definitely give you a response by tomorrow at the latest.
Don't save any money, take your uncle with you these days. You two should spend all the money, buy whatever you want.
No need to buy alcohol, I still have plenty in my space, foreign wine, red wine and beer that your uncle wouldn't finish in 10 lifetimes. You two should go buy some common medicine, cigarettes and good underwear tomorrow. Saying this he transferred 2 million huaxia coins to his mother. Gou Xingdong stared at the computer in a daze, pondering how to handle his aunt's family. After lighting a cigarette he called brother Xiaojiang.
Dongzi, what's up?
Gou Xingdong replied, brother, with the new year approaching I just wanted to give you a call to check in.
How's your aunt?
How are your sister-in-law and Tongtong?
Xiaojiang responded, they're all fine, your aunt is doing well too.
Gou Xingdong continued, my mother is in good health, my uncle and Dazai are at my home preparing to celebrate the new year together.
How are you planning to celebrate the new year? Where will it be?
Xiaojiang replied, your sister-in-law's parents are no longer around, it happened earlier this month. They both passed away due to coal gas poisoning. I'm planning for your aunt and Xiaoya to spend the new year at my house this year.
Don't mention this to anyone, I haven't told them yet, I'll discuss it later. Oh, okay, I got it.
I'll send you some money for your sister-in-law later.
Also, I wanted to mention that I've recently met a foreign professor while working abroad.
He specializes in studying climate, stars and the universe. I don't quite understand what he does specifically.
He mentioned that there has been unusual solar activity lately which could be problematic.
He advised us to prepare some anti-radiation clothing and told us to avoid going out for several days around the new year to prevent direct sunlight exposure.
We should stockpile more food, water, and medicine.
The professor even bought half a year's worth of food and water to keep at home. Our boss took it a step further, converting his basement into a shelter and stockpiling food, water, and other supplies for several years. I think it's better to believe there's something than to believe there's nothing.
I've also prepared some supplies. You should do the same. It's better to be safe than sorry. Haha, don't joke with me. How could it be so serious that one can even predict solar issues?
Gou Xingdong replied, brother, I'm not joking.
If you don't believe me, ask Dazai. I've prepared quite a bit. Xiao Jiang replied, alright, I understand. I'm currently delivering goods in Fengjing and will return home with Xiaoya for the new year tomorrow.
There's plenty of food at home, we won't run out in a year. I'm preparing more water and letting Xiaoya gather some medicine, so don't worry. Gou Xingdong said, make sure to prepare more water. What if the water becomes undrinkable due to solar radiation?
Prepare more.
Xiao Jiang replied, don't worry, I'll keep that in mind.
Alright, I have to unload the goods now. Call me if anything comes up, let's stay in touch.
The rest lies in the hands of fate. I have already made my reminders clear to brother Xiao Jiang.
Huma, that's good, it eases my mind a bit. Tomorrow I will go shopping with your uncle, let Daho tag along. There are too many items and I fear I won't be able to carry them all.
Gou Xingdong left his mother's room and began checking the supplies in his space, taking a few sips of the joyful spring water. Upon waking up the next day and arriving on the first floor, he found the house empty. It seemed his mother and the others had already gone out shopping. He called for a ride and headed straight to Car Street. In the end, he bought a Toyota four-wheel drive off-road vehicle which has a great reputation in Africa, suitable for the upcoming high temperatures. He also had the technician carry out some simple reinforcements and sun protection modifications, equipping it with 6 top-quality high-temperature resistant tires.
The salesman even asked the boss if he was heading to Africa.
He drove to the appliance city, purchasing 10 of the best freezers and large-capacity refrigerators, and arranged for 20 air coolers to be picked up tomorrow, telling the salesperson that the refrigerators would be discounted in winter as they were used for year-end benefits by the unit. He then went to the supermarket, buying a variety of foods. On his third trip, his mother and the others came back and placed their purchases in the basement.
Uncle, are you planning to stay indoors for a year with all these purchases? Did you buy a car?
What about the things in the garage?
Gou Xingdong thought to himself that his elder was indeed observant. He had put everything away in his warehouse in the city.
In the following days, he received the reserved coal and freezers, spending the rest of the time shopping every day. His mother also took Uncle and Dahu out shopping every day. Looking at the items in his space neatly categorized and automatically arranged, he felt a bit more assured.
Xiaoya, has your brother prepared everything?
I have prepared it. Who told you about it? Let me tell you, I spent a lot of money stockpiling supplies. If the information is incorrect, you must reimburse me, haha. By the way, Lin Wumei is spending the new year at my house. Her grandma went to her dad's place for the new year, and since she didn't want to go, I brought her back.
We should meet and create an opportunity for you. Gou Xingdong, let's talk after the new year. There are only 2 days left until the new year.
I still have some things to finish, and once I'm done, I'll arrange to meet you. Also, take the solar radiation seriously, don't mention it to others. Remember, do not expose yourself directly to the sun.
If nothing happens, I will reimburse you for all expenses and treat you to a feast.
How's that for being generous?
Xiaoya, got it, you know how to be sensible.
Do you want to say a few words to Lin Wumei?
Gou Xingdong, no need, we aren't familiar yet, well, take it slow.
He looked at the balance in his account, still having some left, and put on his coat to go out. He went to the best local bathing center, Honglingman, and as a VIP on the upper floor, Gou Xingdong basically went through all the services: scrubbing, cupping, and salt milk bath. While resting in the second floor lounge during his massage, he spotted a familiar face: Boss Wang, the real estate mogul who had provided the initial funding.
Coincidentally, he was lying on the lounge chair next to Gou Xingdong, also receiving a massage.
This guy is truly not a good person. He was getting handsy with the young lady who was giving massages. He ordered the most expensive tea, savoring a foot massage. Gou Xingdong truly wished to live like this every day. He called his mother, inviting the whole family to join him at the bathing center.
VIP, please take your time, we welcome you to visit again.
Upon exiting the bathing center, Daho said, brother, this is my first time in such a luxurious bathing center. It feels so good, but it's so expensive. Just scrubbing the back costs 98.
Uncle, it seems you've also indulged. What else did you do? Drink red wine? Dahu, dad. You also had your feet done in cupping.
Huma, hurry and go eat, don't make your dad angry, ha. Gou Xingdong took them to a restaurant he had reserved in advance and ordered 10 dishes. On December 31, 2023, the last day of the year, light snow began to fall from the sky. Some people were busy shopping, some were gathering with friends, and of course others were working overtime, holding their positions steadfastly. Early in the morning, Gou Xingdong ran into an old neighbor, Zhang Guodong, who lived in the Hongqing community.
Although they did not reside in the same building, both families had been longtime residents.
Having lived in the same small community for over a decade, they often met each other, leading to a gradual familiarity. Zhang Guodong, now 39, is a deputy director with 2 stripes and 2 beans, serving as the captain of a special police unit in a district of Jiangdong City. His wife works as a head nurse at the city hospital, and they have a boy in elementary school. Their family is happy. Both spouses have decent salaries, making them a stable middle-class family in this small place called Jiangdong City. He is a good person, always ready to help neighbors in need, earning a great reputation. Once, when a barbecue shop at the entrance of the community was vandalized by a few drunken punks, he stepped in and resolved the situation, ensuring the perpetrators compensated the barbecue shop for the damages. The barbecue shop owner invited him to dinner, but he declined all offers of gifts or favors. Gou Xingdong parked his car by the roadside and walked over to Zhang Guodong, asking, "Captain Zhang, are you on duty?"
Zhang Guodong replied, "Oh, it's you, kid.
I heard your family moved. Your mother quit her job and opened a supermarket.
Where did you move to?
You didn't even tell me. After all these years as neighbors, you didn't invite us over for a housewarming feast." Gou Xingdong thought to himself, in this small place everyone knows everyone. If something happens, it won't take long for people to find out without any promotion from him. Hey, you're such a big leader and you still care about me inviting you over.
We moved to Banshanuan.
My mother ran that small supermarket for a few months but ended up transferring it because it wasn't profitable and even lost a bit. I just want her to enjoy her life at home.
How about your wife and child?
Zhang Guodong replied, "I'm on duty today. I'll pick up your sister-in-law directly after I finish work tomorrow morning. She's on the night shift and the child went out to play with classmates."
That's impressive. Both of you are serving the people. Alright, I won't hold you up from your work.
I still need to buy some things. When you have time, give me a call and I'll treat you and your sister-in-law to that housewarming feast.
Sure, if there's anything I can help with, just call me.
Hurry up today, there are people everywhere. After bidding farewell to Zhang Guodong, Gou Xingdong drove straight to the commercial street. Who's that driving a nearly $1 million SUV?
Definitely a wealthy person.
Zhang Guodong remarked, "He's the son of an old neighbor. We've known each other for many years. This kid went to work abroad after serving in the military, then returned and worked as a driver at the supermarket. It's been over half a year since I last saw him. I wonder how he got rich and bought a big villa. People can rise and fall, who knows when luck will strike.
He's a decent guy, a pretty honest young man."
Gou Xingdong arrived at the commercial street, observing the bustling crowd on the pedestrian street.
Tomorrow will mark the end, the moment when all prosperity fades.
I do not possess such great abilities to save so many people. I hope you all spend today with your families, at least facing the coming apocalypse together tomorrow. He bought window decorations and some festive items, then saw a vendor selling candied hawthorns. Gou Xingdong bought out 3 stalls, acquiring hundreds of various candied hawthorns, and also purchased dozens of boxes of tang yuan and yuan chow. On the way back, he took a detour to the entrance of the community where he had lived for over a decade, visiting his old elementary school, middle school, high school, and the riverside park, taking hundreds of photos on his phone as mementos.
He returned home around 5 o'clock and it was already dark outside.
The dining table was adorned with 16 different dishes that made one salivate. It was truly a feast. This was suggested by Gou Xingdong, and his mother understood his intentions. In a time of peace and prosperity with songs and dances, the vibrant nightlife would soon be lost to history after tonight. Nothing could be changed, but at least a beautiful memory could be left behind. While eating, they watched the New Year's Eve gala that they hadn't seen in years, sharing laughter among the 4 of them. His mother even made a video call to his aunt's family, chatting away for nearly an hour. Gou Xingdong understood that his mother was likely afraid she would never have the chance to see her loved ones again, and she was striving to remember all the beautiful moments. The humorous Xiaoya also introduced Lin Wumei to his mother with great fanfare, and Gou Xingdong reminded the siblings not to go out starting tomorrow, urging them to remember his words. His mother chimed in, saying, "Be careful, a moment's carelessness can lead to disaster."
After dinner, at Gou Xingdong's suggestion, the 4 of them played mahjong.
His mother had incredible luck today, defeating the 3 men without mercy.
After midnight, the elderly were tired and told them to rest.
Daho wanted to go out to play but was stopped by Gou Xingdong. The 2 of them sat on the sofa in the living room, drinking tea and chatting until around 2 in the morning, when Dahu went to sleep. Gou Xingdong sat alone on the sofa, smoking one cigarette after another, and around 5 in the morning he got dressed and went to the yard. He breathed deeply, feeling the cold air enter his body, which was quite uncomfortable. After circling the villa a few times, he returned inside. Gou Xingdong began to make breakfast, and by 6 o'clock his mother woke up and saw him cooking, coming over to help.
"Mom, don't worry. What is meant to come will come. Keep a calm mindset. Remember not to be soft-hearted and don't trust others easily. The fact that we can survive is the greatest happiness.
I've prepared enough supplies for us for 10 lifetimes as long as we are together. That is better than anything else. I didn't take care of you well in my past life, but I won't make that mistake this time. After surviving nearly 6 tough years, I am quite confident this time.
Why don't you take a walk around the entrance? After breakfast, let's not leave the house.
I don't know how long the radiation lasts, I've heard it's only for a few minutes.
Safety first. I decide we won't go out for a week. Hurry up and come back.
In less than half an hour his mother returned.
Quick Donzi, get a dry towel.
While speaking she opened her coat and pulled out something indiscernible.
Gou Xingdong, what is it?
Mother, when I was nearing the front of the row of villas I saw an old lady throwing something into the trash.
Then I heard a sound. When I went over, it was a puppy.
It reminded me of the dog we had when I was young, so I picked it up.
Gou Xingdong, you're too soft-hearted. Gou Xingdong brought a towel. His mother dried the puppy off and used a hairdryer for a while.
Gou Xingdong took out a puppy bed, a small milk bottle, a pack of puppy pads and some puppy formula from his storage. Mom, do we have a thin syringe and some goat milk powder?
Gou Xingdong, yes, we have everything.
He found the items his mother requested and looked at the whimpering puppy, which was black and of an unknown breed.
He woke up his uncle Dahu and the family gathered for a meal.
His uncle approached with a bun, looking at the puppy, which appeared to be a small wolf dog like a German shepherd.
The puppy hadn't opened its eyes yet and was probably just a few days old. Dahu asked, what's its name?
Mother.
Lai Fu.
After finishing breakfast around 7, Gou Xingdong instructed Dahu to turn off the main power switch to the solar panel line and lock all the doors and windows. Having not slept all night, Gou Xingdong took the whole family and the puppy to the basement, ensuring the door between the basement and the first floor was secured. Near the basement he also called his aunt, saying, let's meet at 9. He took out the protective suits he had prepared in advance and handed them out.
Daho looked confused and his uncle asked what was going on.
Gou Xingdong briefly explained what he had said to brother Xiaojiang, then put on his full protective suit. Everyone sat on the sofa and stools looking at each other in silence. Even if they spoke, it was hard to hear through the protective suit's hood. Even the puppy Lai Fu was covered with a piece of protective clothing.
9 o'clock. January 1st, 3024. Gou Xingdong, hiding in the underground of Villa A07 in Banshanuan, Jiangdong City, breathed rapidly in his protective suit.
Although transformed by the joy spring water, he still felt uncomfortable all over, breaking out in a cold sweat. The other 3 people quietly watched him as Gou Xingdong stood up and turned on one of the 3 standing air conditioners in the basement, adjusting it to a cooling temperature of 26 degrees.
On January 3rd, everyone finally took off their protective suits.
They watched the sea playfully teasing Lai Fu, who had just opened his eyes. His uncle was wearing a t-shirt, smoking a cigarette. His mother was checking the food in the 3 large freezers and refrigerator in the basement. She watched Gou Xingdong walk out of the shower sitting bare-chested on a chair.
Uncle Donzi, how do you know? What will happen to the people outside? How serious is it? When can we return to normal?
Gou Xingdong, uncle, I prepared based on what that foreign professor said. I can't answer any other questions because I also don't know if it will really be like this. I just prepared with a mindset of prioritizing safety.
Moreover, we can see what the situation is outside. It's definitely much warmer now.
With such a large air conditioner set to a cooling temperature of 20 degrees, we still feel just right in the basement. I estimate it's at least over 40 degrees outside.
Mother, I wonder how your aunt and the others are doing. The phone can't get through.
The internet is down too. I haven't even wished my girlfriend a happy new year.
When did you get a girlfriend? Both mother and uncle asked simultaneously. Where is she from? How old is she? What does she do? I met her when my brother was renovating a house in Deep City. She's my landlord's daughter. Oh my sports car.
Brother, it can't get sunburned, right? Gou Xingdong, you seem to care more about your car than the situation. Let's focus on getting through this safely first.
Lai Fu can already crawl now and loves his mother the most.
He always crawls to her side, eating several meals a day.
Mother, do you have any vaccines for small dogs? Gou Xingdong, I really don't have any. However, there's plenty of dog food and canned dog food, all foreign goods. Tomorrow will be the 7th day we can finally go out. Then I'll find an opportunity to go to the pet store and see if I can get some.
In the capital of Huaxia, buried in an underground shelter. Chairman, the surface is now safe with all radiation tests completely normal. However, the temperature remains high with the possibility of further increases. Furthermore, all satellites and communication stations have malfunctioned. We can only communicate via walkie-talkies and have lost contact with all provinces and cities, according to reports from the dispatched special forces. The situation outside is very dire. Many people have already died. Many stores, supermarkets and pharmacies have been violently opened by citizens who have run out of supplies and lack water. There have also been numerous fires which can only be left to extinguish naturally. The overall situation is extremely poor. An elderly man sitting at the end of a long conference table looking at the surveillance screen showing various scenes remains silent while chain smoking. Many of the people present are figures often seen on television quietly conversing with one another. A robust elderly man with 2 gold stars on his shoulder. What are the meteorological department and the observatory doing? Did they not notice anything at all?
What use are you? A middle-aged man in a white shirt. Your military also has relevant units. Didn't they notice either? This is a sudden event no one in the world could have known in advance. Just as that general was about to speak, another elderly man with white hair and glasses interjected. Someone really did know in advance. The elderly man seated at the far end immediately responded, "What do you mean?" The bespectacled elder replied, "Indeed, someone alerted our meteorological department 1 month ago. I no longer recall the exact date. At the time, the sender had sent 3 consecutive emails clearly forecasting the approximate timing of intense solar flare radiation. Their prediction aligned remarkably with the actual event. The emails also stated that temperatures would rise sharply following the radiation and outlined its cascading consequences, including a sequence of subsequent disasters with approximate timelines. We initially dismissed it as a prank, for our IP trace indicated the messages originated from Japan. We assumed they were the work of some internet troll and conducted no further investigation. None of the world's meteorological agencies had anticipated this event." The senior official said, "There is no need for self-reproach. After all, we receive countless such messages every year." What else did the email contain? Mr. Chairman, it also predicted approximately 1 year of extreme heat followed by 2 years of catastrophic flooding and then a prolonged period of severe cold. It did not specify when this sequence would conclude, only urging us to prepare preventive measures and stockpile essential supplies while earnestly imploring us to take the warning seriously and safeguard every citizen of China. The chairman said, "Internet and telecommunications infrastructure have already collapsed. Our top priority now is minimizing immediate losses. The military, except for personnel required for critical defense, must deploy all available forces to rescue operations and protect vital resources. Any individuals attempting illicit acts will be dealt with severely and without leniency. Furthermore, establish contact with other regions immediately to disseminate this directive to astronomical observatories, meteorological departments and all related agencies. These departments must urgently analyze future developments. Medical services must stand ready, saving as many lives as possible, prioritizing the elderly, children and pregnant women. Logistics and support units must coordinate fully and without delay. Everyone, absolutely everyone, must remember anyone who exploits this natural calamity to commit human-made harm or who dare seize what does not belong to them will be punished without exception. No status or position grants immunity, there will be 0 exceptions. This is not ordinary times. If the email's predictions prove true, this is not merely a catastrophe for China's people, it threatens the very survival of humanity worldwide. Mobilize immediately. Protecting the people of China is our foremost mission. China shall prevail. Altogether, China shall prevail. China shall prevail." The vast machinery of the People's Republic of China swiftly sprang into motion. Though it failed to prevent the initial disaster, this time it possessed crucial foreknowledge of what lay ahead. A single email from Gou Xingdong saved countless lives in China. On the night of the 7th day, Gou Xingdong, dressed in a protective suit, unsealed the airtight door between the basement and the first floor. He checked the radiation monitors. Each reading fell well within safe parameters, then opened the windows and doors with Haida. Stepping outside alone, Gou Xingdong, still sealed inside his protective suit, was drenched in sweat. After verifying once more that all readings remained normal, he swiftly removed the suit. Back indoors, he instructed Haida to inspect the power supply. External electricity remained functional. He activated the villa's air conditioning. Within 15 minutes, indoor temperature stabilized, and only then did he escort his mother and others up from the basement. Having showered, Gou Xingdong and Haida sat on the sofa smoking. His uncle inventoried all household provisions and inspected food stored in refrigerators and freezers, while Lai Fu stood upright, wagging his tail eagerly as he followed Gou's mother throughout the house. At dawn, the group gathered around the table for breakfast. Except for Gou Xingdong, the other 3 radiated the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped death. Even Lai Fu darted joyfully about the rooms. Gou Xingdong suddenly declared, "This is only the beginning." "Is this just the beginning?" "Dazai, what do you mean?" "Gou Xingdong, it means literally what it says." "Did you think it was over?" "That foreign professor said that if a solar flare really erupts, various disasters will follow one after another and will last for a long time. It will be impossible for at least 3 to 5 years for things to improve. Perhaps other natural disasters will also arise. I can't exactly tell you that I was in the apocalypse for nearly 6 years and was beaten to death over a meal, can I? I can only slowly leak the information to you. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment." "Xiaojiu, so what should we do? If Dongzi really takes a long time, we might starve to death without even needing heaven's help. You have prepared quite a lot, but the 4 of us can consume it all in about 6 months. Especially when it comes to water, we may not even last 3 months. I see that there is still tap water available now, but if this weather continues, it won't be long before we run out of water. Urge, quickly find all the containers at your home that can hold water. We need to prepare more now." "Dazai, 4.5. What do you mean by 4.5? "The 4 people you just mentioned. There is also Lai Fu, so he should count as half." Xiaojiu, what are you worried about at this time? Hurry up and help your aunt find something to store water in. Xiaojiu, you don't need to worry too much. I have hidden some supplies elsewhere, including rice flour water and daily necessities. There won't be any problems within half a year. But we can't just eat and wait to die. Also, if nearby people find out we can't go out looking for supply, over time we will attract attention as they might think we don't lack food and water. If there are any ill-intentioned people, we will be in great danger. So what do you suggest, Dongzi? We will follow your lead. Gou Xingdong, first both you and Dazai need to exercise more. There are treadmills and such on the first floor. Only when your bodies are strong will you have a better chance of survival. I will go out tonight to check the situation outside. I can handle it alone. You two and my mother stay home and don't go out. No matter who comes, do not open the door. Do not harbor ill intentions, but be cautious. When there is no food or water, people will become wild beasts. Remember, none of us can be excessively kind. Your kindness could become a weapon that harms you and your loved ones. Xiaojiu, don't worry, I understand your meaning. I just wonder how your aunt and the others are doing. Alright, I'm going to take a nap, I need to go out tonight. At around 11 at night, the temperature outside is still over 40 degrees. Standing still, you will quickly be drenched, just like being in a sauna. In the living room on the first floor, Dazai is keeping an eye on the air conditioning. Don't let one air conditioner run endlessly, frequently switch between them to avoid overloading. Don't worry, I got it. Gou Xingdong then gave Xiaojiu and Dazai each a dagger and an electric baton, also teaching them how to use the walkie-talkie. Remember, strike first to gain the upper hand. Those who hesitate will suffer. If anything seems off, act. Never hold back. Xiaojiu, is it that serious? Gou Xingdong, it's much more serious than you think. Bro, how about I go with you? We can look out for each other. That's right, Dongzi, let Dazai go with you. Gou Xingdong, Dazai, stay home and take care of the two elders. I will drive out to check the situation outside and will return soon. The walkie-talkie has a large range, it works well within dozens of kilometers. If anything happens, contact me immediately. Gou Xingdong slowly drove out of the garage, glancing at the ocean as he closed the garage door, then gradually made his way out of the villa area. Without turning on the headlights, he moved forward under the faint moonlight, noticing that many homes in the Banshan were still lit. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he found there were no security guards on duty. The barrier had been damaged and was lying on the ground. Gou Xingdong first went to the municipal office building, where he saw several police cars with flashing lights and a few officers sitting inside. Despite the severity of the sudden situation, government departments were still operating, which was good news. At least for the time being, society remained relatively stable and safe. Next, he went to the largest hospital in the city, where the situation was not as good. Fully armed police were maintaining order, and despite it being midnight, countless people were still lined up outside the hospital. Cars were continuously coming and going, indicating that many people were experiencing health issues. Gou Xingdong knew that within a few days, those who were outside, even if not directly exposed to the sun, would gradually start to perish. Gou Xingdong continued driving around, observing, and saw a small convenience store still open, so he went inside. He asked the owner for a bottle of mineral water and a pack of instant noodles. Gou Xingdong wanted to gauge the current scarcity of supplies. The owner replied, the instant noodles are 10 yuan and the small bottle of mineral water is 20. Gou Xingdong exclaimed, is it that expensive? The owner replied, expensive. Let me be honest with you, I can't even get stock right now. It's cash only, there's no internet and mobile payments don't work. Gou Xingdong handed the owner a cigarette, asking about the recent situation. Do you have any news? I haven't dared to go out for several days and my family's food supply is running low. I came out to see because the temperature is a bit lower at night, but I can't get online or make calls, the owner said. Brother, I think the situation is very serious. This month the nights have been 40 to 50 degrees and the days 60 to 70 degrees. It's almost like a desert in Africa. Moreover, I know that on the first of the month many people exposed to the sun died and many others are unlikely to survive. The crematorium has been working non-stop 24 hours a day. Now, aside from electricity being normal, everything else is basically non-functional. Store up more water at home. If it continues like this, the reservoir will run dry soon. How do you know that being exposed to the sun can be deadly? Gou Xingdong asked. The owner replied, on the first day I was resting at home. The couple from across the street went out in the morning and returned at noon. By the afternoon an ambulance took them away covered with a white cloth. Got it. Later I learned that many who went out that morning didn't survive the night. A lot of others were feeling dizzy, palpitating and nauseous. Some were still being resuscitated when they reached the hospital, while others died within a couple of days. The wife of old Zhang, who sells fruit next door, passed away before she could even enter the hospital after waiting in line. In the past few days, the neighborhood community has been using loudspeakers to announce that it is solar radiation and anyone experiencing symptoms should go to the hospital. The ambulances are too busy to come and pick anyone up. Now the radiation has ceased so everyone can rest easy.
They advise taking precautions against heat stroke and drinking more water.
People are asking when the temperature will return to normal, but asking is pointless, nobody knows. So now most people are only going out at night to buy things, especially water.
Gou Xingdong handed over 100 yuan and symbolically took a few more bottles of water.
On the way home he could still see people driving, biking and walking towards the hospital.
Gou Xingdong thought this is just the beginning. After a while various supplies will start to run out.
Gradually some people will start having ulterior motives and chaos will begin.
Upon returning home and reaching the entrance of the community, I saw a white sedan rushing out, heading straight toward the city, almost colliding with another vehicle.
They must be heading to the hospital.
Ignoring the curses hurled at him, Gou Xingdong remained unfazed. People tend to be irritable during such times. His idea was to live low-key. It was almost dawn when I got home and I could feel the temperature rising rapidly. While having breakfast I briefly mentioned the situation outside and it was clear that everyone's thoughts were different. My mother was somewhat worried, but she knew a few things and was aware that her son had prepared supplies for the future, which gave her some confidence.
My uncle was confused, not knowing what to do. Dahai was completely carefree, thinking about playing video games while eating.
Back in my room I took out 2 Glock handguns, 4 magazines and over 100 bullets from my storage space, initially intending to give them to my uncle and Dahai.
After thinking it over I decided against it.
The situation outside was relatively stable and it would only make my uncle overly anxious.
Dahai's temperament was still unstable. I would wait.
At that moment my mother suddenly walked in holding Laifu. Seeing my mother I didn't hide anything and continued to load the magazines.
Mother, where did you get this?
It's not allowed in our country. If someone finds out it will be trouble. Gou Xingdong, it won't be long before there is no order or legal constraints.
Just think about the animal kingdom, the survival of the fittest is how it will be. As long as it's not excessive, not even Uncle Hat will interfere, let alone the military.
Their main tasks are to secure supplies and shelters as well as some important special affairs. As I spoke I also taught my mother how to use it.
The handgun is quite simple. Once you've used it there shouldn't be any problems. Accuracy varies from person to person, just have her keep it safe. Gou Xingdong, in emergencies don't hesitate. If anything happens I will support you. Your life is the priority, everything else is secondary. If you come looking for me it must be serious.
Just now your uncle asked me if he could visit your aunt.
I didn't agree.
I thought I should discuss it with you.
You went out yesterday, do you think it's possible? If not, I will tell him. If it's possible it's best to go take a look. Honestly, I am also quite worried. I understand, I will sleep for a bit. I will talk after I wake up.
Saying this I took out an electric baton for my mother. More security means more safety, reminding her to keep the handgun safe.
Feeling strange I opened my eyes to see Laifu licking my face. Noticing the time, it was already afternoon.
I tossed Laifu to the ground to play by itself and quickly took a shower.
Holding Laifu I went downstairs and saw Dahai playing video games.
Where are my mom and the others? Dahai, my dad is in the room and my aunt is in the basement organizing the stuff in the freezer.
I went straight to the basement. Gou Xingdong, mom, freeze some ice packs. Tonight I will take my uncle to visit my aunt and bring them some meat, seafood and canned food.
As I spoke I took out 2 large foam insulated boxes and 10 boxes of mineral water from my storage.
Mother, that's great. Can you too go? Take Dahai with you.
Gou Xingdong, no, someone must stay at home.
I don't feel safe with you alone.
After playing Double Dragon with Dahai for a while his skill had deteriorated significantly. We used to breeze through it with 3 people.
Now it requires up down left right BA and 30 lives.
Mother prepared dinner: stir-fried cabbage with black fungus and carrots, braised chicken pieces, pan-fried ribbon fish and tomato egg soup.
During this period a family with so many dishes is quite good. After dinner Dahai helped my mother clean up.
Gou Xingdong and his uncle sat in the living room drinking tea, handing his uncle a cigarette.
Gou Xingdong said, "Uncle, you should take a nap for a bit. Tonight we will go visit my aunt and bring them some supplies.
Currently resources cannot get through and many supermarkets and convenience stores are running out of stock."
Uncle, alright, I don't need to sleep, we can go right now. Gou Xingdong, no, it's too hot outside now. It will be cooler in the evening.
Also, if someone sees us loading so many things in the car it could cause trouble and danger.
Uncle, right, it's not like before. When people are starving they can do anything.
At this moment my mother and Dahai also came over.
Laifu tried to climb onto Gou Xingdong's sofa but was too small to get up.
Gou Xingdong picked it up and placed it on his lap, petting its head.
Uncle Dahai, how is your survival course going? Dahai, it's going well, we practiced with bows and crossbows several times.
Though there are many things we hadn't encountered, we learned quite a bit and it seems we will be able to use it in the future.
Ha ha ha. Uncle, you should go rest in your room. We will set off at 11. Dahai, where are you two going? Uncle, to see your aunt and bring them some supplies.
After saying that, he returned to his room.
Brother, I want to go too.
I will be bored at home and will grow hairy if I stay here for a few days.
Gou Xingdong, you are responsible for guarding the house. In a few days we will go out to look for supplies and I will take you then. Come with me upstairs. Once in the room, Gou Xingdong pretended to take out 2 crossbows and 20 crossbow bolts from the wardrobe. Do you know how to use them? Dahai, yes, I learned about them. They are similar to childhood slingshots, but their power is much greater. Gou Xingdong said, this can easily pierce through a person. I got this from abroad. You take 1 crossbow and 10 bolts. Saying this, I demonstrated how to use it.
Be careful, tonight your dad and I are going to your aunt's place.
The walkie-talkies don't have that large a range.
In case of any issues, the first rule is to protect ourselves.
It doesn't matter if we act low-key. If it comes to it, we will strike first. If anything happens, I will support you.
Keep the electric baton charged and always carry the dagger.
Don't worry, brother, I promise to complete the task. Around 10:30, Gou Xingdong entered the living room on the first floor.
He found his maternal uncle Dahai and Lai Fu all present. Gou Xingdong mused that his mother and uncle truly cherished his paternal aunt's family. His uncle, he suspected, had not slept well. They descended together into the basement, where insulated boxes had already been prepared with pre-frozen ice blocks. 1 box held meat, another seafood, 6 were filled with bottled water, and a cardboard box was packed with Napa cabbage, carrots, chilies, and tomatoes. A carton of instant noodles, another of self-heating rice meals, several boxes of chocolate-flavored potato chips, and assorted candies, reserved for little Tong Tong. Uncle, take the dagger and electric baton I gave you, just in case. From now on, carry them at all times. These are no longer peaceful times.
Shortly after 11, the two left the villa and drove toward his paternal aunt's home.
His uncle drove while Gou Xingdong sat in the front passenger seat. His aunt's county town lay some 70 to 80 kilometers away. En route, Gou Xingdong steadily reoriented his uncle's thinking, imparting the harsh truths of survival in the apocalypse.
The car traveled along National Highway 304.
Vehicles littered both sides of the road. Several corpses lay scattered along the asphalt. It's worse than I imagined, his uncle murmured. Truly, peace has fled. As they neared the county town, they spotted people blocking the road ahead. Had there been no barricade, Gou Xingdong would have ordered his uncle to drive straight through. His uncle slowed to a halt. Stay alert, Gou Xingdong instructed. Don't get out, don't turn off the engine. If anything turns dangerous, act immediately. He stepped out and was instantly overwhelmed by the suffocating heat of the scorching day. 3 men approached. 1 brandished a flashlight, the other 2 gripped wooden clubs. The blonde thug holding a club demanded, "What do you want?
Where are you headed?"
The man with the flashlight strode directly to the vehicle and shone its beam inside. "What's in your trunk?" "Get out, we're inspecting the car," he commanded the uncle inside. Gou Xingdong replied calmly, "May I ask who you are? You're neither law enforcement nor authorized officials, surely you hold no legal right to search us."
The flashlight wielder stepped forward, aiming the beam squarely at Gou Xingdong. "Listen, brat, we're the local security patrol.
These are extraordinary times, and that gives us full authority to inspect you.
Hurry up, no stalling. Tell the old man in the car to get out now." Gou Xingdong pulled out cigarettes and offered 1 to each.
"We're just passing through, headed to Fongjing to stay with relatives. After all, the provincial capital is a major city. Conditions should be better there," he said smoothly, lighting their cigarettes as he spoke. As he reached the middle blonde thug, Gou Xingdong lunged, driving his blade deep into the man's throat. In one fluid motion, he whirled and plunged the knife into the chest of the second club-wielding man. When he turned toward the flashlight wielder, the man had just registered what was happening and was already sprinting away. Gou Xingdong hurled the knife, it struck the man's back with a sickening thud. He rushed forward, wrenched the blade free, seized the man's hair with one hand and with the other slit his throat open from ear to ear. He then returned to the blonde thug and delivered a final precise stab to his chest. The second assailant received the same treatment. Thanks to the enhanced physical conditioning from the blissful spring water and Thomas's training, his strength, speed and lethality were exceptional. Rising, he waved to his uncle inside the car. After a stunned half-minute, his uncle finally climbed out. "Donzi, what was that?" "You killed them. They meant to rob us, and likely kill us too," his uncle replied grimly. "They'd have taken the car, the cargo, everything. Just a few thugs staging a roadside ambush. Don't stand there, help me drag the bodies into the roadside." Staring at the blood smeared across his hands and clothes, his uncle could scarcely believe it. In under a minute, his own nephew had dispatched 3 men with chilling efficiency. And yet, he treated it as utterly routine. Once the corpses were concealed, he rinsed the blood from his hands, urged his uncle to accelerate, and they sped away without hesitation. Lighting a cigarette and taking several slow drags, Gou Xingdong said, "Uncle, do you recall what I told you on the road? This is reality. You may not accept it yet, but you must adapt. Events like this will recur." His uncle drove in silence. They continued onward toward his paternal aunt's residence. When they arrived, no light shone from within, everyone appeared to be asleep. His uncle raised his hand to knock, but Gou Xingdong stopped him.
It's late. Knocking will wake the neighbors, and if they see us hauling crates in at midnight, what will they think? Could this endanger Aunt's household? You need to adapt.
Without waiting for a reply, Gou Xingdong broke into a sprint, scaled the over 2-meter courtyard wall, and vaulted silently inside. Watching his nephew vanish over the wall, his uncle sighed inwardly.
I understand him less and less.
He looks so honest and mild-mannered, yet his mind is sharp, his caution unyielding, his resolve merciless. Killing men is as effortless for him as slaughtering chickens. Clearly, listening to his nephew was now the surest path to survival for himself and his son. He'd tell Dahai to obey his elder brother without question. Gradually he steadied himself from the shock of what he'd just witnessed and lifted his gaze to the night sky, exhaling deeply.
Gou Xingdong entered the courtyard and walked to the well, pulling up a bucket of water.
He washed himself off, anticipating that it wouldn't look good when his aunt and the others saw him later. Just as he brought up the second bucket of water, the door suddenly opened and a flashlight shone on Gou Xingdong.
Who are you? Don't move. Hearing the voice of Xiao Gang, Gou Xingdong turned around and said, It's me, Gang Gu, don't shout.
The flashlight shone on Gou Xingdong's face, revealing his cousin, who appeared in the courtyard at midnight with his upper body exposed.
Xiao Gang looked completely bewildered.
Gou Xingdong said, Turn off the flashlight, it's blinding me.
Go open the door, my uncle is outside. Be careful not to let the neighbors know.
Xiao Gang turned off the flashlight and walked over to Gou Xingdong, asking, How did you get here?
Don't say too much, just go open the main door and let my uncle in. Okay, I'm going now.
He returned to the house, took out the key and unlocked the main door. He saw his uncle standing outside looking very excited.
Uncle, don't talk, just move the stuff, be quiet and don't let the neighbors find out. His uncle had become increasingly cautious.
The three of them quickly moved the items into the kitchen. Upon entering the house, they found everyone there except for Xiao Tongtong, auntie-sister-in-law Xiaoya, and that woman named Lin Wumei. Xiaoya pulled all the curtains closed.
Sister-in-law saw several people soaked through and immediately went to get towels for them.
Auntie Dongzi, how come you two are here? In this pitch-black chaos outside, Xiaoya poured a cup of water for Gou Xingdong and his uncle. Auntie reassured them, It's nothing, my mom and your uncle are just worried about you, so we came to check on you. As his uncle spoke with Auntie, Gou Xingdong said, Sister-in-law, you and Xiaoya take the things I brought and put them in the fridge.
It's hot and they might spoil. Xiao Gang, right, hurry up. There are quite a few items.
Sister-in-law and Xiaoya took Lin Wumei to the kitchen while Gou Xingdong handed a cigarette to Gang Gu.
Holding the cigarette, Gang Gu sniffed it several times before lighting it. Gou Xingdong asked, out of cigarettes.
Xiao Gang replied, I only smoke a few a day, can't bear to use them up.
There aren't many places that sell cigarettes for delivery. Even if there are, they're outrageously expensive, the cheapest pack is around 40 to 50.
I can't bear to use them either, I still have to live. I have some in the car, I'll get them for you, just wait. Pretending to go to the car, he actually took out 5 packs of cigarettes from his storage space and returned to the house to give them to Xiao Gang.
Xiao Gang, that's too much, just give me 2 packs. You keep some for yourself and your uncle.
Uncle, just keep them, Dongzi has stocked up a lot in advance. If it weren't for Dongzi, I reckon it would be difficult for us to survive until now. Sigh. Auntie Dongzi, you are such a good child, thank you so much. Gou Xingdong replied, We're all family, there's no need to be polite. Xiaoya and the others returned to the house, commenting, Dongzi is really generous, it's like sending warmth in the snow. Sister-in-law Mom Dongzi sent us a big box of meat and a big box of seafood, all packed in insulated boxes. There are also water, instant noodles and self-heating rice. As she spoke, she opened a small bag in her hand, revealing chocolate chips and candies.
This would definitely make Tong Tong happy. Auntie asked, Why did you bring so many things? Does your family have enough to eat? Don't worry, Auntie, I prepared a lot of things. I estimate that your family has enough grain, but there might not be enough meat, vegetables and water. So I brought these to you, it's all my mom's idea, no need to thank me. Auntie, that's good, but I don't know when the weather will get better.
Xiaoya, Dongzi, you've really done a great job this time. If we hadn't prepared some things based on your advice, we would only be able to eat rice and drink water now.
Wumei, am I right? Lin Wumei, thank you, Xiaodong.
You warned us in advance not to go out, many people nearby have died from heatstroke and radiation.
How did you know?
Gou Xingdong replied, I heard it from a foreign professor.
As long as people are okay, that's what matters. Gang Gu, you all need to prepare for the long term, this disaster won't end anytime soon.
Think of ways to store more supplies.
How long will that be? It can't last forever, right? Xiao Gang asked.
Gou Xingdong responded, anyway, that professor said at least a few years, I don't know the specifics. Don't be stingy with money, don't let it be that when people are gone the money hasn't been spent.
Xiaoya, the key is that there's no internet and there isn't much cash at home.
Gou Xingdong stood up and said, Uncle, let's go, it's past 2 o'clock.
It's troublesome to leave when it gets light and it's still hot.
Uncle immediately stood up saying, "Sister, we're leaving now, we'll come see you again when we have the chance. Take care of yourselves." Auntie with red eyes said, "Seeing so many people dead around us, I'm really afraid I won't see you again. You all take care too, hurry up and leave, don't waste time."
Gang Gou Xingdong, you two send me off.
Auntie sister-in-law Lin Wu Mei, take care and rest early.
Don't tell Tong Tong that I came, kids have loose lips.
If the neighbors know someone brought you supplies, it could be trouble.
This is a special time, we must be cautious of others. Gou Xingdong opened the car door pretending to take something from the storage box in the passenger seat. He handed Gang Gou 100,000 huaxia coins and a military knife, leaving his uncle's electric baton for Xiaoya. He also gave Xiaoya several bottles of Huaxian Jingqi water and some boxes of anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicine.
Gou Xingdong looked at the two of them, realizing that the disaster had just begun.
After some time, when everyone runs out of food, what will happen?
You should understand that family safety comes first in times of crisis.
Don't be overly compassionate, you must be ruthless when necessary. Don't hold on to illusions.
Remember my home address, if you can't stay here anymore, come find us.
Xiaoya Lin Wu Mei is an outsider, so don't share everything with her.
When it comes to the point where people will kill for a bite of food, what will she do then?
You can't guarantee anything. Alright, we need to head back now. Remember what I said. After saying this, he left with his uncle.
Returning to the house, he saw his mother, sister-in-law and Lin Wu Mei all inside. His mother said, "Dongzi has done us a great favor, he warned us in advance and brought us so many supplies during this tough time. You all must remember his kindness."
Don't worry, we all remember.
Lin Wu Mei, thank you for taking me and I really appreciate it. Uncle spoke while driving, saying, "Dongzi, thank you, if it weren't for you we wouldn't know what would happen to us."
Uncle, we're all family, there's no need to say this. Uncle, please don't tell my mom about what happened on the way.
Just handle it with Da Hai, after all he is an adult. Gou Xingdong quietly reminded his uncle in the garage.
I understand, don't worry.
As he spoke, the door connecting the room to the garage opened and Da Hai walked out.
Dad, brother, you're back quite quickly. I thought you would have breakfast at Auntie's before coming back. Forget it, it's so chaotic outside and it's hot, it's better to go early and return early. You haven't slept, right? Yes, brother, I'm on duty protecting our home. Haha, I suppose I'm doing my job well.
Uncle, let's head inside, I'm all sweaty and my brother and I need to take a shower. After showering while looking at the supplies in the room, Gou Xingdong felt something was missing, just like a woman looking at her wardrobe, always in need of one more outfit.
Should we go out tomorrow night to see if there are any supplies to gather?
Even though I don't want to take advantage of my own people, there are some things that can't be consumed if others can't use them, it's better to prepare more for the future.
Mom knocked on the door and came in asking if I was tired. After breakfast, hurry up and take a nap. I'm relieved that your aunt is fine.
Son, what I hope for now is that all of us can live well and also that you find a wife and give me a big fat grandson. Gou Xingdong chuckled and said, "Old who agrees the front is fine, but the later requests are excessive.
In times like this, being alive is already good enough." As he went downstairs, he saw his uncle talking to Da Hai.
When they noticed the mother and son coming down, they stopped talking and sat down at the dining table to prepare for a meal.
Mung bean porridge, tea, eggs, cucumber pickles and vegetable buns. Quite nice. After a busy night, I was indeed hungry. Gou Xingdong ate 5 big buns.
While eating, he noticed that Da Hai was always stealing glances at him. Probably his uncle had mentioned last night's events. After breakfast, Gou Xingdong, having not slept all night, his uncle and Da Hai all returned to catch up on sleep. After Huma cleaned up the dining table, she sat on the sofa holding Laifu. Since Laifu was disobedient and kept barking, she suddenly remembered that Laifu hadn't eaten yet. She poured some goat milk for him, watching as he put his head in the basin to drink, looking as if he was washing his face and hair. In the afternoon, the three of them gradually got up. Gou Xingdong habitually looked at the monitor screen. There was no one outside. There was also no source of information.
This won't do. What if something happens and I'm unprepared?
Thinking back to the last life, how long did it take for chaos to start? It was probably close to a month. At that time, many families had no food at home, and when they got sick there were no medicines and they couldn't buy any. Some people who were usually restless began to form groups to stir up trouble. At first Uncle Mao tried to manage, but there weren't enough personnel, and with the weather issues more and more people released the beasts within their hearts, leading to complete chaos. After dinner, Gou Xingdong and a few others sat in the living room on the first floor drinking tea. Mom was holding Laifu, feeding it. Laifu was messy, making everything dirty, and still needed to be wiped as he was still a bit too small. Around 9 o'clock there was a sudden knock on the door.
Gou Xingdong asked his uncle to see who it was.
When he opened the video doorbell intercom, his uncle saw a middle-aged couple standing at the door.
Gou Xingdong signaled for his uncle to talk to them. "Hello, what brings you here? Who are you looking for?"
Upon hearing someone speak, the man outside immediately replied, "Hello, we live in the last house." My surname is Jia and my name is Jia Ronghao. We have no food at home and my driver hasn't been in contact since he took the car away during the new year.
Now there's no phone service or internet. I went out in this area but I couldn't buy anything. Can I borrow your car? I can pay you.
Gou Xingdong looked at his uncle shaking his head and understood.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Jia, but we don't have much fuel left in our car.
There's nowhere to refill it now, it's not a matter of money.
The man outside replied, fuel isn't an issue, I have 2 30-liter barrels of gasoline in my garage that I can give you all. Upon hearing this, Gou Xingdong thought to himself, you really are something, alright then I was planning to go out tomorrow night to take a look.
Today will work too. Mainly the last villa is the most expensive and largest here.
The owner is definitely not an ordinary person, let's see if I can gather some information from him.
Gou Xingdong walked to the door and said, hello Mr. Jia, please wait at home. In a bit at 11 o'clock I will come find you at your doorstep. Alright, thank you very much. Hi, to get ready, we'll go together shortly. Uncle, please hold down the fort at home today. Understood, no problem. You two be careful out there.
Haida, don't act on your own, follow your elder brother's lead.
Don't worry, Dad.
Let Haida drive and Gou Xingdong sit behind him. Safety first, never leave both of your backs exposed to others. They arrived at the gate of the last row of villas. As soon as the car stopped, the main door swung open and Jia Ronghao emerged with his wife. He carried a large gasoline canister, she held 2 oversized bags. Haida stepped forward to help stow the canister in the trunk. Yes, brother, he said, opening the car door and lowering the rear hatch before taking the canister from Jia Ronghao and securing it inside. His wife pulled open the rear door preparing to climb and only to freeze upon seeing Gou Xingdong already seated in the back. Before she could speak, Gou Xingdong said calmly, sister, please take the front passenger seat, I'd like to have a word with brother Jia. Hearing this, Jia Ronghao added, Shu Jun, go sit up front, I'll catch up with my younger brother.
Alright, then I'll sit ahead.
Moments later all 4 were aboard and Haida steered the car out of the residential compound.
Gou Xingdong asked, brother Jia, where are you headed?
Jia Ronghao replied, may I ask your surname, brother?
Go as in Go Fu Gui Wu Xiang Wang, but just call me Xiaodong.
Jia Ronghao pulled out a pack of cigarettes.
Smoke. Gou Xingdong glanced briefly.
I'm not used to foreign brands, I'll stick with my own. Jia Ronghao turned to the driver, young man, would you like one?
Sure, thanks. Haida replied.
Gou Xingdong silently thought, Haida, you truly have no sense of peril. In times like these, would you swallow anything handed to you? What if it's laced? After taking a drag, Jia Ronghao asked, have you been outside recently? What's the situation out there? I've only ventured as far as the neighborhood gate. I went out 2 days ago, the pantry's nearly bare. I bought some water and instant noodles, but prices have soared. The hospital is swamped, they say many have died, beyond that I know nothing. Where are you headed, brother Jia? I'll drop you off and we can arrange a time to pick you up on the way back. Then please take us to Rongjiang Plaza. I still have my car parked in the underground garage, I've got the keys. You needn't wait for us, we'll manage on our own. Upon reaching Rongjiang Plaza, the 2 strode straight toward the underground parking lot. Brother, I heard the owner of Rongjiang Plaza is surnamed Jia, could it be him? Gou Xingdong replied, almost certainly, he's surnamed Jia and his given name contains the character Rong.
It's highly likely. Do you know what line of work he's in? Haida said, back when I worked at nightclubs I overheard bits about him. They say he's among the top tycoons in Jiangdong City, owns numerous enterprises. Oh, and even that red romance bathhouse we visited belongs to him. He's also rumored to be related to a high-ranking official in the municipal government, beyond that I'm unaware. In his previous life, Gou Xingdong had been an unassuming sheltered man who knew nothing of such affairs, far less than Haida did. Haida, never again accept food or drink from strangers. Anything entering your mouth is dangerous. How can you be certain it's untampered? One misstep and you'll collapse before you even realize it. I'll remember. Where to now? First let's check the municipal government building, then head to the central city hospital and decide next steps from there. Near the government building they spotted active police checkpoints. By the time they reached the hospital the scene had changed drastically. Just days earlier crowds had overflowed the entrance, but now the gate stood deserted save for a single patrol car. The first wave of fatalities had likely subsided. The second wave would soon follow, not from disease but from starvation and violent looting. Drive freely around the city, let's see which supermarkets or convenience stores remain open. At Xiahua Supermarket, the largest in town, they found a long queue stretching from the entrance. Park here, we'll go take a look. The 2 joined the line. Gou Xingdong tapped a young man ahead and asked, brother, why's there still such a crowd this late? The youth glanced sideways. Didn't you know shops now operate only at night? How long has it been since you stepped outside? It's 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Daytime's unbearable under the scorching sun. Temperatures drop at night, and without direct sunlight it's bearable. Rationing's been enforced too.
How exactly does rationing work? The youth explained each person may buy no more than 3 bottles of water, 5 gin of rice or flour, and limited vegetables, rotting cabbage, sweet potatoes, onions, green leafy vegetables are virtually non-existent. He murmured softly, they say water supply will soon halt altogether. Gou Xingdong recalled yes, in the last apocalypse scheduled water distribution began after 15 days, and ceased entirely by the 30th. Electricity followed soon after, also subjected to strict scheduling.
At nearly 2 a.m. their turn finally arrived. To prevent overcrowding, not only were hours shifted to nighttime, but entry was strictly controlled. One group exited before the next entered.
In his former life living far from the city center, Gou Xingdong had known nothing of these nocturnal supermarket operations, leaving him and his mother to starve, desperately awaiting sporadic evening deliveries of rice, flour, potatoes and cabbage from local neighborhood committees, deliveries that often never came. Day after day mother and son grew weaker, too exhausted even to lift their limbs. Upon arriving at the supermarket, he noticed many shelves were empty. Rice and flour were pre-packaged, each bag weighing 5 pounds, limited to 1 bag per person, and only one type could be selected. Gou Xingdong saw that everyone was queuing to take 1 bag each along with 3 bottles of water. If you didn't take any, it would raise questions, as nearly every household was running low on supplies. Not taking any suggested that you had ample stock, or perhaps you were among the rare few who still had access to supplies. The shelves for bread, instant noodles, biscuits and canned goods were all bare, and there wasn't a single drink left. The frozen section was no different. There were no frozen dumplings or wontons, and even ice cream and popsicles were out of stock. The condiments aisle had a few items left. 2 people each grabbed their limit of 1 cabbage and 3 pounds of potatoes. Gou Xingdong bought 5 bags of salt and 3 bags of sugar. He intended to purchase more but was stopped by the staff. At the checkout he realized that the cashier was a former colleague from his previous supermarket. After a brief greeting he left. They were busily working, and if he chatted for too long someone might scold him. On the way back he took a detour around the sea, observing the surroundings. In fact, Gou Xingdong was looking for usable supplies, even checking the supermarket where he used to work. The shuttered door was closed so he couldn't see inside, but the construction site nearby had plenty of rebar, bricks and other building materials. Large supermarkets, grain depots and cold storage facilities must have been taken over by the authorities. There probably weren't any tobacco products left. He decided to head to Huaxia Tobacco to check, only to find the main gate locked with a security guard present. This suggested that there were still goods in the warehouse. While cigarettes might not be a necessity in the apocalypse, they remained a scarce resource, becoming increasingly valuable as time went on.
Dahai, let's head back. By the time they got home it was past 5. The two quickly washed up.
Gou Xingdong started preparing breakfast, boiling eggs and preparing a can of pickled vegetables, warming the pre-made steamed buns in a pot. Before long his uncle came out, followed closely by his mother. Laifu tumbled down the stairs, still too small but looking round and plump, since there was no shortage of food. During breakfast he recounted what he had seen the previous night.
His uncle said, it seems that supplies are already tight. How about we go line up together tonight? With 4 of us we can buy a bit more.
Gou Xingdong reassured his uncle, don't worry, we won't go hungry, I still have some stock.
His mother then asked, did those 2 come back with you last night?
Dahai replied, they split off from us when we got to the city, saying they had their own car. His mother cautioned, oh, it's still better to be careful, we don't know them well, but don't worry, we understand. Gou Xingdong said, uncle, there's a barrel of gasoline in the trunk.
In a bit you can fill up the car and check its condition. His uncle replied, don't worry, I'm on it.
The key issue is that running like this, that little gasoline won't last long, especially with your car's large displacement, it consumes a lot.
I'll handle the gasoline situation.
Dahai said, yesterday I saw that there was no one at the gas station, all the fuel must have been siphoned away.
It's definitely under government control now.
Gou Xingdong replied, I know, I have my ways of getting gasoline, so don't worry. After petting Laifu for a while he was ready to head back to sleep. Just as he stood up, Laifu jumped off the sofa to follow him. When they reached the stairs, Laifu began to climb but fell back after 2 flights. With no other choice, Gou Xingdong picked Laifu up and took him to the room, lying on the bed and pondering where to gather some supplies tonight. Laifu was on his bed at one moment, lying on Gou Xingdong's body, and at another running to his head. After playing for a while he surprisingly fell asleep even faster than Gou Xingdong. After contemplating he decided to go to Huaxia Tobacco first, as construction materials would likely remain untouched for now. However, cigarettes were uncertain, so they had to be prioritized. After several nights of activity his biological clock had adapted to the pattern of being active at night. Gou Xingdong, not giving up, went to the space to drink some of the happy spring water, hoping it would make his body a little stronger. Suddenly seeing Laifu he managed to get some happy spring water, lifting Laifu up and pouring a little into a bottle cap for him.
Laifu swayed and seemed ready to run but was pulled back. Reluctantly Laifu drank 2 caps of the happy spring water. After finishing, Gou Xingdong tossed Laifu outside the door and returned to sleep. Waking up in the evening, he went downstairs and saw Dahai playing on the game console. Gou Xingdong asked Dahai, "Where's your dad?" Dahai replied, "He went to the garage, my aunt is giving Laifu a bath."
Gou Xingdong then went to the guest bathroom on the first floor where his mother had placed Laifu in a basin. Except for his head, Laifu was covered in bubbles, obediently sitting in the basin while his mother washed him.
Upon seeing Gou Xingdong enter, Laifu barked a couple of times. Gou Xingdong asked, "Is Laifu greeting me?"
His mother glanced at Gou Xingdong and quietly said, "Did you give Laifu that water?"
Gou Xingdong replied, "Yes."
No wonder there's so much dirt on Laifu, those black specks.
He ran around all afternoon full of energy. "Didn't you give Uncle and Dahai some of that water?" Gou Xingdong explained, "It's not that I'm reluctant, I just can't explain. After drinking it, you can definitely feel your body is different now."
His mother admitted, "That's true, it feels like I'm back to my younger days, not tired from work and full of energy." Gou Xingdong agreed, "Exactly, it's so obvious, how can I explain that? Saying I have divine water, how would I explain where it came from? But I will give it to them when the opportunity arises, don't worry, Mom." Looking at the clean Laifu, his mother said nothing. Gou Xingdong went out alone after the later half of the night while his uncle and Dahai closed the garage door and returned to the living room. "Dad, where do you think my brother mysteriously went?"
"Don't ask so many questions, I don't know either. Just listen to your brother, didn't I tell you that yesterday? Your brother dealt with 3 people in just a few moves. It seems this isn't his first time. If you want to live well and for a long time, you must be like your brother. I'm getting old and I just hope you can be well. Don't ask too much about your brother's affairs. You're on night watch tonight, if anything happens call me immediately." Half an hour later, Gou Xingdong arrived at the tobacco company. There was someone on duty at the main entrance and the sorting center and warehouse were at the back. Then from the side road he released a drone and saw that the area next to the wall was a kindergarten. There shouldn't be anyone there now. The car stopped on the small road and Gou Xingdong walked for a few minutes to the kindergarten entrance, which only had a low fence. It was easy to enter the kindergarten and he walked to the southeast corner of the playground, taking out a ladder from his space to climb over the wall. On top was a barbed wire security net and he found a palm mattress from his space to lay over it. He jumped over the wall dressed entirely in black and wearing a black mask. Taking advantage of the night, he approached a door that looked like a warehouse using hydraulic pliers to cut the door lock before stepping inside, which was pitch black. He took out a flashlight to observe the surroundings. This should be the sorting workshop, an automatic packaging area, and he didn't see any cigarettes. After leaving the sorting workshop, he turned into a back factory, cutting the lock again to enter. Good heavens! There were boxes of cigarettes neatly arranged in piles and some displayed on shelves. There were classification labels indicating cigarette brands, product codes, tar content, quantities, and more. There were also a small number of unpacked cigarettes and some that were already packaged. Gou Xingdong didn't care about the prices and brands, he packed everything into his space. Nearly 2,000 boxes of various sizes, leaving no scattered ones behind. After exiting the warehouse, Gou Xingdong took out 2 seemingly identical locks from his space and locked the 2 doors again. He returned the same way, got into the car, lit a cigarette and slowly drove through the streets and alleys. When he reached a seed store, Gou Xingdong skillfully unlocked the door and entered. He took all kinds of crops and fruit seeds which he couldn't use now but would be useful if the climate improved in the future. After all, keeping them in space wouldn't spoil. On the way, he cleared out 2 stores dealing in plumbing and hardware as well as a large auto parts store. Suddenly he remembered that his home had a double garage capable of parking 2 vehicles at once. The vehicles in his space were all special ones and some foreign models. They weren't needed yet, but he needed to get a vehicle for his uncle Dahai too. He then headed to a street with 4 sons targeting durable and sturdy cars. Entering an imported car dealership, he saw 2 Saab cars, the diesel Highland versions, and took them directly along with some spare parts and tires. Passing by a Hongqi dealership, he spotted an H9 and an LS7, both fully equipped. In the future these would be collectibles. He had no intention of putting them on the road, just a fond memory. On the way back he visited the construction site he had seen the previous night, collecting a good amount of steel bars, bricks, cement, sand and scaffolding. When he reached the entrance of his residential community, he released a Saab from his space, loading 4 barrels of gasoline and 4 barrels of diesel, each 50 liters, into the backs of the 2 cars. Upon returning home, he took Dahai and drove the Saab back. He didn't want to expose the secret of his space, it was often quite troublesome. "Bro, this car is awesome. The favorite of the American country, often seen in movies. Alright, let's quickly unload the gasoline." The 2 of them lifted a box of cigarettes from the car and placed it in the living room. "Where did you get the cigarettes and the car?" "I didn't spend any money, I just took them from their warehouse. If I don't take them now, they'll either spoil or be taken by someone else. You must remember, we should take what we need. Even if something is not usable for us, if others can use it, we should store it for potential trade with others. Dahai, next time there's something like this, take me along, I want to experience the zero-cost shopping too." "Sure, if there's a chance I'll take you with me." Hearing some noise upstairs not long after, Laifu rushed down wagging his little tail and came to Gou Xingdong's feet.
His mom directly went to make breakfast and Gou Xingdong played with Laifu for a while. He noticed that this little fellow had grown much stronger. He could jump onto the sofa now. This happy spring water was indeed very effective. After a week of staying indoors, eating, sleeping and exercising, I spent 2 hours each day teaching Dahai some combat techniques. Knowing a little more provides an extra chance to survive when faced with danger.
Dahai cried out after being beaten daily.
In the evening, Gou Xingdong prepared to go out and take a look as the water supply had already started to be restricted, available only from 5 to 7 in the morning, 11 to 12 at noon and 6 to 7 in the evening. With only 4 hours of water supply each day, it seemed the situation outside was not looking good.
Around 10 o'clock, Gou Xingdong took Dahai out.
At the entrance of the community there were significantly more people coming and going than in the past few days. If one had to go out in such weather, it likely meant there were insufficient supplies at home. First they went to the largest supermarket, but there were no longer any people in line and the supermarket was closed. It seemed there were no supplies left. Along the way they did not see any convenience stores or small supermarkets open for business. Gou Xingdong told Dahai to drive slowly and explore both the main streets and alleys. As they approached Gou Xingdong's old neighborhood Hongxing community, they saw a person ahead carrying a child struggling to walk under the dim streetlight. The person staggered, looking as if they might fall at any moment. Sure enough, after a few steps the adult collapsed and the child fell to the roadside. The adult managed to crawl over and lift the child into their arms.
"Brother, should we go check on them?" Gou Xingdong replied, "Keep going, don't pay attention to them."
As they passed by, a person slumped on the roadside waved at Gou Xingdong, perhaps hoping they would come over to help.
Dahai asked, "Brother, are we really not going to help?" Gou Xingdong looked at him and said, "Keep driving."
In the rearview mirror the adult and child were no longer visible. Suddenly Gou Xingdong said, "Let's go to the Riverside Park." Since it was an open park with no walls, Gou Xingdong instructed Dahai to drive directly to the railing by the river, get out and turn off the car. Watching Gou Xingdong sitting on the railing smoking in silence, Dahai noticed how the river had noticeably narrowed, now only about 1/3 of its original width. Flicking the cigarette butt away, Gou Xingdong turned to Dahai, "I know what you're thinking. You believe I lack humanity and won't help those in need. Have you considered that he might be acting? If we stop the car we could suddenly be attacked or have a few people jump out from the roadside to rob us. I can assure you it could happen or it might not. But I will always prioritize our safety and try to avoid risks. Have you ever seen someone lying on the roadside and dared to help? You wouldn't dare because you fear being framed, and if it turns out to be a scam or an accusation you have no way to prove your innocence and you can't afford the consequences. It's the same now, I can't afford it. The difference is that in the past it was money and now it might cost lives. Some things I can't help you with, you'll have to experience them yourself to understand how terrifying people can be. Put away your sympathy, it could harm you and us too." After saying this he got back in the car and Dahai stood at the spot for a moment before returning to the vehicle. "Brother, I understand what you mean. Maybe I'm just not used to it yet, but I'll remember your words." Gou Xingdong patted Dahai on the shoulder and said, "Think about it and let me know if you need anything." Dahai looked at the river and asked, "Brother, what if the river dries up? Will people from the other side come over?" Gou Xingdong thought to himself, "I never heard of such things in my past life. Who cares about them? The northerners and southerners will manage on their own. Let's drive to the reservoir and take a look." After more than an hour they arrived at the only reservoir in Dongjiang City, and upon approaching they saw it was nearly dry. Gou Xingdong said, "Let's go to the frozen products market on Huayuan Road." When they reached the market entrance they saw several soldiers getting out of a vehicle. One of them approached and asked, "What are you doing? Is there something you need?" Gou Xingdong replied, "We have no food at home, I'm just checking if I can buy some here." "Hurry up and leave, this area is under military control." Upon hearing this Gou Xingdong said nothing. "Let's go to Hai, we'll check somewhere else." "Brother, do you think there will be supplies in Donggo? It's the most famous seafood production area in Liaodong and also the wealthiest region in Dongjiang City." "Alright, let's go to Donggo." After a few minutes Dahai exclaimed, "What the hell? Is that a train?" "Dahai, stop." They watched as an old steam locomotive, one that burned coal, approached in the distance. As they watched the train rush past it appeared to be pulling over a dozen cars, but they couldn't see inside. "Hurry Dahai, let's go to the train station." Upon arriving at the freight unloading area they saw many people busy unloading goods. Gou Xingdong told Dahai to wait in the car while he approached alone. He noticed someone taking notes, likely the person in charge. "Big brother, do you need more people for unloading?" A man in his 50s looked at Gou Xingdong and replied, "No, there are already too many people." Gou Xingdong slipped a pack of cigarettes to the man and asked, "Big brother, what kind of goods are being unloaded? Is there any food?" "I don't know, I'm just in charge of overseeing the unloading and counting the people. If you want to know about the goods, look for those men in hats, they are responsible for receiving the goods. But I can guess there must be food in there, though I can't say how much." This is a group of former railway employees unloading and they all have to take turns working. It's unlikely they'll be hiring anyone new from outside. Every night there's just this one train coming from Fengjing. I also know that since there's no internet or telephone communications right now,
another task of this train is to relay messages back and forth between the two sides. Big brother, you know many people. Do you know where the black market is a place to secretly buy some supplies?
The middle-aged man replied, a few days ago I heard there was a small black market near the Guama shopping mall, but it vanished in just a few days. I heard the supplies were scarce and some people were robbed on their way back after buying things, resulting in several deaths. There's nowhere to go now. The granaries and other large warehouses are all under control. I heard that even the tobacco warehouses have been emptied. It's really something.
I can't even get cigarettes now.
Little brother, if you still have some cigarettes I can help you exchange them for food and medicine. Gou Xingdong quickly replied, big brother, I want to exchange too, but we only have 2 packs of cigarettes at home. It's alright, I've heard that Fengjing and Binhai are even more chaotic than here with a larger population and greater demand for supplies.
Do you know how many people have died in our city?
Big brother, how would I know?
You tell me.
The middle-aged man said our city has a permanent population of about 1.5 million and in less than a month a third of them have died. That's a full 500,000 people and I don't know when things will get better. The water supply is almost gone and I estimate the hydropower station won't last much longer.
Brother, you go ahead and tend to your matters. Gou Xingdong returned to the vehicle. Dahai, do you know how many people have died in this period? 50,000. 50,000 souls.
And it hasn't even been a month yet. Imagine what lies ahead. No food, no medicine, no medical care for the sick and no basic means of survival. Then humanity will descend into bestiality, morality, law, conscience, all boundaries erased.
Have you heard of exchanging children for sustenance? Such horrors are not beyond possibility.
In his previous life, when Gou Xingdong fled with a group to Binhai City, a man, mad with desperation, traded his own child, a frail girl of 3 or 4, for 10 jean of rice. Her malnourishment made her appear even younger. If the other party had no rice, he would have devoured the child just the same. In that past life, Gou Xingdong was too timid. He could only retreat far away, choosing to look away and pretend ignorance.
The car pulled up before a hotel in the development zone.
They parked and entered, heading straight for the staff access corridor at the rear. Gou Xingdong led Dehai upward to begin searching the second floor for supplies. Gou Xingdong had previously delivered goods to this hotel while working at a supermarket. The ground floor housed the lobby, reception and a cafe. The second floor contained the hotel's own convenience store and a tobacco and liquor shop, uncertain whether any usable provisions remained inside.
Using the fire escape, they ascended to the second floor.
Gou Xingdong navigated confidently to the convenience store entrance. Through the glass door he saw shelves still laden with goods, and next door the tobacco and liquor shop overflowed with cigarettes and alcohol. He retrieved a hydraulic cutter from his backpack and severed the chain locks on both doors. Then, pretending to pull out a large burlap sack from his pack, he instructed Dehai, go into the convenience store, collect canned goods, instant noodles, biscuits, anything non-perishable.
Understood, Dehai replied, flashlight in hand, and entered the store.
Gou Xingdong moved next door to the tobacco and liquor shop, unrolled another burlap sack and began loading cigarettes, alcohol and tea. Though he appeared to fill 2 sacks, most items vanished silently into his spatial realm. Within 15 minutes both men stood with bulging heavy bags. They returned to the vehicle, secured the bags, then re-entered the hotel. Concealing his spatial domain remained an exhausting burden. Gou Xingdong sighed inwardly. This time they headed to the third-floor restaurant. The hotel enjoyed steady business, often hosting banquets. Its kitchen was vast and its storerooms correspondingly well stocked. Inside the kitchen area they found a storage room still brimming with staples, dozens of sacks of rice and flour, cartons of seasonings, 4 double-tier commercial refrigerators and 3 large freezers packed with pre-cut meat and seafood. How long would it take them to haul all this away? Dahai, Gou Xingdong said, go downstairs and check nearby for a drivable panel van. Can you unlock it without keys?
Dahai nodded. No problem, I spent time learning auto repair with my father.
As Dehai descended to search for a vehicle, Gou Xingdong swiftly transferred everything usable into his spatial realm, then staged the remainder near the staff entrance on the first floor. To avoid suspicion, he deliberately left several sacks of rice for Dahai to carry down later. Half an hour passed before Dehai returned driving a Dongfeng Xiaobawang van. Gou Xingdong sent him upstairs to retrieve the remaining rice sacks. Once the van was fully loaded, they noted the early hour and re-entered the hotel, this time bound for the administrative wing on the 5th floor, half occupied by staff offices, the other half by the owner's private suite.
Dahai headed for the office zone. Gou Xingdong proceeded toward the owner's side.
He pushed open the first door, a secretary's workspace equipped with a printer, paper shredder, photocopier and fax machine, all fully functional. Gou Xingdong took every device, and also seized reams of printing paper, copier paper and ink cartridges. Beyond that door lay the owner's office, a massive executive desk sat center stage.
On it rested a computer, ashtray, pen holder and decorative ornaments, useless clutter.
Behind it bookshelves groaned under volumes of literature.
What a pretentious poser, he mused, a thug turned boss pretending to be cultured reading books. Beside the bookcase stood another locked door. Gou Xingdong forced it open without hesitation.
Inside a double-bed television, refrigerator, and a large cabinet.
He opened it.
At last, true treasures. Dozens of premium cigarette packs, 3 boxes of cigars, 3 cases of Moutai and other high-end baijiu, plus several bottles of unfamiliar red wines and imported spirits. Hanging nearby were tailored suits and overcoats.
A compact safe sat tucked inside as well, all vanished into his spatial realm. Finding nothing further of value, he went to locate Dahai.
Good heavens, you've already filled an entire sack and are still packing.
Gou Xingdong exclaimed. What did you gather, Dahai? Snacks from office desks, I collected them all. Also pens, calculators, printing paper, tissues, everything useful. Brother, such a large hotel must surely stock bedding, toiletries and toilet paper somewhere, right?
I'm not sure where. When I delivered here I only knew the restaurant and offices. No matter, we can find plenty at any small supermarket.
Let's go, it's nearly 4. Time to wrap up and head home. Gou Xingdong drove the van, Dahai took the other vehicle.
Upon arriving they roused their uncle to help unload.
After unloading, Gou Xingdong instructed Dahai to drive the van out of the neighborhood and abandon it.
If people see a panel van suddenly parked outside your gate, even a fool would guess your home is stocked. Uncle Donzi, there are plenty of supplies, enough for us to last a long time. Dad, that entire package is filled with fine cigarettes and liquor, haha, you don't need to worry about running out.
Gou Xingdong, uncle, this is just a hotel and we haven't searched thoroughly.
The main issue is that chaos has just begun outside, and in a while people will boldly smash open the doors of places that might hold supplies.
Dahai and I also saw a train. I inquired and learned it comes from Fingjing, making a trip every day.
Uncle, 50,000 people have already died in Jiangdong. Although the news may not be entirely accurate, it's close.
Huwei, so many people have died. That's a third gone in one blow, it's terrifying.
Sigh, it's all fate. Gou Xingdong, every situation has two sides. On one hand many have died, but conversely the demand for supplies has also decreased by a third. We shouldn't be overly sympathetic, we just need to understand our own situation. A week later the water supply was completely halted. At 7 in the evening someone drove through the community announcing with a loudspeaker that starting tomorrow water would be distributed at the community center garden every night at 10. It won't be by household but by headcount, everyone must be present to sign for their water. Before long someone knocked on the door to register the population.
3 people stood outside, 2 women and 1 man.
A middle-aged woman introduced herself and the 30-something woman beside her as street workers, while the man was the one now responsible for the safety of our community. Due to personnel shortages, just one safety officer was in charge of such a large community.
During the registration the younger woman even wanted to enter the house to take a look.
Gou Xingdong refused her entry and the woman's expression soured, but she said nothing. As they left, Gou Xingdong saw her whispering something to the safety officer. The 2 people beside her nodded incessantly.
Brother Zhang's sister Li, did you notice? Their family of 4 looks just fine, showing no signs of lacking anything. That kid's mother is even holding a dog, and what a fat dog it is.
Their family surely lacks for nothing, these wealthy people are all the same. Older sister Li Xiao Zhang, it's their business, if they have money and food to eat we don't need to concern ourselves with that.
Registering the population and distributing supplies according to higher-ups' instructions is our job.
Right, Xiao Zhang? Safety officer Xiao Zhang, yes sister Li, sister Zhang is right. We should just do our own job well. It's normal that they don't let us into their house, we have no right to enter it. In fact, that woman named Li's husband is a minor leader in the district who looks down on people and often boasts about her husband being a leader. No one likes her. Now with the natural disaster, life and death are daily occurrences and people's concerns have lessened. Everyone's less accommodating towards her and they often speak directly to her. Upon hearing their words the woman named Li fell silent. Every evening around 10 the community began distributing water 2 kilograms per person per day with containers brought from home.
The water was yellow and had an odd smell.
Although we didn't drink it, Gou Xingdong still took the whole family to fetch water every day. The waiting in line was unbearable with temperatures reaching 40 to 50 degrees, but people could still manage. The main issue was the lack of water for bathing. The odor from our bodies was unbearable, sour and foul, regardless of whether one was an elderly person, a youth or a young girl. During the days of water distribution there were fights over cutting in line, complaints about the insufficient and dirty water and the lack of supplies for meals.
Almost every day tensions escalated.
Today the distribution was handled by the woman named Li and 3 men, and when it was Gou Xingdong's family's turn the man responsible for filling the water said, "You look pretty clean, you don't seem like you lack food and drink," and deliberately filled Gou Xingdong's water bottle with less than he should have. "Gou Xingdong, you're shorting me on water, I use this bottle to fetch water every day and today it's about a quarter less."
The man filling the water, "Are you looking for trouble? There's plenty of water, do you want some or not? If not, get lost."
The woman named Li also chimed in, "Don't cause trouble, there are so many people behind you waiting for their water, do you want to make everyone wait for you alone?"
Gou Xingdong thought, are they putting a label on me? Creating hatred for me? Ha!
The two distributing water nearby also came over to scold Gou Xingdong. Seeing Dahai about to step forward to argue, others behind were shouting to hurry up. Gou Xingdong stopped Dahai turning to leave with a bottle of water that was mostly full. Back at home his mom and uncle both said take a step back and the sea will be vast.
We don't need to have conflicts with them. Dahai suddenly said, Auntie Dad, every household lacks water, water is life.
If my brother stays silent people will think we have plenty of water or that we're easy to bully and it won't be good for us later on.
Gou Xingdong looked at Dahai and said, alright, you've made progress.
You can see these deeper truths good.
Gou Xingdong said, Dahai, come with me outside. Uncle suddenly looked at Gou Xingdong and then at Dahai.
Gou Xingdong handed a cigarette to his uncle and said, survival of the fittest, uncle.
Hu Weigui nodded and said, be careful.
Gou Xingdong took Dahai to sit in a car not far from the community entrance, asking, do you know why I brought you out?
I know, brother, you're going to deal with those few people. Gou Xingdong, right, you're correct.
We need to eliminate the danger at its root. Those few people were clearly sent by that woman, namely. They deliberately sought trouble with me, creating animosity for our family.
Your dad told you about my killing, right?
Today you also need to take action yourself.
I can't always be with you, you must learn to handle such situations independently.
Are you scared?
Well, I don't know, Dahai replied nervously.
Gou Xingdong, if you can't take action you'll only be able to stay at home guarding the door, helping your mom and dad with some trivial tasks. This disaster will last a long time. He took out a repeating crossbow from the back seat for Dahai and instructed him to load the bolts and prepare a dagger. Before long the water delivery truck emerged from the residential complex heading toward the city center.
Dahai, follow it, keep your distance but don't lose sight of it. It stopped beneath a nondescript apartment building in the city.
3 men disembarked, the same trio who had delivered the water. The woman surnamed Li was nowhere to be seen.
Watching them enter a unit door, Jiang Chen noted that the light flickered on in the west-facing third-floor window moments later. That must be their residence. He instructed Dahai to drive away to the reservoir.
At the reservoir they found it completely dry. Gou Xingdong surmised the water they distributed was likely drawn from the river, merely filtered, nothing more. On the return route they briefly entered several small convenience stores.
Each stood utterly empty, only high-end hotels and office buildings might still hold supplies.
They circled back to the trio's residence.
It was nearly 2 a.m.
and the third-floor light remained on.
Gou Xingdong decided not to wait. Dahai, are you ready?
Better sooner than later, Dahai replied. The saying a gentleman waits 10 years for vengeance is pure nonsense.
They approached the west side third-floor apartment and listened. Silence emanated from within.
Gou Xingdong drew his dagger and turned to Dahai. If someone opens the door I'll neutralize them at the threshold, then you follow me inside.
Don't rush in alone. Understood, brother, I'm ready.
Gou Xingdong rapped lightly on the door, 3 precise knocks.
No reply. No sound from within.
They were likely asleep, with the light still on.
He produced a universal key. The old lock yielded in seconds.
Gou Xingdong signaled silence with a finger to his lips. Dahai nodded. Slowly they eased the door open and slipped inside. It was an aging apartment, 2 bedrooms, a cramped living room dominated by a dining table, a kitchen tucked into the balcony, and a narrow bathroom beside it. Snoring echoed faintly, thick with the reek of alcohol. Pushing open one bedroom door they found the 2 men who had delivered the water and mocked him. The third assailant must be sleeping in the other room. They quietly closed the doors of the first 2 rooms. Then Gou Xingdong led Dahai into the remaining bedroom. Snoring filled the air, mingling with the hum of the air conditioner. Clothes lay strewn across the floor. But the bed held 2 people, and one of them was a woman. Gou Xingdong gestured for Dahai to move toward the man. Dahai stepped forward slowly, electric baton grip tight.
Gou Xingdong moved to the woman's side, gazing down at her sleeping form. Forgive me, it's not personal. It's just your misfortune.
In one fluid motion he clamped his hand over her mouth and drove the dagger deep into her throat.
Blood erupted, flooding the pillow, soaking the sheets. She made no sound, not even a gasp.
Her arm fell limply over the edge of the bed. The man beside her slept on, utterly oblivious, undisturbed by the violence, mere inches away.
Gou Xingdong took the electric baton from Dahai's stunned grip and pressed it hard against the man's neck.
The man convulsed violently, then slumped into unconsciousness. From his backpack Gou Xingdong retrieved nylon zippies binding the man's wrists and ankles, then stuffing a rag into his mouth.
Turning to Dahai he said, snap out of it. In a moment we'll move together into the other room, just as I did here. Can you do it? Dahai nodded rapidly. Yes.
After a brief pause to steady himself both men entered the next room, each holding a dagger, flanking opposite sides of the bed.
Gou Xingdong signaled for Dahai to strike first. Dahai hesitated, his gaze fixed on the man lying before him.
Bending low he reached slowly toward the man's mouth with one hand while the other held the dagger poised at his throat. He glanced at Gou Xingdong, saw the sharp nod, and without further hesitation clamped his hand over the man's mouth and plunged the blade into his neck. Gou Xingdong, watching Dahai act, chose a different path. He drove the dagger twice into the man's chest, then thrust it clean through his throat. The man beside him lay bleeding from the mouth, one hand clutching Dahai's wrist, the other straining feebly toward him. Blood bubbled from his lips as he mumbled incoherently.
Gou Xingdong did not intervene.
Instead, he ordered Dahai stab him twice more in the chest.
But Dahai, still locked in desperate struggle, failed to react.
Gou Xingdong stepped closer, voice firmer, now stab him in the chest. Dahai jolted awake to the command and buried the blade again and again into the man's upper torso 15 times in furious succession. Gou Xingdong stood motionless, observing Dahai as he finally staggered to a halt, drenched head to toe in blood. Then unexpectedly Dahai grinned a wild, trembling smile and said, "Brother, I did it.
I can do it too."
Gou Xingdong picked up a water bottle from the room and rinsed his hands.
He handed it to Dahai. "You'll improve.
First time killing, few remain so composed.
There will be more. Next time, be precise.
Look how much blood you spilled, messy, uncontrolled." They returned to the other bedroom where the bound man still lay unconscious. Gou Xingdong kicked him twice, no response. Checking his pulse, he confirmed the man was still breathing.
Dahai, fetch some water. Splash him awake. Dahai scoured the apartment and returned with half a bottle.
That's all there is. Half a bottle of water was splashed onto him, no response. Then Dahai slapped him several times across the face, and only then did the man gradually regain consciousness. He stared at Dahai standing nearby clutching an electric baton, then turned to see Gou Xingdong seated on a chair smoking. His mouth was gagged, he could not speak. Gou Xingdong pointed to the side. The man turned and recoiled in terror, tumbling off the bed. Gou Xingdong said, "You answer my questions truthfully. If you lie or resist, your fate will be hers."
Understood. The man nodded frantically. Gou Xingdong ordered Dahai to pull the cloth from the man's mouth. Gasping for air, the man cried out, "Brother, spare me. I know where to get water. Last night I was wrong, I truly was. It was Li-Lisha who pressured me to provoke you. I swear it's the truth." And Gou Xingdong asked, "What is your relationship with Li-Lisha?" "She's my second aunt's daughter.
My mother begged her to find me work, otherwise our family would starve."
"And where do you collect water each day?"
"Upstream along the river near Taiping Island. They pump river water, filter it, and fill large barrels for us.
We then distribute it across our assigned zones.
They also stock bottled water in the ground floor unit of the building beside the pumping site. The workers rest there during the day and head to the riverside between 6 and 7 each evening. There must be food too. They're about a dozen strong and 2 soldiers stand guard on rotation."
"Where does Li-Lisha live?"
"Brother, you should go after her. I was merely following her orders."
"No more stalling. Where does she live?" "Brother, if I tell you, will you let me go?"
"Please, have mercy."
"I'll never dare again." And Gou Xingdong replied, "Just tell me her address.
I'll deal with her myself. I know she's the instigator and you're innocent. I swear I won't kill you."
"And all right, thank you, brother."
"She lives in your same residential complex, not in a villa but in Building 4 Unit 2 Apartment 201, a Madris block ahead of yours."
"How many people live with her?"
"And my brother-in-law's been swamped at work lately, he barely comes home."
"Any other useful intelligence?"
"Tell me, I'll trade supplies." With that he handed the man a cigarette, placed it between his lips and lit it. "That's all, I've just been drifting through life, good for nothing."
"Fine." Dahai gag him again. "We're leaving now."
"Sorry, but we can't risk you shouting."
Dahai stuffed the cloth back into his mouth. "Brother, are we really just walking away like this?"
"What if he calls the police?" Not those words. The man shook his head violently.
Gou Xingdong said, "I swore I wouldn't kill him, and I won't."
"But you never swore anything nor promised him anything." With that he rose and walked out. Dahai stared at the man, drew a dagger and stabbed him several times in the neck, then delivered 2 final thrusts to the chest. Wiping his hands on a bedsheet, he noticed Gou Xingdong had sealed the room's windows and switched off the air conditioner.
"Gou Xingdong, we should go. By tomorrow the stench will be unbearable."
And as they neared the residential gate, Gou Xingdong told Dahai to stop the car and return home.
Alone, Gou Xingdong approached Apartment 201 Unit 2 Building 4.
Using a universal key, he unlocked the door.
Darkness swallowed the interior, visibility was poor. The apartment was a 3-bedroom to living room layout.
He first checked the 2 smaller bedrooms, both empty. Slowly he pushed open the master bedroom door and saw a figure lying motionless on the bed.
He raised the electric baton and struck without hesitation.
Then he pulled the curtains tight and switched on the light.
It was Li-Lisha, plain-faced yet undeniably well-proportioned.
Gou Xingdong doused her with water until she stirred awake, her eyes widening in raw terror at the sight of him. Gou Xingdong removed his hat and mask. Recognizing him, Li-Lisha writhed in panic. He said if we speak calmly, I'll let you live. Scream, struggle or call for help and I'll send you straight to the Western Paradise.
Do you understand?
And Lilisha nodded urgently. Gou Xingdong stepped forward and pulled the gag from her mouth.
Why target me?
We've never met before, have we?
Was it simply because I refused you entry into my home?
And Lilisha, no, it was envy. Your family always dressed so neatly, looked so well provisioned.
I couldn't help it.
Gou Xingdong, so you sent someone to harass me at the water station and stirred up hostility against me in the neighborhood.
Nay, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
I have food, bottled water too, under my bed. All of it is yours.
I swear I'll never dare again.
I swear, if I ever cross you again, may I suffer a wretched death. Seeing Gou Xingdong remain silent, she grew desperate. I have money, 2 million cash in the study cabinet plus jewelry, all yours.
And if that's not enough, I can ask my husband to supply you anything you need. He oversees logistics in the district, food, water, whatever you name. Just say the amount. Within 2 days guaranteed. Gou Xingdong, these things won't save your life. Anything else? And hearing this, Lilisha's mind raced.
Young man, if you desire something else.
Anything you want, I'll agree. And Gou Xingdong rolled his eyes. What the hell are you imagining?
I asked, do you have any other valuable information?
If not, then I'm afraid this ends now.
Wait, please. I do have one more piece of intelligence, critical, absolutely vital.
Will you spare me if I tell you? Nias, if it's accurate and useful.
Lilisha, my husband told me, they'll soon evacuate to Fongjing.
Some people have already left at night by train.
There's a high-capacity shelter being prepared there.
If you wish to go, I can have my husband arrange it. What do you think?
Is there a scheduled departure time?
Lilisha, not yet, the shelter isn't finished.
They'll need multiple waves, so many people after all.
And with the weather worsening, progress will be slow. Gou Xingdong withdrew the electric baton and pressed it directly against Lilisha.
From his spatial storage he produced a large black plastic garbage bag and layered over it a sheet of greenhouse-grade plastic. He laid Lilisha upon it, drained her blood until she was lifeless, then sealed her body inside his spatial storage. Leaving her here was unthinkable. What if her husband returned and found her missing?
No matter. Discovery within the apartment would invite complications.
He wiped the floor clean with a towel, leaving no trace. Then he pried open the bed panel, 3 cases of bottled water, several packs of instant noodles, biscuits and 2 sausages, all swiftly gathered and stored away. Upon returning home he saw the sea and his uncle was in the living room. After a brief greeting he went to his room to take a shower. Suddenly he remembered that the large water barrel in the basement was running low and he planned to add some water later. The water pump and such also needed to be checked by his uncle. After finishing his shower he went down to the basement and filled 2 large water barrels. He returned to the first floor to wait for breakfast with his uncle.
Dazai said, brother, that woman you too. Gesturing to pull at his neck. Yeah, all sorted out.
What a bastard, she still has several boxes of mineral water, instant noodles and biscuits at her place. His uncle always had special treatment from others, enjoying privileges that others did not. Gou Xingdong said, I also heard that woman mention that Fongjing has already started building shelters.
But I don't know when it will be completed. His uncle asked, if it's done, are we going?
I don't want to go for now, the first few batches won't even be our turn without connections.
Well, talk about it later.
Gou Xingdong thought in his previous life he only learned about Fongjing and Binhai having shelters after the flood disaster. As a result he went to Binhai and met his demise. In this life it's better to take control of his own destiny. Around 6 o'clock his mother came down to cook. Laifu saw Gou Xingdong and excitedly ran over, circling him to sniff and bark a couple of times. This dog had been around for more than a month, likely benefiting from drinking the happy spring water, growing quickly, full of energy and able to understand simple commands.
For instance, sit, lay down, eat and go away. Watching the carefree and happy Laifu, Gou Xingdong felt a tinge of envy.
After breakfast Dazai went to sleep and his uncle went to the garage to check the vehicles for maintenance needs. His mother and Gou Xingdong sat on the sofa chatting for a while, petting the dog. When it was time for water distribution at night, the elderly sister Zhang came this time. She kept asking who had seen Lilisha. There was no response to her knocking and she couldn't reach her husband. His mother, waiting in line for water, glanced at Gou Xingdong but said nothing. A few days later rumors spread in the community that Lilisha had run off with someone else, taking all the supplies from her home.
Her husband was given a cap of environmental color.
Hearing all this, Gou Xingdong felt unfazed. He continued to fetch water every day, but unfortunately the good times didn't last.
The power went out.
Only 1 hour of electricity was provided at noon each day, and within a couple of days there was a complete blackout.
Gou Xingdong thought the coal power generation wouldn't be enough and chaos would surely ensue outside.
During these days he accompanied his mother every night around 11 o'clock, walking in front of the house for half an hour to help her acclimatize to the outside temperature, emphasizing that she couldn't stay indoors all the time as it was not good for her health. During this time Gou Xingdong went out twice and saw people going to the riverside at midnight to cool off. For some houses it was hotter inside at night than outside. He also witnessed people breaking into stores at midnight for a free-for-all as well as robbing supplies from others. It was becoming increasingly unsafe except for a few places guarded by uncles in hats and soldiers. Most other areas had devolved into a survival of the fittest to beastly mode. The Banshan Garden community had also reported incidents of nighttime home invasions and murders. During these days he intensified training with Dazai, and his uncle taught a little as well. They drove his mother to deserted places twice to practice using the shotgun aiming and fired dozens of rounds. This way it would somewhat enhance their ability to protect themselves. At around 2 in the morning Dazai came to Gou Xingdong's room saying, "Brother, there are people outside."
Gou Xingdong sat up immediately asking, "How many people?" "Quickly go wake your dad and mom. Prepare the weapons." He then swiftly ran to the monitoring room and saw 4 people outside. 2 of them held kitchen knives, 1 had a steel pipe, and the last was trying to pry open the anti-theft door of Gou Xingdong's house. He took out a crossbow and gripped 2 hunting knives tightly. First he went to his mother's room and told her to stay inside and not come out, gently petting Leifu's head saying, "Leifu, don't bark, protect my mom here." Leifu, understanding, jumped onto his mother's bed and lay still. "Mom, I'm going to check it out. If it's not me, don't open the door. If they come in, shoot with the shotgun. Remember that." Uncle Hai was armed with a crossbow and Gou Xingdong handed him a machete as well. Gou Xingdong said, "I'll exit through the pre-installed rooftop escape hatch and circle around to their rear. Wait until you see me strike, then move in to assist. Stay calm, no shouting. Uncle Hai, your sole task is to hold the main gate, do not let them breach it. Does everyone understand?" "Understood, don't worry." Gou Xingdong returned to the second floor, opened the concealed rooftop hatch, a skylight-style aperture, then slipped silently onto the roof. From his spatial ring he deployed a ladder down into the backyard and retracted it once he descended. "Hey monkey, can you even do this? You boasted just minutes ago that it'd be done in seconds. Damn it, the lock's different, must be custom-made. Hold on, it'll open any second. Stop talking, don't wake anyone inside." By then Gou Xingdong had already circled to the villa's flank and could clearly see them. A sharp click echoed. The man called Monkey, "How's that for skill?" He tucked the universal lockpick into his pocket, drew a dagger from his waistband and slowly eased the door open. "What the hell is this?" Another door, and made of steel. The other 3 crowded forward. "Damn, these rich folks are terrified of dying. Another man that proves it, this place must hold something valuable. Hurry up and crack this door." At that very moment Gou Xingdong, already some 15 meters away, was closing in. From his spatial ring he withdrew a suppressed Glock 17, aimed at the largest man in the group, and fired twice. PFT. 2 precise shots dropped the bulliest man and the one farthest from him. The remaining 2 spun around only to find Gou Xingdong leveling the pistol directly at them. "Don't move 1 step and you're dead. Kneel. Now." Just then the main gate swung open. Uncle Hai stood there, crossbow raised. 1 man writhed on the ground, groaning in pain. Gou Xingdong strode over and delivered a single brutal kick to his temple. Silence followed. "Bind them and bring them inside." Uncle Hai produced nylon zippies, secured the 2 kneeling men's wrists and marched them indoors. The pair froze, staring in shock. "Holy hell, there's another man inside, with a crossbow." Monkey thought bitterly, "We've stirred up a hornet's nest, and what rotten luck." Gou Xingdong stepped inside. "Uncle Hai, you and Hai, take the 2 outside to the garage. If they're alive, bind them securely and clean up thoroughly. Have Hai guard them. I'll escort these 2 to the basement." Facing the 2 kneeling before him, Gou Xingdong demanded, "Who speaks first?" The long-haired man sneered, "Speak about what?" "Got caught, that's my bad luck." Gou Xingdong settled into a chair, lit a cigarette and said calmly, "Wrong answer." A single shot pierced the man's forehead. Monkey immediately dropped to his knees, bowing low. "Brother, I'll tell you everything. Ask anything, I swear I'll answer truthfully." "Then tell me, what should you say?" Yes, I'm Monkey, real name Ho Chuanfu. That one's Wang Gang. The 2 upstairs are Wang Jia and Lu Jiming. We live in the XX district, all neighbors. Lately food ran out. So we banded together to survive and devise ways to scavenge. I run a key cutting and lock picking shop near our neighborhood gate, so I handle all locks. At night we scout targets. 2 nights ago we hit a 5th floor apartment in the last row. We reasoned that villa dwellers must be wealthy, hence well stocked. So for the past 2 nights we stayed nearby, watching your villa closely. We noticed someone walking a dog by your gate every evening. If people can't even feed themselves yet keep a dog, then your household must be overflowing with supplies. So we came at midnight. Just then Uncle Hai descended the stairs. Doomsday, I've secured everything. Hi's guarding the garage. Good Uncle Hi. How much have you stolen and how many lives have you taken?
Monkey hurriedly replied, hardly anything, we're all starving.
Most homes have nothing left.
I didn't kill anyone, but Wang Gang and Wang Jia murdered an elderly man who resisted.
And they assaulted a woman. Gou Xingdong rose and walked toward Uncle Hi.
Uncle Hi, you heard it yourself.
Outside chaos reigns.
We must protect what's ours. As he spoke, he gestured toward the dagger at Uncle Hi's belt and locked eyes with Hu Weigua.
Gou Xingdong sat back down. What official news is circulating?
Monkey rumors say evacuation trains to Fengjing or Binhai shelters depart in March, voluntary only. But if you board an official train, each person, adult or child, must pay 3 jin of rice or flour. Upon arrival, another 10 jin per person, or equivalent value in other supplies.
Jiangdong. Government officials have mostly fled. Some soldiers arrived from elsewhere and now occupy the municipal government building.
Beyond that, I know nothing.
Are bands like yours widespread? Any powerful gangs or syndicates?
Plenty, most operate in groups.
Solo raiders rarely dare attack others. 2 major factions dominate the Jiangdong Syndicate and the End Time Society, each boasting over 100 members.
The Jiangdong Syndicate occupies Holiday Grand Hotel. The End Time Society's headquarters lies in Sun Tower.
They frequently clash, fighting over territory. In essence, each claims exclusive rights to resources within their zone. Anyone scavenging there without permission faces severe punishment, even near fatal beatings. Residents within those zones must pay protection fees or join the gang. We refused allegiance to the End Time Society, so we ventured farther out to scavenge. Gou Xingdong asked, do police or soldiers intervene?
Monkey, only if you approach their checkpoints, they ignore everything else. With so much territory and so few officers and troops, they simply can't patrol at all.
Do either gang possess firearms? Jiangdong Syndicate, I don't know.
But the End Time Society does. I saw their leader execute someone on the street.
What's his name?
What weapon does he use, and how many firearms do they have?
Monkey, I don't know his name.
They have at least 2 or 3 guns. Rumor says their leader ambushed several officers and seized them. I've told you everything, I beg you spare me. My wife and children await me, I'll bring them food. Brother, you're no ordinary man. You wield both firearm and bow. I swear, never a word to anyone. Please, I may die, but if I don't return, my family will perish. The End Time Society collects protection fees. If we miss one payment, they'll erase us entirely. In his previous life, he knew of the Jiangdong gang, which had extorted protection fees from Gou Xingdong on several occasions, 2 jin of rice per week or goods of equivalent value.
Gou Xingdong had also wished to join the gang, but they rejected him.
Too timid to kill or wound and possessing no special skills, he resorted to breaking locks and forcing entry to scavenge supplies just to pay the fee.
Not long afterward, he vanished, no one knew how or why. Could it be that the End Time cult wiped them out? Yet if so, why did the cult not continue collecting protection fees? No matter, it was irrelevant now.
This lifetime was different. The machine gun stored within his spatial realm thirsted for action. Gou Xingdong glanced at his maternal uncle and gave a slight nod. Hu Weigua stood tensely behind the monkey, gripping a dagger. Gou Xingdong lit a cigarette and ceased looking at his uncle. Though the monkey pleaded for mercy, Gou Xingdong remained silent. Many things and many paths must be done by one's own hands, walked by one's own feet.
Hu Weigua steeled himself and plunged the dagger deep into the monkey's body.
Years of manual labor repairing vehicles and recent rigorous training had endowed him with formidable strength. Yet nerves betrayed him. The blade struck slightly afterward, lodging in the monkey's waist. As he collapsed, blood gushed forth while he continued to beg for his life. Gou Xingdong stepped beside his uncle and said calmly, "Uncle, you should have aimed for the heart, directly behind the sternum. That would ensure swift effect. Now seize his head with one hand and slash his throat with the other. You'll spare him suffering and silence will follow."
Following the instruction, Hu Weigua withdrew the blade, knelt single-kneed atop the monkey, seized his hair with one hand and drove the dagger into his throat.
Within moments the monkey lay still. Gou Xingdong watched his uncle crouching there, then ascended to the first floor. In the garage he found Dahai already wrapping the 2 corpses in plastic sheeting and loading them into the SUV's trunk. Dahai grabbed some supplies and helped Dad clean up downstairs.
"Got it," Dahai replied, snatching the items and descending immediately.
After a short while, father and son carried the bodies to the vehicle. Gou Xingdong instructed them to scrub the garage and basement spotless and spray air freshener throughout. He drove alone to a desolate location and dumped all 4 corpses. Then, drawing forth a large bucket of water from his spatial realm, he thoroughly rinsed the SUV's trunk. On the return journey he rolled down the windows. Arriving home he found his father and Dahai seated side by side in the living room smoking. Gou Xingdong climbed to the 2nd floor, knocked on the door and called out, "Mom, it's me, open up." She opened the door to find her son standing before her and her heart raced with anxiety.
Mom, don't worry. It's all handled.
Lai Fu circled Gou Xingdong, sniffing intently around him.
This is the world now, peace is never guaranteed. Even if you seek tranquility, others may refuse to grant it.
He stroked Lai Fu's head as he spoke.
Uncle and Dahai are downstairs in the living room. If you can't sleep, go chat with them. I'm going to wash up.
Alright, go wash up, the smell's unbearable, she said, then led Lai Fu downstairs.
Third brother, are you alright? Sister, I'm fine, just need time to adjust.
Don't blame Xiaodong, he only acted for our sake.
What are you saying?
Of course I know, he does everything for us.
I was just too tense. Let me catch my breath. Dahai, utterly untroubled, declared, Dad, you're no match for me.
Back in the day my blade flashed, kaka, bloodied and merciless.
Dahai, your heart truly is vast, Hu Mama remarked.
Perhaps that's why you'll fare better in this world. Sister, our old ways of thinking and acting no longer serve us.
Only by heeding the young ones can we survive.
Fresh from the shower, Gou Xingdong descended to the first floor and kicked Dahai lightly. Go boil some noodles.
Want me to add 2 eggs and a sausage?
Absolutely, in Luo Wang brand sausage where each bite surpasses the last.
Uncle, Mom, would you like some? No thank you. I won't eat either. He turned to Lai Fu. Lai Fu, will you eat? Woof. 1 bark means no. Woof. Woof.
2 barks mean refusal.
Lai Fu bounded into Gou Xingdong's arms, nuzzling him affectionately.
Of course, he deserves a sausage. So Dahai and Gou Xingdong cooked a large pot of noodles and gave Lai Fu 1 sausage, not out of stinginess but because excessive consumption would harm his health. After the meal, the 2 young men resumed playing video games with Lai Fu seated nearby watching intently. Gou Xingdong, Dahai and Lai Fu.
Hu Mama said, Third brother, if you're not eating, go wash up and rest. I'll retire as well, I've been awake all night.
On March 29, 3024 of the Huaxia calendar at 7 in the morning, Gou Xingdong was called to get up by Lai Fu, who didn't stop calling him until he did. Lai Fu, 4 months old, had already grown quite strong and needed a bowl to eat. Each meal required a small bowl twice a day, not counting snacks. Gou Xingdong and Dahan had taken him out several times and the dog's nose proved to be quite useful. He could find all sorts of peculiar items and also serve as an early warning. Once Gou Xingdong and Dahan entered an outdoor supply store looking for resources. Even though they weren't lacking anything, it was always better to have more. While the 2 were rummaging around, Lai Fu let out a low warning growl, and sure enough, not long after, a few people walked past the door. Gou Xingdong, with his eyes closed petting Lai Fu's head, slowly sat up and heard his mother's voice calling for him.
After heading downstairs, he realized it was his uncle's birthday.
There was a bowl of longevity noodles and a fried egg. At noon his mother prepared 10 dishes including braised sea cucumber, pepper salted shrimp, steamed crab and sauced beef, all of which were delicious. Lai Fu experienced his first taste of cream birthday cake, which made him incredibly happy. Dahan asked where the birthday cake had come from. Mother, who said it fell from the sky. Uncle was also very happy, having drunk half a pound of white liquor by himself while mother had a small cup. Feeling restless, Dahan suggested they go out since it was April Fool's Day. That's great, brother. I've been so bored at home these past few days that I feel like I'm growing fur. After dinner around 7 they heard a long absent horn sound. Attention everyone, there is an important announcement. Gather in the community garden in 15 minutes. Mother, it's been a long time since we've had an announcement up there. It's fine, you rest, I'll go see what they are talking about by myself. After Gou Xingdong changed into a slightly dirty outfit with pants and shoes on and wearing a mask, he stepped out. There was no choice, with water and electricity cut off, supplies were often disrupted. As long as you are dressed cleanly and your complexion is healthy, that's a problem. When he arrived at the community garden, he saw about 100 people. Initially, when water was first distributed, there were at least 700 or 800 people, but the numbers dwindled more and more. Some had died while many more had left the community for other places. This place is far from the city center and there are very few supermarkets, making it inconvenient to find supplies. Attention everyone, I have some good news to share today. Due to special reasons, our city's population has decreased significantly. Therefore, the authorities have decided that residents willing to go to Fengjing or Binhai can sign up. There are newly built shelters there, and as long as one is willing to work hard, there will be rewards. Gou Xingdong thought to himself, rewards. I never heard of this in my past life. Am I flapping my wings? It's likely that there is a sharp decrease in population and they need labor to work who will help build so many shelters. In any case, I'm not going, I have food and drink here. People below were discussing among themselves, and a woman thin as a skeleton asked Sister Zhang, when can we set off? Will there be food if we go to work? As long as you work there, you will definitely be provided with meals. It will be gathering about a week later at the train station square, but those going need to pay 5 pounds of food. Any type is fine, canned food or biscuits are also acceptable. If you really don't have it, you can use gold. It's counted per person. 5 pounds of food or 2 pounds of gold will do. Sister Zhang, can I use cash or antiques instead of gold?
No, only the items I've mentioned are acceptable.
Or if you have the ability to go to Fengjing by yourself, the location is at the Cheesy Mountain Shelter in Fengjing and the Binhai Shelter is at Xiahishan. Those who can go should prepare quickly and find their own way to the train station. You only have 10 days. After 10 days, if you want to go, you will have to find your own way. What about those who can't gather enough food and gold?
Are you not going to manage that? It's not that we won't manage, it's that we can't handle it. Don't you see the current situation? It's been 3 months. How many people have died? We can't grow food and there are very few water resources left. We can't just eat without working.
Thus the leaders have decided to concentrate the living forces and open shelters in big cities. This will allow everyone to work together, and once the climate improves they can return.
Moreover, the shelter will have hospitals, canteens and places for children to learn.
Various experts and professors with skills will be there as well.
Jiangdong's government will also move over in the future. Only some troops will be stationed here and those who cannot or do not want to go will have to find their own way. Alright, that's it.
I still need to inform other communities. Notify those who wish to go to the shelter to prepare their ticket money. It starts in a week and lasts only 10 days.
What tickets?
You take the train to Fengjing and Binhai will charge you for the ticket.
The sea, haha, do we need Huaxia coins? Huma Xiaodong, are we going?
No, we have food and drink water and electricity. Isn't it comfortable living in a villa? Once we get there, do you think we can each have our own room and take showers freely?
Brother, I don't want to go either, let's just stay here.
Huegwa, that's right, it's definitely not as good as being at home.
But Dongzi, we don't have much left. Will they still distribute supplies in the future?
Xiao Jiao, you don't need to worry. Didn't I say I have a place to store supplies?
Don't worry. Brother, are you going out tonight?
Yes, I'll go out and check. Everyone probably knows about the relocation by now.
Xiaodong, can you go check on your aunt?
It's been a long time and there's been no news.
See if they know about the relocation to the shelter. Alright, don't worry, Mom. I'll go tonight.
Dazai will go back to sleep for a bit and we'll set off after midnight.
Dazai, load a few boxes of mineral water, instant noodles, biscuits, canned meat and fruit. Also pack a barrel of gasoline. I'm afraid that Xiao Gang's car might run out of fuel.
Don't forget to take a box of candles, a lighter, a flashlight and a few batteries.
Gou Xingdong took out another backpack, adding chocolates, wafers, jelly and various snacks prepared for Xiao Tongtong.
He instructed Xiao Jiao to keep an eye on the house and the two set off. Just a few minutes into the drive they heard other sounds in the car. Gou Xingdong looked back and saw Laifu peering at him with his head tilted from the back seat. When did this guy sneak on? Dazai looked back and laughed, saying he didn't know either. Laifu was running around in the garage when he was loading the cargo and he didn't notice when he stealthily got into the car. Gou Xingdong helplessly picked up the walkie-talkie. Xiao Jiao, please respond if you hear me.
What's up?
Dongzi. Laifu was in my car, just letting you know, don't worry.
Oh, okay, I was wondering where that guy went.
You guys be careful on the road. Gou Xingdong tugged at Laifu's ear and ruffled his fur. There weren't many people on the road and the vehicles were pitifully few. When they arrived at Auntie's house, the front door was still locked.
Dazai climbed over the wall. Soon Xiaoya opened the door and Gou Xingdong entered the yard with Laifu.
Xiaoya, is this your dog?
Yes, his name is Laifu, he's a German Shepherd.
Very obedient, don't worry, he won't bite. Once inside it was dark and it was hard to see, only a few shadowy figures were visible.
Auntie.
Hey, Xiaodong is here, come sit. Gou Xingdong, Dazai, go bring the things in. Dazai took Xiaoya outside and suddenly someone stood up and said, I'll help too. From the voice it should be Lin Wumei. Take out a few candles and light them so that the people in the room can see clearly.
Auntie, you've lost weight, I brought you some food.
Dazai, go find the canned goods and open a few for everyone to eat.
Alright.
Looking at the people in the room, Auntie Xiaoya, Lin Wumei, but Sister Tongtong and Xiao Gang are not here. Gou Xingdong thought to himself, could something have happened? Out loud he asked, where are Gang Gu and the others? Xiaoya immediately started crying and said, sister-in-law is gone, my brother was injured by someone and is resting in the back room. I gave him medicine and he fell asleep. Tongtong was also taken away by someone. Hearing Xiaoya's sobs and looking at Auntie and Lin Wumei who were both in tears, Gou Xingdong became furious. Xiaoya, don't panic, take your time to explain what exactly happened. At this moment Lin Wumei said, Xiaodong, let me tell you, these two have been crying too much lately. Although there's no electricity, the well at home can still yield a little water, barely enough for drinking. 3 days ago at night Xiao Gang and the neighbors agreed to go out to find some supplies. They hadn't been gone long when the village chief came with a few people saying that the water in the well belonged to the state and that aunt whose family had to deliver 50 pounds of water every day. Sister-in-law said they could only pump about 10 pounds of water a day at most and it was decreasing anyway, so they couldn't provide that much. The village chief said he didn't care if they couldn't provide water, they would have to substitute it with grain. 1 pound of grain equals 2 pounds of water. Sister-in-law said to wait for Xiao Gang to come back to discuss it, she couldn't make the decision. The village chief was displeased and let those few people into the house to search. We stopped them from entering, and at that moment Xiao Tongtong ran out, hugged the village chief's leg and bit him. The village chief kicked Tongtong down, and seeing that Tongtong had fallen, sister-in-law went to hit the village chief. As a result, they attacked sister-in-law with iron rods, and seeing that she was in critical condition, Xiaoya and I gave her first aid while Aunt Hu held Tongtong. They entered the house and robbed many things, leaving only half a bag of rice. Then they took Tongtong away, asking Xiao Gang to use his truck to exchange for her. When Xiao Gang learned about this, he went to find the village chief. Not long after, he was thrown into the yard by those few people. Sister-in-law, not seeing Tongtong and seeing Xiao Gang beaten so badly plus losing too much blood, he didn't make it. In the past few days, whenever Xiao Gang woke up, he wanted to take revenge. His right calf was broken and he had injuries all over. I made a simple splint for him and gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Originally, Xiaoya and I decided that I would watch the house while she rode the electric bike to find you. Damn it, saying this, he took out a dagger and was about to go out. Gou Xingdong stopped him, sitting down and saying not to act impulsively. We need to save Tongtong and avenge sister-in-law. Let's understand the situation before taking action so we don't endanger Tongtong. Gou Xingdong asked Ganga when will he wake up. Then he urged the others, eat something first, auntie, you too. Only with full stomachs can we survive and avenge our loved ones. When will Ganga wake up? Xiaoya replied, probably still a while. Do you know where the village chief lives? How many people are with him? What weapons do they have? I know where his house is, auntie said. Doomsday, I don't ask for anything else, just bring Tongtong home. We can't fight them. His family has countless relatives, they've been bullies in this village for years and no one dares intervene. They seized others' farmland and homestead plots, mere trifles. Worse, they'd injured several villagers. His son had enclosed an entire mountain and even opened a small mine, rumor had it he commanded dozens of men, some armed with hunting rifles. Alright, I understand. Don't worry, auntie. Entering the inner room, he saw Ganga lying motionless on the bed. With the sole man of the household fallen, the sky itself seemed to collapse. Gou Xingdong retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his spatial ring and mixed in some blissful spring water. He roused Ganga, who, a man in his 30s, burst into tears and clung to Gou Xingdong. Don't worry, brother, I'll act tonight. Too much can go wrong if we wait. Xiao Gang said, Dongsy, they're over a dozen strong, armed with broadswords, steel pipes and crude hunting rifles. We're outnumbered, we can't win. I'm powerless. I've failed Tongtong's mother. They say they'll sell Tongtong too for grain. What do we do? My leg's still lame. Don't worry, he said, pulling a handgun from his backpack. This thing outmatches theirs by far. Haida and I have killed before, we're certain of success. Drink this water, eat something soon and wait for us to return. Back in the outer room, he told auntie there are shelters in Fongjing and Binhai. Trains will resume soon, if you wish to go I'll escort you. If not, you may take an empty apartment in our neighborhood, but this place is no longer safe and you cannot protect yourselves. Tonight I'll rescue Tongtong. Pack your essentials, when we return we'll walk straight to my place. Bring only a few sets of clothes and food, nothing else matters. Xiaoya, lead the way. Lin Wu may help auntie pack and ask Ganga what he needs. Wait for me here, Lifu, be good until I come back. Woof. Lifu acknowledged. Pretending to retrieve night vision goggles from his backpack, he handed a Glock handgun to Haida, then produced an MP5 submachine gun and 2 magazines, loading them swiftly. After loading the magazines, he passed Haida's electric baton to Xiaoya. Can you use this? She shook her head, bewildered. He demonstrated several times. Understood now. Yes, I get it. What's the village chief's surname? Zhao Jiwei. You'll wait in the car. If anyone attacks, eliminate them. He handed her a dagger as well. Don't fear consequences, you're educated, you know better than most that survival now belongs only to the fittest. Count on me, Dongzi, I won't hold you back. The large compound ahead, that's his home, Gou Xingdong said, signaling to stop. Park in that narrow alley, Haida. Keep your radio handy, don't charge recklessly. Your mission, locate Tongtong and extract her. I'll neutralize those bastards, got it. Understood. Brother, do you have another submachine gun? Give me one. Oh, get lost. Gou Xingdong strode off alone. The two crept to the western wall of the compound, roughly 2.5 meters high. I'll boost you up, Haida. If no one's around, lie flat atop the wall, stay hidden. Wait for my command over the radio, no rash moves. Gou Xingdong crouched low. Haida stepped onto his shoulders and scaled the wall. Peering down into the courtyard, Haida flashed a crisp okay sign back to him. Gou Xingdong circled behind the compound, a 2-story residence. From his spatial ring he deployed a drone to survey the layout. The western side, where Haida perched, held several low sheds likely storage or pigsties. On the eastern side stood two small rooms behind which rose the two-story main house, no external balcony. The front gate sat centered on the ground floor flanked by 6 windows, each floor likely exceeding 100 square meters. He recalled the drone approached the eastern wall, unfolded a ladder, ascended silently, retracted it, then dropped lightly into the courtyard. Night vision goggles secured, submachine gun steady in hand. This device is extraordinary, no power needed, yet the deepest night reveals itself with crystalline clarity. He glanced across and waved to Haida, still flattened against the opposite wall. He entered the 2 eastern rooms, cluttered with odds and ends and farming tools. Crossing westward, damn, it's a pigsty and chicken coop. Unbearable stench. He signaled Haida to descend. Standard formation, I lead, you follow. No hesitation, and for heaven's sake don't shoot me by accident. Haida. I've trained repeatedly, trust me. They approached the 2-story house, the door unlatched. Pushing it open they found the ground floor kitchen, bathroom, dining area. At the far end a door, its handle turned softly. Through the night vision lens 2 figures lay sleeping on the bed. Gou Xingdong slung the rifle across his shoulder, drew his dagger and aimed its point at one man, while signaling Haida to train his weapon on the other's chest. Haida moved closer. Gou Xingdong gestured, fire. 2 muffled thuds echoed, bullets biting flesh. Simultaneously Gou Xingdong clamped a hand over the second man's mouth, pressing the blade to his throat, while Haida kept his gun leveled at him. Answer every question, or die instantly. Cry out once and you're finished. Blink if you understand. Zhao Jiwei, the tyrant who'd ruled the village unchallenged for decades, never imagined anyone would dare breach his home at midnight, blades and barrels pressed to his flesh. Frantically he nodded and blinked. Your name? Gou Xingdong demanded. Brother, let's talk reasonably. I'm Zhao Tianba, a man of standing in this village. Name whatever you wish, I'll give it to you. You're called Zhao Tianba. I'm Huang Fei Hong, for heaven's sake. No, brother, my name is Zhao Jiwei. Folks jokingly call me Zhao Tianba out of respect. Are you the village chief? Yes, I'll handle whatever you need swiftly and thoroughly. Gou Xingdong, is this your wife? No, she's Li Laosan's wife. She was starving to death with him and couldn't even scrape together a meal, so I took her in out of compassion, and she repaid me by pledging herself to me. Ha ha. Didn't expect you to be such a benevolent soul. How many people live upstairs? 5, no 6. Which is it? Can't you tell 5 from 6? Wait, brother, let me explain. My son and daughter-in-law, my third brother and his 2 sons plus a young girl. You've quite the household. Don't worry, I'm after wealth, not lives. Zhao Tianba, I Huang Fei Hong uphold my word. Gather them all now, bring out grain or valuables, and my brother and I will be gone. What do you say? Zhao Jiwei thought, do I really have a choice? Try pointing a gun at me and see how that goes. Rest easy, brother, I'll comply without delay. They bound his hands and led him upstairs. Pushing open the door they shouted up, now. Inside 3 people stirred groggily from sleep. Zhao Jiming, still dazed, saw 2 figures enter, seized his hunting rifle and aimed it while shouting for his 2 sons. Third brother, look closely. It's me, don't accidentally discharge your weapon. Hearing his elder brother's voice, Zhao Laosan lowered the rifle. His 2 sons likewise turned their gaze toward Gou Xingdong and Zhao Jiwei. Who's that behind you, elder brother? Zhao Jiwei, he's a passing hero, and a friend of mine. Gou Xingdong. You wretched cur, since when are we friends? Even my dog Lai Fu wouldn't deign to acknowledge you. Zhao Laosan lit a candle, its flickering light revealed a masked man wearing some odd headgear, pistol leveled at his elder brother. The moment Zhao Laosan recognized him, he lunged for the rifle again. Gou Xingdong fired, striking his leg. He screamed in agony. Don't move. I seek fortune, not blood. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Yunpeng opened his door at the far end of the corridor, flashlight in hand. Spotting Haida in the hallway, he slammed the door shut and rushed for his hunting rifle, then crouched behind it, too afraid to emerge. Gou Xingdong ordered them all bound. Haida stood guard, watching closely, any sign of resistance and he'd end them. Then he shoved Zhao Jiwei toward his son's door. Tell your son to open up, no tricks. Or bullets won't spare anyone. Yunpeng opened the door. It's fine, just a friend. Gou Xingdong mused, in wartime you'd be a textbook traitor. Fellow villagers, come out. We won't seize your grain. From inside, Zhao Yunpeng asked cautiously, who's there, and why the gun? Zhao Jiwei. Just a traveler passing through, borrowing a few things. Nothing to fear. Then I'll stay put, let them take what they need and leave. Gou Xingdong, your son's sharp as a fox. Zhao Tianba, you've got a worthy air. Where's the little girl? Over there, in that room at the far end. That room holds grain, water, canned food, and biscuits. Brother, help yourself freely. Need anything else? I'll fetch it for you. Returning to Zhao Laosan's room, they found father and sons bound together like a chain. Haida had already slung the crude rifle across his back. He locked the door behind them and escorted Zhao Jiwei to Guan Tongtong's room. "The door's locked, where's the key?" "In my trousers pocket on the bed." Haida went to search and quickly returned with a ring of keys unlocking the door. Inside lay over 100 sacks of rice and white flour, dozens of large drums of soybean oil and cooking oil, plus ample instant noodles, pickled mustard, tubers, biscuits and bottled water. Tucked into the farthest corner they found Tongtong, a child bound hand and foot soaked to the skin and unconscious. "Take Tongtong to the car, hurry. Let Xiaoya examine her." Haida scooped Tongtong up and dashed off. Hearing Gou Xingdong's words, Zhao Jiwei realized this wasn't a random bandit raid. This was vengeance. "Brother, I acted in ignorance, no offense intended. Take everything, just spare my family's lives." Gou Xingdong agreed. "You're Zhao Tianba, I'm Huang Feihong. You may break your word, but I keep mine." With that he drew an electric baton from his spatial storage and stunned him unconscious. He gathered the supplies, then sealed the door tightly. At the stairwell's entrance, Zhao Yunpeng. "I'm leaving, don't forget to untie them." "No need to see me off." He poured gasoline along the corridor floor, then descended to the first floor and doused it there too. Standing at the main entrance on the ground floor, he lit a cigarette. Glancing upward, he spotted someone peering down from the second floor landing, most likely Zhao Yunpeng and his wife. He flicked the cigarette butt into the doorway, the flame erupted instantly. Gou Xingdong stood calmly in the courtyard, eyes fixed on Zhao Yunpeng's room. Sure enough, Zhao Yunpeng, panicked by the fire, tried to escape through the window, only to meet a single precise shot. Zhao Yunpeng recoiled, too terrified to show himself. By then Haida had already driven the vehicle to the courtyard gate. "Brother, Tongtong's just starving, dehydrated and terrified. She's safe now." Xiaoya entered holding the sleeping Tongtong while Zhao Yunpeng could no longer bear it and pushed his wife aside, hitting her with a wooden stick. Immediately Zhao Yunpeng jumped down recklessly, receiving a few blows from the sea, landing motionless in the yard. "Zhao Tianba, I Huang Feihong have done a good deed, bringing your family together all in one piece. Let's go back." Xiaoya anxiously looked at the brothers Gou Xingdong and Dahuai. These two are too fierce with their wooden sticks, they are no less than ruthless bandits who kill without blinking an eye. "Little Tongtong, are you pretending to sleep? I am your Uncle Dong, remember." The 3-year-old Tongtong, frightened, hid in Xiaoya's arms, speaking at Gou Xingdong and clutching Xiaoya tightly. "Tongtong, don't be afraid, this is your Uncle Dong and this is Uncle Dahuai. The chocolate and chips you had last time were given to you by them. The little child must have been scared, it will be fine in a few days. Auntie Lin Wumei and brother Xiaojiang are all here." Seeing Xiaoya holding Tongtong, Auntie immediately came over, embraced Tongtong and started crying. Brother Xiaojiang repeatedly thanked Dahuai and Gou Xingdong while Lin Wumei was jumping around with joy. Gou Xingdong is a master at ruining the atmosphere. "Stop crying and jumping, let's tidy up and leave quickly, it's already 4 o'clock. Fortunately the Saab van is spacious enough to fit 6 adults, 1 child and a dog." Upon arriving at Banshanuan, Huma and Auntie hugged each other excitedly and cried upon meeting. The little uncle was in charge of making breakfast, letting Xiaoya take them to the basement for showers while brother Gang went to shower in Dahuai's room. At the dining table, watching Auntie and the others drink millet porridge and eat salted duck eggs, beef buns and pickled radish. Little Tongtong was grabbing a big bun with both hands and stuffing it into her mouth. Mom patted little Tongtong's back, telling her to eat slowly, there's plenty, don't overdo it. After eating a few bites, Gou Xingdong went to play with Laifu in a corner. Mom quietly asked how to arrange for them. Gou Xingdong suggested finding an empty house in the neighborhood for them to stay in, but a shelter would also be fine. It was evident that Mom wanted them to stay in the villa. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I have many secrets, I don't want to expose them. If you want them to stay here it's fine, but if they have any ill intentions or do anything against us, I won't show mercy." After dinner, Mom called them all into the room. After more than 10 minutes they all went downstairs. Mom started arranging the rooms. Dahuai and the little uncle shared one on the first floor, Xiaoya and Lin Wumei had another, and brother Gang stayed in the basement. On the second floor, Auntie took Tongtong to one room. Although there was another study on the second floor, Mom did not arrange for anyone to stay there. Seeing Mom's arrangements, Gou Xingdong could only obey. Dahuai took Xiaoya and Lin Wumei to the basement to find bedding and toiletries. Mom took Auntie Tongtong and Laifu upstairs while the little uncle, brother Gang and Gou Xingdong sat in the living room. "Dongzi, thank you. If there's anything in the future I will do my utmost. It's nothing, we're all family. Brother Gang, let Xiaoya take another look at your leg, I'll get you some medicine and a splint later." Hu Weiguo also said, "Dongzi, really thank you. We are all depending on you to survive." The little uncle had nothing to say, "If you need anything just let Dahuai help you." After going back and forth for more than half an hour, Xiaoya and the others finally set up their respective rooms. Sitting on the sofa, Xiaoya said, "Dongzi, you're amazing, your house has air conditioning, good food and the ability to shower, unbelievable. Laifu from your house has become so fat.
My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, unstoppable. Stop it, just say what you want. If you have something to say, just say it. Ha ha ha, how about it, Xiaomei?
I told you he would definitely know I need something from him. Here's the thing, we don't have any change of clothes, especially underwear and some things for girls. I have plenty in my space, you two will never wear them all in 10 lifetimes.
Lace transparent with frills, sanitary napkins from various brands, ultra thin, thick and with wings, we have everything, just can't take them out directly. Alright, I got it. I'll go out in the next couple of days to get some for you. Don't worry. First check your brother's leg, if you need anything write a list and I'll find it. Plaster, bandages, cotton, paper, make a list, and some oral medication. Holding the list, I returned to the room to take out the items from my space, then went downstairs to hand them to Xiaoya. I have all these, so take them and use them. While Xiaoya and Lin Wumei treated brother Gang's leg, Gou Xingdong told Da Huai that they were responsible for training them, they must have self-defense capabilities. The little uncle also agreed wholeheartedly. Upon entering Mom's room, I saw the sisters chatting and Tongtong was playing with Laifu. I reassured Mom and Auntie that everything was arranged and brother Gang's leg was in a cast, it would heal soon. Laifu shook off Tongtong and ran to Gou Xingdong seeking petting. Tongtong was a bit afraid of this uncle and dared not approach. Auntie said, Tongtong, this is Uncle Dong, he gave you delicious food, so go hug your uncle. Gou Xingdong, like a magician, pulled 2 pieces of candy from his pocket. Tongtong slowly came over, took the candy and ran back to her grandma. Children can be shy, it will be fine in a few days. You all chat, I'm going back to my room to take a nap. That evening everyone, including Laifu, gathered in the living room on the first floor as the number of people had grown too large. This was not part of Gou Xingdong's original plan, yet it could not be altered, he had no choice but to accept it, and thus he would impose rules. All eyes turned toward Gou Xingdong seated calmly on the sofa awaiting his words. Today Auntie's family had also arrived, the household was now densely populated and correspondingly resource consumption had surged. Yet this mattered little, for he still held reserves sufficient to last for the foreseeable future. What he wished to emphasize was the peril beyond our walls, its severity you already understand well enough. The loss of a few lives meant nothing. Robberies, murders, even over mere scraps of supplies, could cost one's life. Even if you stayed quietly at home, danger would still seek you out. Therefore survival demanded not only adequate provisions but also self-defense capability. Beginning tomorrow, Dahai would train Xiaoya and Lin Wumei. Ganga, once his leg healed, would join them as well. No one was permitted to venture outside without my explicit consent. No one was to open the door to strangers. And under no circumstances was anyone to offer unsanctioned aid to those in need. Do not delude yourselves into playing the benevolent, do not indulge in saintly illusions. All supplies belonged to me, and every decision regarding them required my approval. Mother and Auntie would oversee daily operations. Xiaoya and Lin Wumei would handle cleaning and assist Mother and Auntie, doubling as auxiliary medical personnel. Uncle Xiao would maintain all electrical wiring, appliances and vehicles. Once Ganga's leg fully recovered, I would take him out with me. Dahai would remain at my side. Tongtong and Laifu were free to do as they pleased. Raise objections now, if any, rather than waiting until after an incident occurs. Those unable to abide by these terms are to leave immediately. I urge you all to swiftly confront reality. This is the unvarnished law of survival in the apocalypse. Who consents? Who objects? Silence implies assent. Henceforth one person shall stand night watch each evening. Xiaoya, Lin Wumei and Uncle Xiao will rotate among themselves. Each evening ensure curtains and blackout drapes are fully drawn, no light must betray our power supply. The night watch is responsible for verifying all doors and windows are securely sealed. If there is nothing further, you are dismissed, free to pursue your own activities. 3 days passed and Ganga's leg had healed completely. Indeed, this joyful spring water seemed capable of curing all ailments. Brother, today is the 10th. Those who departed for Fengjing and Binhai, have they begun their missions? Most likely. Tonight we'll go scout together. How are Xiaoya and the others progressing? Acceptable, they've mastered the crossbow, electric baton and walkie-talkies. Martial arts depend on personal insight, but 2 hours of daily physical training will inevitably yield improvement. At just past 9, Gou Xingdong set out with Dahai and Ganga. Xiaoya attempted to follow, only to be sharply rebuked by Auntie. They arrived at the railway station square, crowded wall with people. It required no imagination to deduce that many among them lacked fare and sought to slip aboard unnoticed. Uniformed officers and soldiers patrolled the perimeter, maintaining order. Gou Xingdong remarked, in the days ahead Jiangdong's population will dwindle drastically. Among the survivors will be those bold, ruthless and ambitious, far more dangerous than before. Dahai, we head to the commercial district. The three strode down the avenue where former splendor had long since crumbled. Shopfronts lay shattered evidence of prior looting. They scoured several clothing and lingerie stores, directing Dahai and Ganga to gather apparel, footwear and undergarments. Gou Xingdong wandered alone, collecting anything he deemed useful. An hour later they regrouped, preparing to return home, when from 50 meters away they spotted someone lingering near their vehicle.
Most likely a thief. The car still held several bottles of water.
"Don't move or I'll beat you senseless for tampering with my car."
Startled, the would-be thief instantly raised both hands.
"Brother, I only wanted a sip of water."
As Gou Xingdong approached and shone his flashlight, he exclaimed, well, look who it is, Sanpingzi. Sanpingzi, the same Lu Sanpang who'd installed surveillance cameras and downloaded data for Gou Xingdong. Sanpingzi, still haven't lost weight in times like these.
Impressive. Upon hearing his name, Lu Sanpang realized his interlocutor knew him well.
He peered closely, then broke into relief.
"Ah.
Brother, you. Since we know each other, let me go. I'm truly desperate for water. I came out searching."
"You're alone?"
"Yes, just me."
"You never lacked food, yet somehow you've grown even rounder."
Ha ha.
"Luck. I stocked extra grain before New Year and it's carried me this far. But now I'm out of water, that's why I ventured out."
Gou Xingdong studied him, then handed over 1.5 bottles of mineral water from the car.
"Go. We still have supplies to gather."
Without another glance at Sanpingzi, he led Dahai and Ganga into a nearby electronics mall, rushed up to the second floor, and retrieved a night vision scope.
Sanpingzi glanced back repeatedly as he fled. Once certain no one followed, he darted across the street into the adjacent electronics plaza and vanished.
Brother, this fatso's hoarding supplies. I know, which is precisely why I let him go.
Return home. Tomorrow night we'll bring 2 vehicles. He's hiding inside that electronics plaza. Everyone else scavenges for food or essentials. No one thinks to search for electronics. So yes, his refuge is remarkably secure. 2 vehicles, the C gang, Gou Xiaoya and Lin Wumei.
Gou Xingdong led them all out. Greenhouse flowers do not last long. Everyone must step into the world. Besides, this third fat man posed little threat. Park the vehicles in a blind spot beside the electronics market, ensuring the third fat man does not spot them prematurely. No one knew how many were with him. Entering through the rear staff passage, Dahai deftly severed the chain lock with hydraulic cutters. Remember, do not search for items yet. If anything remains, the fat man has likely gathered it all himself. Search floor by floor quietly with utmost discretion. The 5 of them ascended level by level until on the 6th floor they heard voices quarreling. Third fat man, let's join the Doomsday Association. They've got food, water and firearms.
All we have are these few things. What happens when they run out? We're already short on water and electricity.
The third fat man replied, I won't go. I've seen how many people they've robbed and murdered.
Now they want me.
When they no longer need me, they'll slit my throat and feast on my flesh. They're no better than bandits, worse even. Go yourself if you wish. I refuse. If I had your skills, I'd have gone long ago.
Master, please, I beg you, go.
I'll assist you. I'll handle their surveillance systems and electrical infrastructure.
They'll provide food and water in return.
It's fair trade. We won't need to raid or scavenge ourselves.
I absolutely refuse.
A few days ago I barely escaped capture.
Just then footsteps echoed from below.
The 5 ducked behind a counter. Pitch darkness concealed them completely. Footsteps approached, 3 people at least.
Lu Sanpong, come with us.
How did you get up here?
I'm not going. Master, it was me. Last night while fetching water I contacted them. I fed you, sheltered you, and now you betray me. Lu Sanpong, join our Doomsday Association.
You won't need to venture outside, just maintain the surveillance systems.
Our leader guarantees full provisions and even companionship if desired. Few enjoy such terms. Don't spurn this grace.
Gou Xingdong observed that this third fat man resembled his former self, stealthily scavenging supplies to survive yet unwilling to harm others.
Was it cowardice or perhaps an innate unyielding kindness?
He simply wished to live quietly. Yet inevitably he would meet his end.
A commotion erupted from the other side. Don't drag me. I won't go. Damn you.
Wu Pui, you betray me, then bind my hands. Gou Xingdong glanced back at his companions and pointed silently at the daggers and electric batons in their hands. He gestured toward Dahai and himself, signaling them to advance, while the other 3 held the stairwell entrance. Gou Xingdong and Dahai crept slowly from behind the counter, crouching low as they advanced toward the third fat man. I'll take the one nearest to him, you aim for the tallest.
Dahai nodded faintly.
As they closed within 15 meters, they rose halfway onto their knees, taking careful aim. Had their adversaries not shown flashlights, the shots might easily have missed. With his left hand, Gou Xingdong counted down 1, 2, then clenched his fist.
2 crossbow bolts struck true.
Instantly both drew kukri knives and charged forward.
Screams pierced the air, bodies collapsed before anyone could react.
Before the last man registered what was happening, Gou Xingdong was upon him, driving his blade deep into the man's chest. Only the third fat man and his apprentice remained.
Dahai assumed they were rescuing them, yet the apprentice recovering his wits bolted for the stairs. Unexpectedly 3 more awaited him there.
After neutralizing the Doomsday Association trio, they dragged the apprentice back, removed his mask and cap, and lit a cigarette.
"Hello, third fat man." Another cigarette was offered. The third fat man stood dazed and unresponsive.
Gou Xingdong turned instead to the apprentice. "How did you contact the Doomsday Association, and where are they?"
"How many members?" "Brother, I don't know." Dahai stepped forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps.
"Think carefully before you speak again. The next time I'll use my blade." "Nearby at the China Bank Tower, they're holed up there."
"Truly, I don't know their numbers." "Who leads them?"
"Jia Ronghao, the boss Jia." Gou Xingdong paused. Why did that name sound so familiar? "Brother, he's the neighbor who borrowed our car, the one in the grand villa at the far end of the compound."
"Ah, I remember now.
Jia Ronghao from that residential complex." "Why did they abduct the third fat man?" "Brother, they have a generator, but their surveillance and electrical systems are broken. They needed us to repair them."
"I recall this place, it's Xingdong Gang's territory, isn't it? How did the Apocalypse Society even relocate here?" "Brother, the Xingdong Gang was wiped out by the Apocalypse Society and its surviving members were absorbed into their ranks."
"Is the Apocalypse Society really that formidable?" "Not merely formidable, their leader Jia Ronghao has a cousin who was once a high-ranking official in our city and his wife serves in our armed forces department. Later, for reasons unknown, the authorities began tacitly endorsing the Apocalypse Society, permitting them to assume administrative control. Rumor has it his father-in-law supplied him with numerous firearms, and with those he eliminated the Xingdong Gang's leader."
"The precise details remain unclear to me."
"So long as he avoids confronting the military directly, no one intervenes.
Besides, the government has already relocated to Fongjing City.
He now stands as the most powerful civilian force in the region."
"What else do you know? Speak well and you'll be rewarded."
"Brother, I truly know nothing more. I've spent nearly all my time hiding here with Fat San. This man Fat San is your associate. How you choose to deal with him is entirely up to you."
"Master, spare me.
I only wished for us both to eat well and live comfortably. I never harbored ill intent toward you."
"I swear it truly."
"Fat San, perhaps we should let him go. He's been my friend for over 2 years. All he ever wanted was a full stomach and a safer place to stay."
"Ah, you're remarkably fortunate to have a fool like Fat San as your friend. He's agreed to spare your life. But still, I must consult my companions."
Inside Fat San's apprentice's mind surged a torrent of exasperation. "What does that have to do with you, or with your companions?" He watched Xiaoya and Lin Wumei, both now steady, no longer retching.
Surgery and killing, though vastly different, shared one stark similarity: both required the blade. "How shall we handle him?" "Gang, though we cannot release him. If he reports back to the Apocalypse Society that we killed one of theirs, will face grave consequences." "Xiaoya, I'll follow your lead. Dongzi. Lin Wumei, eradicate the roots."
"Ah, those 4 words ring perfectly true." Gou Xingdong gazed at Fat San's apprentice. "Your luck has run out again, 2-1.
"Wait, that's not right, brother. There are 5 of you.
If Fat San and I voted becomes 4-1, the outcome remains unchanged."
"Gango, Lin Wumei, either of you will carry out the act."
Gango gripped her dagger tightly, motionless, until Gou Xingdong's gaze fell upon her. Then she stepped forward.
"Brother, you've drawn fortune once more. She's a physician trained at Fongjing Provincial Hospital. Your suffering, I suspect, will be markedly less." Dahai and Gango held him down as Lin Wumei approached, dagger in hand, and struck with surgical precision into his heart.
Gou Xingdong silently sighed. No wonder she was a doctor, her aim was flawless.
"Fat San, we're leaving. You'd best relocate too. Even if the Apocalypse Society doesn't come tonight, they'll certainly return here tomorrow. Hand over half your stockpile, it's your ransom for survival." "Fat San, no. Take me with you. I trust you alone."
"I have nowhere else to go, not even waiting for the Apocalypse Society to find me. I wouldn't last much longer."
"I can resolve your computer issues, surveillance systems, electrical circuits, anything technical."
"Come to think of it, the home security system broke down and I'm not sure anyone here knows how to fix it, nor has the surveillance for Wutong Mountain even been installed yet." Most of all, Fat San reminded him of his former self, ambitionless, yearning only to survive quietly, unwilling and uninterested in harming others.
"Fat San, if you join me, you become mine. You'll obey every command.
As you've just witnessed my companions take lives without hesitation.
In return, I'll provide your food and shelter.
But should you betray us, I'll hunt you down wherever you flee and kill you. You may still withdraw your decision now."
"No need. I've made up my mind.
Aligning with you is infinitely safer than going it alone or surrendering to the Apocalypse Society. Let's go, I'll show you where to eat. Consider it my initiation fee." They ascended to the 7th floor where Fat San unlocked a door, revealing 40 to 50 cartons of self-heating rice, over 100 boxes of spicy strips and countless other snacks. This space had originally been leased to a livestream e-commerce team. On the first day of the crisis, Xiao Wu and I worked overtime helping them calibrate equipment, after which we never left again.
Had it not been for the water running out, I could have stayed here forever. Forever. How far does forever stretch? Enough, everyone load the supplies into the vehicles. Fat San, you and I will scout for useful hardware and spare parts.
Hurry, what if the Apocalypse Society arrives searching for him?
2 hours later, the exhausted group slumped into the vehicles, yet Gou appeared the least fatigued, likely due to the effects of the Joy Spring energy drink.
Gou Xingdong and Gou each drove a vehicle back toward Banshanuan Estate.
Upon arriving home, the unloading of goods from the underground chamber commenced. In the living room, Tong led Lifu, fixated on the gluttonous San Pengzi, who was devouring an entire pig knuckle, 3 bowls of rice, a plate of vinegar stir-fried cabbage, and a bowl of egg soup, all of which disappeared into his stomach. It seems Lifu was eager to meet a worthy opponent. Tong ran over to Huma and whispered, "Auntie, the chubby uncle eats even more than Lifu. He's truly impressive."
Huma scolded Tong, "It's impolite to stare at others while they eat.
Go play with Lifu."
Tong tugged at Lifu, who remained focused on San Pengzi. Gou Xingdong, sitting in the living room smoking, remarked, "San Pengzi, if you keep eating like this at every meal, I might have to consider kicking you out. Even a landlord can't afford to keep you. You consume at least enough for 3 people in one sitting."
"It's not my fault, Donggu. For the past 2 months I've only had self-heating rice and spicy snacks.
I haven't enjoyed a meal like this in ages, especially tomatoes and cabbage, which I haven't seen in a long time." San Pengzi struggled to stand and bowed to Huma, saying, "Thank you, auntie."
"Go sit down now. Dahai, you're responsible for training this guy, no need to be polite.
You and Gou will stay in the basement, all the toiletries and a folding bed are under there."
"You have quite an odor."
"Gou, you're responsible for explaining our rules to him."
"Do you have anything else to say?" "No, everything's fine. Do you have any relatives?"
San Pengzi replied, "I have 2 older sisters who are both married, one in the Magic City and the other in the capital of Huaxia. I can't get in touch with them now."
"Alright then, after you're full, go wash up and take a rest. Dahai will help you find toiletries and make the bed. Gou, you're in charge of keeping an eye on him. If anything seems off, let me know, don't act on your own. Don't worry, I'm aware of what to do." After finishing the meal, I returned to my room contemplating everyone's behavior. "Gou, I've come to terms with it, but my hands still feel weak.
Xiaoya is a useless person, just a burden to keep. Lin Wumei seems harmless, but she dares to act decisively at critical moments. If such a person doesn't betray us, that's good. If she does, it could be deadly.
I need to keep an eye on her." Tong and Lifu came to wake Gou Xingdong for dinner.
Now Tong had become lively. She and Lifu were close companions, always sticking together.
Every day calling people to dinner was their responsibility, and they took it seriously. With 10 people and a dog, mealtime was lively. Each meal consisted of at least 4 dishes served generously in small bowls. "San Pengzi, you will be responsible for electrical matters and monitoring.
Xiaojiu, you take care of the garage. We've arranged a job for the chubby guy so he can adapt here quickly." After everyone finished eating, they engaged in various activities. San Pengzi squatted in front of Lifu, eyeing the little dog's food bowl filled with duck jerky, beef, canned food, egg yolk, and various flavors of nutritional paste dog food. "Lifu, your meals are fantastic. If left outside, they'd be fought over." Lifu paid him no mind, merely focused on flaunting his food.
Tong walked over, looking at San Pengzi.
"Chubby uncle, auntie said it's impolite to watch others eat. You shouldn't stare at Lifu while he's eating." The sulking chubby man returned to the sofa, watching Gou Xingdong and Dahai play video games, while Xiaoya and Lin Wumei nearby laughed heartily. Xiaojiu handed him a cigarette, saying, "Children speak their minds, don't take it personally."
"It's all right, uncle. It feels good to be here. It makes me feel like I'm living as a person." "You're right, at least we're living like humans."
Everyone trains daily, and when there's time, Gou Xingdong takes them out to scavenge for supplies, mainly to help them adapt to the larger environment. In the underground level of a shelter in the capital of Huaxia, there was a large conference room filled with dozens of people listening to a report being presented. "We have now established contact, and shelters have been built in 115 major cities, with about 230 more under construction.
If all are completed, they could accommodate around 300 million people.
Our plan is to have at least 500 shelters built by the end of the year, capable of housing 5 to 600 million people."
My report is concluded.
The chairman sitting at the head remarked, "According to the previous report, the population has decreased by about 1/3. That means we still have 900 million people to take care of. The speed of shelter construction needs to be swift, and quality standards must be met, building as many as possible to provide a refuge for the populace. We also need to ensure safety within the shelters, maintain hygiene, and where conditions allow, provide cultural education for the children. We cannot sever the cultural heritage of Huaxia."
"How is the situation with the military?"
The chairman was informed. Report chairman, all regions have been contacted and military forces have been deployed to key border areas as per protocol. Due to the lack of technological support, we have essentially reverted to a World War II-like state which is similar across various nations. This is a report from the Special Forces dispatched. Please take a look. The southeastern border is manageable due to its smaller population, although there are many bordering areas the impact is minimal. They are naturally accustomed to the heat and their military strength is weak. The key areas are Liaodong, Jichuan and Heijiang. Let's talk about these places. The pressure in Heijiang is severe. It has a large population and abundant energy resources, but it is lacking in other resources. There have been multiple conflicts, but they are primarily civil issues without the involvement of their government or military. The issue with Jichuan lies with the Baibangzi nation, which is severely lacking in supplies. They have sent representatives to request resources twice. Under the current circumstances, it is impossible for us to provide them support. This will be a problem in the future. Lastly, there is Liaodong, where the problems are the most severe. First, Liaodong borders the Baibangzi nation and it also has maritime boundaries with them. The key issue is that the Nanbangzi nation is not far away and there are American troops stationed there. The number is unclear, but they definitely possess significant combat capability. Moreover, the Hua nation can quickly reach Liaodong and Donglai province via naval ships, posing a great threat to the capital. Before the disaster, there were approximately 80,000 people from the Hua nation and the Nanbangzi nation, and now there are at least 50,000. Their equipment is excellent, allowing them to survive more easily than ordinary people. Additionally, they have a substantial stockpile of supplies. I can responsibly inform everyone that in ancient times humanity was able to traverse the world without satellites or navigation. This is still possible today and even faster and more reliable. Therefore, we have deployed many troops along the coastline of Liaodong province. Chairman, how is the evacuation of the citizens over there? Most have evacuated, the remaining ones are mostly unwilling to leave. We cannot force them, so we can only leave it to fate. The troops stationed there must be chosen wisely, as there may be other climate changes in the future that could lead to further disasters. Many here may be hearing for the first time that other disasters could occur. We must prepare for the worst. The primary task is to ensure the safety of the people and secure their livelihoods. Furthermore, we must maintain the integrity of our territory and the dignity of our nation. This is non-negotiable. Other sectors such as production, manufacturing, medicine, especially crops and livestock, must be protected and cultivated as much as possible. This will depend on you experts. Alright, everyone disperse. The few of us old fellows will talk a bit more. Chairman, I saw the report brought back by the special forces. Did the population of the Hua nation decrease by 50%? Moreover, some individuals have already gone to the Nanbangzi nation. Is there something fishy going on with the American nation behind this? Chairman, my guess is similar to yours. The collaboration between the two nations is likely due to the influence of the American nation. Although the Nanbangzi populace has protested multiple times, it has been of no use. They are still continuously transporting people to the Nanbangzi nation. It seems that the three governments have reached some agreement. If they occupy the Baibangzi nation, the Baitushan family will definitely not be able to withstand it. There are no nuclear weapons left. All that remains are steam-powered warships. The aircraft carriers of the American nation are all decommissioned, which can be considered good news. What will we do if the Baitushan family requests support? The chairman silently gazed at the map, reluctant to intervene, but he knew he could not ignore it. Would they stop if they occupy the territory of Baibangzi? The answer is certainly no. Our Liaodong province has become the most critical area. The most dangerous regions are Jiangdong City and Binhai City. If your military department needs anything, go contact other departments. We must ensure that they do not succeed. Chairman, rest assured, I guarantee it. We will definitely accomplish the mission. I have sent my eldest and third sons to Binhai and Jiangdong respectively. The second son is a bookworm and is of no use. The chairman walked over and shook the hand of the white-haired general. We will all remember this, and our people will remember it in the future. Thank you to all the military personnel for your contributions to the country and the people. Thank you. In the villa, Gou Xingdong also encountered trouble. Last night when he went out, he was stopped by members of the Apocalypse Society who said they were checking their identities. Now Jiangdong calls the shots. Gou Xingdong did not waste words and directly killed 6 of them. Some of those who were further away ran into nearby residential areas, making it impossible to find them. Going out again will be dangerous. The Apocalypse Society will surely seek revenge. Gou Xingdong understood that the Doomsday would bring a multitude of people. Thus he led a leisurely life at home, exercising daily, teaching them some combat skills, playing video games and walking dogs in the community at midnight. Today is Children's Day. Gou Xingdong gifted a large plush doll to Tong Tong and a new chewing stick to Laifu. After all, there are only these 2 little friends in the house. As for Xiaoya's demands, they were ignored. In fact, today also marks the anniversary of Gou Xingdong's rebirth.
The dinner was exceptionally lavish, featuring baked lobster, white-cut chicken, steamed grouper, ginger scallion, crab, shiitake mushrooms with bok choy and various other dishes.
Having grown accustomed to the appearance of fresh ingredients at home, everyone chose to overlook the source of these ingredients, focusing only on the delicious food. Little Tong Tong enjoyed cream cake while Lai Fu devoured ribs. Gou Xingdong unusually sipped a glass of red wine. Lin Wumei, who had some knowledge about wine, mentioned that this wine was Petrus and that the vintage would cost at least 100,000 yuan per bottle in the country. Unable to discern the taste of the red wine, Gou Xingdong handed over the rest to Lin Wumei. "Here, Dr. Lin, take it all, it doesn't matter which one I drink."
San Pingzi insisted on tasting a sip, claiming that not drinking would be a loss.
Time ticked by, drawing closer to the moment of disaster. It was already mid-July, and feeling bored at home, Gou Xingdong decided to go out alone in the evening. While at the riverside park, he encountered several soldiers. They simply asked him not to wander by the riverbank without giving a reason. Gou Xingdong then ventured to the eastern granary area, which was no longer guarded. It seemed there was no grain left, or it had been relocated elsewhere. He then noticed a delivery station that had not been vandalized, piquing his interest. He broke in and began opening boxes like a blind box reveal. There were spoiled food, shoes, electronic products, and various daily necessities. He enjoyed himself immensely. Suddenly 3 people entered at the door, 2 carrying wooden guns and 1 with a flashlight. "Don't you know the rules? You can't search for supplies without permission from our Doomsday faction." In such a small space with 2 wooden guns so close, Gou Xingdong thought of making his move outside.
"Brothers, I just came in to take a look. I didn't take anything. Look, I'm empty-handed, no bag." Xiaoju and search him. One person approached and found a car key and a knife on Gou Xingdong. "Is the car outside yours?" "Yes, there's nothing in it."
Xiaojun went to check and soon returned, just half a bottle of water, most of a pack of cigarettes, nothing else.
"Cigarettes? Where did you get them, kid? Where do you live?"
"I live in Hongqing community, and the cigarettes are what I found a few days ago. There were just 2 packs, I smoked 1 and have these left. You better tell the truth, otherwise when our boss arrives you'll know how serious it is."
As he spoke, a walkie-talkie on Xiaojun's waist beeped. "Xiaojun, where are you?"
"You should come back to assemble. The boss said it's time to return."
"We caught someone illegally hoarding supplies. What should we do?" "The boss said to come over immediately. Wait for you there." Xiaojun reported the address.
Other than entering the space, there was no better method, and he didn't want to expose the secret of having a space. He could only wait and see what would happen next. Within 3 minutes, the sound of brakes was heard and he saw the person walking to the door. It was indeed Jia Ronghao. "Boss, you're here. This kid searched for supplies without permission and he has a car." Jia Ronghao remarked, "Friend, take off your mask and hat." Gou Xingdong readily removed his mask and hat.
"Boss Jia, long time no see."
Looking at the young man who greeted him, Boss Jia struggled to remember. "Do you?"
"Boss Jia, you forget easily. Back then you 2 came into the city in my car." "Oh, I remember now."
"Put the wooden guns away, you are Xiaodong, right?"
"Thank you very much. Last time. Later we didn't go back and settled in the city." "Are you still living in Banshanuan?"
"Yes, still living there."
"Xiaodong, do you need any help? Is there anything you lack?"
"Just tell me, brother, I'll try my best to arrange it for you. To be honest, brother Jia, we are almost out of food at home and there are only a few bottles of water left. Otherwise I would just stay home. There's no choice. It's a small matter. You go get 2 bags of rice and 2 boxes of water and load them onto Xiaodong's car."
"Why didn't you go to Fengjing or Binhai?"
"There are shelters there. Brother Jia, it's hard to leave my homeland, and besides, who knows what the situation is like over there. What if it's worse than here? If you hadn't helped today, I would have prepared to drive to Fengjing in a few days, going wherever I could and walking the rest of the way."
"Xiaodong, do you want to follow your big brother? I don't lack food and drink over there. As long as you follow the rules, I guarantee you will live well."
"By the way, what about the young brother who drove last time?"
"He's at home."
"If 2 people go out, it consumes 2 portions of energy. I was thinking of saving some food."
"You both can come together. I need people here. If you have other relatives or friends, you can bring them along too."
"In Jiangdong, our boss has the final say. What else do you want?" said a burly man next to Jia Ronghao. "Shut up, you make it sound like I'm the mayor of Jiangdong."
"Dr. Jia, thank you for your kindness.
I'll go back and discuss with my brother. I can't make decisions for him. If we both decide to go, where can we find you, brother Jia?"
"Just go to the Huaxia Bank building. I'll be there."
"Well, I won't keep you any longer. I look forward to your joining." "Thank you, brother Jia, for your righteous help."
"That brother, can you give me the car keys?" Xiaojun looked at Jia Ronghao. "What are you looking at me for?"
"Return the keys to him."
Watching the car vanish from view, a short man approached Jia Ronghao.
"Brother, it was him, the one who killed 6 of us that night." Jia Ronghao gazed at him and asked, "Are you certain?"
90% sure.
Aside from the vehicle, his height and build match perfectly.
I was standing too far away that night, otherwise I'd be dead too. Poof. Very well. He dares to kill my men and even steal from me. Not a flicker of shame, not a tremor of guilt. This young man is intriguing indeed. Tonight take a team and stake out Villa A07, or was it A09? At Banshan Garden. Confirm whether he's actually staying there. Do not act on your own initiative, report any developments to me immediately. On the way home, Gou Xingdong knew this situation had grown serious. Jia Ronghao had risen to prominence in Jiangdong through sheer acumen and ruthless competence. Every facet of his intellect and methodology was razor-sharp. Gou Xingdong feared his own involvement in the killings might soon be exposed. Banshan Garden was now perilous, but no safer alternative presented itself. At least he retained confidence in Banshan Garden's defenses. Short of tanks or rocket artillery, breaching them would be near impossible. Back home he gathered everyone and recounted the day's events. Starting tonight, patrols would operate in pairs. Anyone spotting suspicious activity was to report it to him immediately and under no circumstances engage unless absolutely necessary. Dahai and Xiaoya formed one team. Uncle Hu and San Pangzi another, Lin Wumei and Gang Ge the third. Should attackers appear, Mother would escort Aunt Tong Auntie and Lai Fu to the basement and lock the door tight. Uncle Hu, you'll take Lin Wumei, Xiaoya and Gang Ge to the gymnasium now to reacquaint yourselves with crossbows and electric batons. Mount a stabilizing plate directly onto the rifle for firing. Dahai, you'll come to my room in 5 minutes. That's all. For now nothing may happen at all. But safety comes first, prevention is paramount. You're all free to go, dismissed. With that, Gou Xingdong retreated straight to his room and retrieved 2 AK-47s, 4 magazines and a supply of ammunition, 1 Glock pistol, 2 magazines and 30 rounds and 4 hand grenades. He also laid out a tactical bulletproof vest. Dahai arrived at Gou Xingdong's door and knocked. Enter. As Dahai stepped inside, he saw weapons scattered across the floor. Gou Xingdong looked at him. A few days ago I already took you to secluded places to familiarize yourself with these tools. From today onward you'll carry them. Remember, stay calm. If a firefight breaks out, treat it like training. Any questions? None at all, haha. Finally, I've got a gun. Gou Xingdong thought this fellow's nerves are astonishingly thick. Good. It'll keep the others from panicking. He handed Dahai an AK-47 with 2 magazines, a Glock, 4 grenades and a tactical bulletproof vest. The two sat cross-legged on the floor loading magazines. Dahai, there's still 1 AK left. Who gets it? Dad or Gang Ge? Why? What do you mean why? They're the only 2 men left. Gou Xingdong mused. Indeed, he speaks with brutal simplicity. What about San Pangzi? Forget it, I'm afraid he'd shoot himself. He's too clumsy. Besides, he's only been here a short while, not family by blood. I can't trust him with this. Gou Xingdong loaded the magazines and slotted them into the vest. Dahai, if you throw a grenade, precision is critical. Remember the fundamentals, no repeats of your first attempt when you nearly launched yourself skyward. Don't worry, I've got it down now. Good. Store everything securely in your room and under no circumstances let anyone else touch it. Done. Once secured, fetch father upstairs. Then spend half an hour instructing the others before rest. Gou Xingdong pulled another tactical bulletproof vest and 2 AK magazines from his spatial storage and resumed loading rounds. Hu Weigui entered the room and found Gou Xingdong seated on the floor, so he joined him there. Gou Xingdong slid the remaining ammunition and magazines toward him. Uncle, finish loading the rest yourself. You served in the military once, surely you remember the basics. That was decades ago, but 3-point alignment, safety mechanisms, those fundamentals remain clear. Gou Xingdong showed Uncle Hu the AK-47 safety switch and demonstrated its operation several times. Uncle, within this house only you, Dahai and I possess the capability to defend us effectively. Gang Ge is young and strong, but his hands shake under pressure. So nighttime vigilance falls to us 3. Familiarize yourself thoroughly with this weapon. I'll check on Dahai and the others now. I'll return shortly with more instructions. The sea was still having them practice crossbow shooting when Gou Xingdong ordered everyone to halt. Let me assign tasks in case something happens. You 4 will guard the ground floor entrance. Here are 60 arrows. Each of you gets 15 arrows. You already have daggers and knives. If the main door is breached, fall back to the 2nd floor. Remember, do not hesitate, do not hold back. Hesitation could cost you your life. We are not a military unit, yet we tolerate no traitors, no one who disobeys orders. If you object, leave now. But objections are not permitted, obedience alone is required. That's enough for tonight, rest early everyone. Hai Yang, come with me. Back in the room they found his father practicing aim with an AK rifle, and Hai Yang burst into laughter. Next I'll assign our defensive positions. This house has been fully reinforced, steel plating lines its interior walls, rendering it impervious to ordinary bullets.
Even the windows are bulletproof and can be further shielded with retractable steel plates. The ground floor entrance and the first 2 levels pose little threat. Should fighting erupt, the 3 of us will bear the brunt of the assault while the others remain on standby downstairs. Uncle Xiaoyu'll cover the east side of the 2nd floor, Haiyang the west. I'll take the rooftop and move between you both to reinforce as needed.
He feigned retrieving 2 helmets from the changing room.
These are night vision goggles, I'll teach you both how to operate them outside shortly.
They're also bulletproof, though Gou Xingdong himself has likely forgotten that detail.
At the villa's flank he demonstrated how to power them on and off and how to use them effectively.
This thing is incredible. Haiyang exclaimed.
With the power up they'll be stumbling blindly through the night while we fight with godlike advantage. Once familiarized, everyone returned to their rooms to rest and prepare.
At 3:00 a.m.
men under Jia Ronghao's command arrived at Banshanuan Villa. They crept into the villa complex and observed 2 residences.
Unit 09 was clearly abandoned, its 2nd floor windows were shattered and debris littered the front yard.
Unit 07, however, had all doors and windows tightly sealed, its interior invisible. They sent a single scout to approach stealthily and peer inside.
Haiyang on watch spotted him but did not raise the alarm. He recognized the man as a reconnaissance scout. Sure enough, the intruder probed the main gate lock, circled the villa once, then withdrew.
At the 9th floor of the China Bank Tower, the office of the bank president, now Jia Ronghao's residence, he ate breakfast while listening to his subordinate's report. As the man finished, Jia casually handed him a boiled egg, prompting a heartfelt grateful bow. Right now a boiled egg is worth more than yesterday's lavish seafood banquet. So according to your report, Unit 07 is occupied, but you saw nothing inside.
Yes, exactly, boss.
I'll send someone back tonight to observe again, more people this time, but no action.
I'll report again tomorrow morning.
A young woman emerged from the inner chamber of the office, dressed in pale silk sleepwear, her fair skin luminous, her figure striking. She swayed gently as she walked, then settled onto Jia Ronghao's lap.
Darling, are we still going to Fengjing? Go. Why would we?
My wife is there, do you imagine you'd enjoy life once I'm gone? Besides, I pulled every string to stay in Jiangdong precisely so no one oversees me. Now I live freely, doing as I please, so long as I steer clear of the military I'm untouchable.
Understood, Mayor Jia.
She wrapped her arms around his neck, deliberately pressing her chest against his chest with teasing rhythm, then kissed him deeply, igniting his desire so fiercely that he took her then and there.
That very night his men returned to Banshanuan and kept vigil until dawn.
At around 6 o'clock they spotted Xiaoya emerging to dispose of garbage.
Excellent, this confirms occupants inside. But their number remains unknown.
Little brother Dong truly is extraordinary. How does his household still stock such provisions at a time like this? Examining the recovered trash bag, they found bones, vegetable scraps, and other refuse. In films and TV dramas, law enforcement officers inspecting suspects' garbage bags reflects real investigative practice. Such bags often conceal telling clues.
Of course, extracting those truths demands forensic expertise.
Real-world espionage cases have indeed been exposed through discarded trash. Search for verified examples yourselves.
Tonight send Hu Zi and his team, bring them in alive if possible.
They carry firearms, according to last night's scout, likely rifles. Proceed with extreme caution. 2 consecutive nights of reconnaissance mean Gou Xingdong knows they're about to strike, only the method remains uncertain: diplomacy or violence. That's why Xiaoya was sent out to dump garbage this morning, to deliberately expose a weakness.
One cannot guard forever against thieves, one can only steal forever. Gou Xingdong cannot afford to wait.
Gou Xingdong had only a handful of people with him, his aunt and the others looked visibly tense. They wouldn't need an external assault to break, prolonged pressure alone would shatter their resolve. There was no time to wait, they had to be lured in willingly. The bait had been cast, now all that remained was to wait for the fish to bite. Shortly after 10 o'clock that night, Gou Xingdong spotted the headlights of 4 or 5 vehicles approaching in the distance on the security monitor. The fish had arrived. He radioed urgently to rouse everyone, instructing his mother and the others to take shelter in the basement. Da Hai and his maternal uncle took positions on the 2nd floor, surveying the 4 anxious figures downstairs.
Don't worry, he reassured them.
This house is solidly built.
Just follow the plan we rehearsed. Moments later the doorbell rang. Gou Xingdong activated the video intercom. Kid, I know you're home. Our boss sent me to bring you back.
I'm aware you're armed, but we have 5 firearms. I strongly advise you to surrender peacefully.
If violence erupts, I can't guarantee no one will die. Your boss invited me.
Then why didn't he come himself?
That's hardly sincere.
You go back and tell him this. If he wants my presence, he must come in person. Even Lu Wangshu visited Zhuge Liang's thatched cottage 3 times.
Though I'm no Zhuge Liang, I'd go at his first summons. Ungrateful fools, move in.
Ignore him, swap out the video intercom. You hold the ground on the first floor. If the door is breached, fall back to the second. Once upstairs, instruct my uncle to prioritize the crossbow, resort to firearms only if absolutely necessary. He located De Hai again. No grenades today, use the crossbow exclusively. Avoid gunfire if possible. It was clear now Jia Ronghao had dispatched these expendable men merely to probe Gou Xingdong's firepower and true strength. He needed to conserve his real strength, to draw Jia Ronghao out personally and eliminate the threat once and for all. A direct assault was unthinkable. The bank building was unfamiliar territory, its layout, personnel count and armaments unknown. With just a few men, such a raid would amount to suicide. Unless he deployed rocket launchers for long-range bombardment, but even then the military stood ready. Below, attackers had already begun prying at the front door with crowbars and similar tools. Over the radio came Gou Xingdong's command to engage. De Hai and his uncle, wielding repeating crossbows, felled 7 or 8 assailants in rapid succession. Those downstairs returned fire with firearms, but their bullets failed to penetrate the reinforced walls. They were no professional soldiers, their aim was erratic and untrained. Gou Xingdong climbed onto the rooftop, retrieved a homemade Molotov cocktail, ignited it with a lighter and hurled it toward the villa's main gate. Instantly, the 3 men attempting to breach it burst into flames. Returning to the second floor, Gou Xingdong shifted positions between windows, firing steadily. Enhanced by night vision optics, he forced the attackers to retreat within 10 minutes. He ascended once more to the roof, launched a drone to confirm the area was fully vacated and free of ambushes, then opened the gate and led Ganggu and the others outside to secure the battlefield. De Hai and his uncle remained on the second floor maintaining watch. 13 corpses lay scattered, 3 so badly charred they seemed to glisten with rendered fat. 2 vehicles and 4 outdated Type 81 rifles had been abandoned. Ganggu and the others loaded the bodies into the vehicles, drove them beyond the residential compound and burned both cars and corpses together. This violent confrontation sent a stark message across Banshan Yuan. Within its quiet hills dwelled a man of ruthless resolve. Though visibility was poor, the sharp percussive reports of gunfire echoed clearly. Watching the 8 survivors stagger back, Jia Ronghao erupted in fury. Over 20 of you, armed with 7 guns, and yet you were driven back. You suffered heavy casualties and lost 4 firearms. How many guns do I own in total? Useless trash. Weren't you all boasting just days ago about being invincible in Jiangdong? You may step aside. A middle-aged man seated nearby spoke calmly. Jia, calm yourself. This Dongzi clearly possesses formidable skill. Without firing a single bullet, he used crossbows alone to cut down so many of us. There must be at least 4 or 5 fighters holed up inside that house. Either he's overconfident or he's critically low on ammunition. Acquiring firearms in China is no simple feat. This also suggests his arsenal is limited. Yet by acting thus, he has publicly exposed the weakness of our end-time society across all Jiangdong. Our authority will crumble, governance will become impossible. We must strike with overwhelming force to reassert dominance. Brother Lao Si, I understand. Tonight I'll dispatch 100 men to eradicate him. If necessary, I'll burn the entire villa to the ground. Lao Si was Jia Ronghao's sworn brother and longtime strategist, a de facto military advisor to the faction. No, you must lead the operation yourself. Only your personal command will restore awe and cement your supremacy, not just among our ranks but across Jiangdong as a whole. The title of mayor of Jiangdong must remain unassailable. You are our emblem, our standard bearer in Jiangdong. You're right, he must be eradicated utterly, preferably captured alive and brought here for all to witness. Make an example, kill the chicken to frighten the monkeys. Everyone eat well and rest early. They'll almost certainly return tonight, and when they do they'll come prepared, far more heavily armed than last night. Gently stroking Tongtong's head, he asked, are you afraid, Tongtong? Uncle Xiaodong, will we play hide and seek again tonight? Last night I hid with Laifu and you couldn't find me. I even fell asleep. Ha ha ha, let's decide tonight. Be good tomorrow and I'll treat you to strawberry ice cream. I promise. I'll be obedient, I swear. Laifu, you must obey too, I'll share some ice cream with you. After dinner he comforted his mother and aunt with a few reassuring words. San Panzi double-checked the surveillance systems. No issues at all. You'll monitor the feeds by day, I'll take the night shift. Even if they arrive you won't need to engage, just follow mother and the others down to the basement. San Pengzi, brother Dawn, do you doubt me? I'm only nearsighted, otherwise my crossbow bolts are deadly accurate. Alright, I know. Your strength lies in electronics, let's put talent where it counts. Go ahead. He then entered the room of Haida and his son, handing them 200 rounds and 2 magazines. He instructed them to fully load each magazine, no failures at critical moments. Uncle Haida, rest well, the real work lies ahead. Stepping out he found Xiaoya and the others still seated in the living room. Gangga said, Dongzi, is there anything else we can do? Last night you and Uncle Haida were incredible, we couldn't lift a finger to help. Haida led them to the windows and explained that each had a narrow firing slit for crossbows, but personal safety remained paramount. If anyone approached, they were to slam the windows shut immediately. Don't chase glory or rush forward, being hit by a Molotov cocktail would be disastrous. He reminded his mother to keep the firearm ready.
Sanpengzi will accompany you into the basement. If he shows any sign of trouble, shoot without hesitation.
He watched as a convoy departed, 4 large trucks and over a dozen SUVs and sedans. At the window of the China Bank Tower, Mina leaned against Lao Si's shoulder. Brother C, do you think old Jia and his men will win? Lao Si held a cigarette in one hand and gently caressed Mina's hip with the other.
No problem, over 100 men, 40-odd firearms. Taking a small villa. Child's play. I'm letting him build his own authority, watch him swell with arrogance, grow ever more reckless. Sooner or later he'll seal his own doom, and then we'll inherit everything he leaves behind. Brother C, I've missed you so much. He's neither handsome nor capable, and he keeps sneaking pills thinking I don't know.
As she spoke, she slowly sank to her knees before him.
Lao Jia, I've stood by you for years. Though you respect me, what I've received pales beside what I've given. I demand what is rightfully mine.
Jia Ronghao's convoy hadn't yet reached the residential gate when Sanpengzi spotted it, immediately retracting the drone.
Sanpengzi, escort mother and the others to the basement and lock the door tight. Brother Dawn, let me stay, I can handle it.
No arguments, go protect mother and the others now. Not a single hair may be harmed, or you'll skip your next meal.
Remember my instructions, gang. Stay cautious and intervene only when absolutely necessary. Uncle Haide, take your position now.
Gou Xingdong sat in the surveillance room watching the convoy roll in. What the hell, is this an all-out assault?
You really do hold me in high regard, Lao Jia.
Xiaodong, stand clear, Jia Ronghao boomed through a loudspeaker.
We've had a misunderstanding. After all, old enemies should reconcile, not deepen their grudges. I've come today, for your sake. Surrender, step out with your people and join me.
From now on you'll serve under Jia Ronghao, and I'll pardon everything that's past.
I guarantee your safety. You have 3 minutes to decide. If you refuse to emerge, I'll deem you unworthy of negotiation and unworthy of my brotherhood.
Then I'm sorry, I must avenge my fallen brothers.
Time begins now. Forgive and forget.
Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Old Jia, do you even rehearse your lies before telling them? I'll send you straight to meet God, with coffee.
3 minutes are up. Sorry, but it's time. Brothers, move in.
5 or 6 men raised their rifles and opened fire from 20 to 30 meters away from the villa. Each emptied an entire magazine, then others stepped forward to reload and continue firing while the rest surged forward toward the villa at full speed. Damn it, they even knew tactics: suppressive fire. He grabbed his walkie-talkie. Open fire, it will keep them from closing in. The moment Gou Xingdong issued the order, defenders inside the villa returned fire immediately. Gou Xingdong crawled onto the rooftop and aimed directly at Jia Ronghao's position. A bullet grazed Jia Ronghao's cheek, tearing open the skin and drawing blood instantly.
How dare you shoot me? Everyone advance now. Kill them all. Not one is to be spared.
Crouched behind a car, Jia Ronghao glanced at the woman tending his wound.
Well. How is it? Does it hurt badly?
If Gou Xingdong had been present, he would have recognized her instantly, their former neighbor Zhang Guodong's wife Zhang Lijuan, head nurse at Central City Hospital. Jia Ronghao slapped her hard across the face. Let me make this clear, if you deceive me, I'll light your son on fire.
And if your husband refuses to join me, I'll deal with both of you the same way. Forced to treat Jia Ronghao, Zhang Lijuan endured in silence.
Her husband had been ambushed, imprisoned in a bank for refusing to join them. Her son cleaned toilets daily as Jia Ronghao's errand boy. If she disobeyed, her entire family would starve.
Why didn't you just kill me outright? Zhang Lijuan sighed, inwardly helpless.
Once bandaged, Jia Ronghao dashed to the cover of a large cargo truck to observe the battlefield. In just minutes 2 or 3 dozen of his own men had fallen. Yet the villa's gunfire had ceased entirely. Clearly their ammunition was nearly exhausted.
Charge forward, now. Whoever breaches the gate first gets 3 bags of rice.
1 bag of rice and 1 case of water for every enemy killed.
Heavy rewards breed boldness, even recklessness carries deadly peril. Cease fire on the first floor, secure all doors and windows tightly. Da Hai Uncle Shao, slow your rate of fire. Conserve your crossbow bolts.
Wait until they close in, then unleash heavy firepower.
Hold until my signal. When I fire, you fire.
Seeing the villa's resistance weaken, he deduced their weapons were running low.
Driving his vehicle into the courtyard, he called out, Brother Xiaodong, you've chosen punishment over grace. So be it.
At that moment, Gou Xingdong activated the video doorbell and replied, Mr. Jia, what's the point of all this talk?
I'm like a turtle, I won't come out.
In the end, it's your men who'll die.
Then come in and get me.
Jia Ronghao roared, smash down that door, I'll split him open alive. Gou Xingdong retreated to the second floor, selected a window and readied his MP5 submachine gun and several hand grenades.
Uncle Xiao Dahai, prepare. Fire. Rat-a-tat. Bang bang. Boom.
Within 3 minutes, bodies ringed House A07 of Banshan Garden Villa, especially near the front gate where several vehicles lay riddled with bullets.
Cease fire. First floor defenders, hold position. Uncle Xiao and Dahai reload immediately.
Gou Xingdong opened the roof emergency hatch and launched a drone, spotting several vehicles already fleeing toward the community's main gate. Some wounded men screamed in agony, others cowered behind cars. Gou Xingdong seized a loudspeaker. Listen up everyone outside, all who still draw breath, all who are not yet dead.
Crawl, yes crawl, to the courtyard gate. Drop all weapons. Begin now. Anyone who runs will find out whether my bullets or their legs are faster. You have 3 minutes, starting now.
Reviewing the drone feed, he confirmed no one hid beneath or behind vehicles or in nearby ambush positions.
Via walkie-talkie he ordered everyone to assemble on the first floor.
His mother and others remained sheltered downstairs.
We're going out shortly.
Xiao Gang, Xiao Yalin, Wumei, you'll guard those lying prone in the front courtyard. Uncle Xiao and Dahai, you two sweep for fakes and hidden threats.
Xiao Gang, you hold the doorway. Anyone rises, flees or makes any sudden movement, shoot without hesitation. Everyone, remember your orders. Dahai, open the door.
Dahai pushed open the ground floor door and Ganga and the others stood waiting at the threshold.
Ganga will scout ahead, act immediately if we detect movement. If things go south, lock yourselves inside the house, don't worry about us three. Let's go. Dahai, check each vehicle one by one. Finish off anyone still breathing.
Gou Xingdong approached Jia Ronghao's car first. Staring at the mangled corpse of old Jia, he lit a cigarette.
Why bother? If you don't court death, death won't find you.
Old Jia, next life spare yourself the arrogance. It serves no purpose. Half an hour later, Dahai and his uncle Gou Xingdong had inspected every vehicle and every corpse, delivering mercy to those who still clung to breath. Returning to the courtyard gate, Gou Xingdong randomly called out several people and ordered them to load the bodies onto the large freight truck while Dahai and his uncle stood guard. Gazing at the dozen or so figures sprawled face down on the ground, he barked, all of you, get up and kneel. Tell me how many remain at the China Bank.
How many weapons do they have? The one whose answer proves most accurate, I'll spare him.
I'll talk. A man in his 20s shot up his hand.
Fine, speak.
Brother, there are still a dozen people holed up at the bank. Everyone else came here this time. I don't know how many guns remain, but there are plenty of machetes, nail guns and steel pipes.
Anyone else with useful intelligence? Anything concerning the Apocalypse Society, speak now.
I know Jia, the boss's sworn brother, is still at the bank, and so is his mistress Mina.
He's also locked several police officers inside the underground vault.
Where's your building's power supply?
Xiaodong, I know.
Whom?
Gou Xingdong turned and froze. Isn't this Zhang Guodong's wife? Well, auntie, isn't it? So you've come to attack me.
Xiaodong, I had no idea this was your home. Your brother Zhang is imprisoned at the bank. Jia Ronghao's torture has nearly killed him. If I hadn't come, my child would starve or worse. Take your anger out on me, I'll even die for you, just help brother Zhang and my child. The power generator is also underground, the bank had it installed long ago. The vault holds gold, grain and water.
There's more stored on the 9th floor, the bank's former office level. They've got numerous freezers stocked with meat plus canned goods and compressed biscuits.
My son works as Jia Ronghao's errand boy, cleaning, running chores, tending to him daily. We didn't want to, it's just that he threatened the boy, exploiting his youth.
That fourth brother is Jia's sworn sibling, and Mina and fourth brother carry on an affair.
My son saw them himself and told me. Many joined him not by choice but because survival demanded it. Refuse Jia Ronghao and you perish.
Dahai and his uncle returned, then ordered the remaining captives to kneel together in the courtyard. Gou Xingdong studied Zhang Guodong's wife, then swept his gaze across the others.
Auntie, you point out Jia Ronghao's henchmen and those who've committed atrocities. 6 men were swiftly identified. Brother, don't believe her lies.
I was forced into this too.
Oh. You were forced as well.
Here's your chance to redeem yourself, name the others who've done wrong. Same goes for all 5 of you. Confess and you'll walk free.
4 more were soon singled out, followed by frantic denials and bitter complaints.
Silence. Ganga, drive. Dahai, bind them tight and load them onto the truck. We'll release them outside later.
10 bound together like a chain seated atop the corpse-laden freighter.
Dahai, Xiaoya, you escort them on their final journey. Dahai, take another vehicle and follow the truck.
Burn it all, stay far back, the stench will be unbearable.
Approaching Dahai, he murmured, make sure they all travel together and have Ganga and Xiaoya pull the trigger. Understood.
Rest assured. Only 3 remained in the courtyard: Zhang Lijuan, the young man who'd spoken first, and a woman in her 20s.
Dr. Lin, take her inside. Zhang Lijuan rose and followed Lin Wumei into the house.
Uncle, go fetch mother and the others.
Tidy the rooms, then prepare food.
Send San Pingzi to the surveillance room to monitor the perimeter. Gou Xingdong regarded the 2 remaining figures in the courtyard.
What do you intend to do?
The woman replied, I can work, wash clothes, cook, handle any household task.
Just keep me from starving. Understood.
And you, brother? I'm heading to Fongjing to find my relatives.
Very well. Spend tonight here. Tomorrow we'll see you off.
Brother, keep me on.
I can do anything.
The woman pleaded.
You 2 stay in the front building tonight. We'll decide tomorrow. Let's go. They entered the low-rise residential block ahead, found a door left ajar, and said, this one will do. Stay here.
As he spoke, Gou Xingdong drew a suppressed Glock from his spatial storage and sent the 2 men straight to their maker. He had neither the time nor the inclination to discern whether they were good or evil; such distinctions held no weight. What mattered was eliminating every potential threat.
Who could guarantee they wouldn't return with reinforcements?
Once they learned Gou Xingdong's numbers and armaments, they became a danger, plain and absolute. He had refrained from killing in front of Zhang Lijuan and her brother precisely to avoid instilling fear, to prevent them from perceiving him as a deranged murderer, and also because he saw no reason to justify his actions to them. Back at the Villa de Hai, and the others had already returned.
All handled, he announced.
Gang and Xiaoya both took action.
What did they use?
They wanted crossbows, I insisted on daggers.
Good. Everyone must shed blood firsthand. Only through direct experience can one truly adapt.
Observe Gang and Xiaoya, let them adjust themselves. Upon re-entering the villa, he found his mother speaking with Zhang Lijuan.
Gou Xingdong sat quietly nearby. Dr.
Lin, please go freshen up, we'll be eating shortly.
Xiaoya, Gang, you 2 go ahead too, Huma said, glancing at Gou Xingdong.
Your sister Zhang Lijuan has been our neighbor for years. If you're able, lend her a hand. With that, she turned to help prepare dinner. Xiaodong, I understand this world well. A person without value is useless. Jia Ronghao spared your brother Zhang not out of mercy, but because those special police officers were 100-fold more capable than common thugs. And as a nurse, I can tend to the wounded. If you refuse to help, may I at least have a firearm? I intend to rescue the children and old Zhang.
Sister-in-law, here is your firearm. What do you offer in exchange?
Or rather, what leverage do you hold that warrants my assistance? Xiaodong, I know our hospital still maintains a small warehouse. Indeed, it falls under our leadership. As you know, many hospital staff accept kickbacks directly from pharmaceutical reps, bypassing official channels. They even run private pharmacies to resell drugs, far safer that way.
How much stock remains?
I won't overstate it, but medicines worth several 100,000 yuan are certainly there. I'll take you there first. Rest here today. With Jia Ronghao dead, his men dare not return, and there's no longer any need to target brother Zhang.
Tonight we'll retrieve the medicine if it remains intact. Then we'll decide what comes next. He then asked Xiaoya to escort Zhang Lijuan to wash up and change clothes. As they sat down to a lavish breakfast, Lai Fu's food bowl caught their eye. Zhang Lijuan knew Gou Xingdong possessed ample supplies and formidable weaponry, the sole weakness being his limited manpower. If she could rescue old Zhang and persuade him to join Gou Xingdong's group, her family of 3 would finally find stability. After the meal, she was shown to Xiaoya's room to rest on a makeshift floor bed. Since Gou Xingdong had again failed to find Tong during last night's game of hide and seek, he rewarded both her and Lai Fu with an ice cream each. Tong insisted, enthusiastically, on playing again that evening.
A 3-year-old brimmed with joy, so too did Lai Fu. Gou Xingdong set out with Da Hai, Lin Wumei, Zhang Lijuan and Gang. Following Zhang Lijuan's directions, they arrived at a mid-tier residential complex and located the medical supplies inside a garage, indeed a substantial quantity.
I've memorized the location.
You all board the vehicle, I'll lock up. Once they'd departed, Gou Xingdong stored the medicine in his spatial realm. Sister Zhang, having accepted your offering, I uphold my word. Here is a Type 81 rifle, a full magazine and a heavy cleaver. These arms are all I will provide. Beyond that, your path is yours to forge. Clutching the weapons, Zhang Lijuan longed for Gou Xingdong's accompaniment. Yet she sensed clearly that he would not yield to persuasion.
Nodding, she murmured, "Thank you, Xiaodong."
Then turning toward China Bank Tower, she added, "De Hai, teach her how to handle the firearm, I'll drive." Some who fled the previous night drove away immediately, terrified they'd crossed a slaughter god, and dared not return to the Apocalypse Society for fear of retribution. A few loyal underlings, however, reported back to Lord C. Upon hearing the news, Lord C wasted no time. He feared Gou Xingdong might strike next. Loading a truck with supplies, he fled with Mina toward the coastal city of Binhai. He'd originally intended to seize the remaining reserves and the gold, but the vault key remained with Jia Ronghao and the access code was known to him alone.
Rifle in hand, Zhang Lijuan strode into China Bank Tower like a female Rambo, unflinching, unhesitant.
Watching Zhang Lijuan stride inside, Gou Xingdong murmured, "A mother's resolve knows no bounds, how easily a nurse driven by love for her child and husband transforms into a warrior rivaling Rambo."
"Let's go, it's our turn." "Hi da. Brother, should we lend a hand too? You don't understand a thing.
Reciprocity is the essence of propriety. They struck me, I shall strike back." A mere thug dares call himself mayor of Jiangdong.
Pa. If I fail to eradicate the Mori society, how could I ever face the people of Jiangdong with honor?
The others exchanged glances and nearly burst into laughter.
No more talk, gear up and stay together.
Once inside the building, Zhang Lijuan descended straight to the basement where she found Zhang Guodong and his colleagues slumped listlessly on the floor. A rusted iron bar blocked the way. She couldn't force it open nor dare fire her gun for fear of hitting someone. Spotting Zhang Lijuan advancing with her firearm, a young man urgently shook Zhang Guodong awake.
"Xiaowan, where did you get this?" "Never mind that, how do we get you out?"
"I must save my son first. Sister-in-law, without keys only a cutting torch will suffice, and you can't lift it alone."
"There's no key here either." "Then what do we do?" "I've had enough, I'm giving you the knife. I need to find my son right now." "Zhang Guodong, don't go.
With Jia Ronghao's men everywhere, you'd be walking straight to your death." "Nonsense, Jia Ronghao died last night. And nearly all his underlings have fallen too."
"I've no time to explain, I'm off to find my son."
Ignoring their warnings, Zhang Lijuan seized her gun and raced to the 9th floor. Just as the elevator doors slid open, she saw two men hauling a large crate down the corridor. She leveled her gun at them. "Where's that boy who served Jia Ronghao?"
"I don't know." Rat-a-tat-tat. Half a magazine emptied in an instant. One man took a bullet in the calf, another in the shoulder.
At such close range, the so-called female Rambo's marksmanship left much to be desired.
"One last chance, do you know? No more gunfire."
"Gold bars await this afternoon. I intend to raid the room belonging to Professor Lon."
"I couldn't open the door, the entrance was barricaded from within."
"There were muffled sounds inside. I couldn't tell if it was the boy."
Disregarding the two wounded men, Zhang Lijuan hurried to the bank manager's office. "Zhang Lin, are you in there?" "It's Mom." "Zhang Lin, can you hear me? Open the door." A faint stir came from within. "Mom. Is that you? Open up, son, I'm right here."
10-year-old Zhang Lin opened the door and mother and son collapsed into each other's arms.
Suddenly cries echoed down the hallway.
Zhang Lijuan thrust her son back inside and whirled around, gun raised toward the corridor. There they were, Gou Xingdong and the others approaching. Haida meanwhile wiped blood from his blade with the clothes of the two men he just subdued. Recognizing Gou Xingdong, Zhang Lijuan lowered her weapon. Gou Xingdong could have killed her easily back at the medicine storage, yet he chose not to.
"Found anyone?" "Zhang Lijuan, yes, I've got him." Lin, come out now." "Do you remember your Uncle Xiaodong?" "Yes, I remember." "Hello, Uncle Xiaodong."
Gou Xingdong gazed at Zhang Lin. This boy had been sharp-witted and courteous since childhood. He pulled out a dark chocolate bar and offered it to Zhang Lin. "Here, go ahead, no need to be shy." "Where are big brother Zhang and the others?"
"In the basement, I couldn't open that door."
"Haida, you and the others sweep every room from top to bottom. Stay alert and contact us via walkie-talkie if anything arises."
"Come on, sister-in-law, let's head downstairs and take a look."
At the outer chamber of the basement vault, they found Zhang Guodong seated inside with three others. Gou Xingdong walked over and crouched outside the iron railing. Well, if it isn't Captain Zhang himself."
"What happened?" "Boiled alive."
"Ha ha." He pulled out a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, then theatrically retrieved 4 bottles of mineral water from his backpack and tossed them inside. They hastily drank and Zhang Guodong lit a cigarette. "So, you're here to mock me?
Hurry up and get me out of here. Dad, I missed you."
10-year-old Lin reached through the railing to touch his father's arm. He hadn't seen his parents in over a week, spending each day serving tea and cleaning for Jia Ronghao, surviving on 2 small buns and a single bottle of water. "Old Zhang, how on earth do I get you out?" A younger man beside him asked. "Brother, can you locate an oxyacetylene torch? That'll cut right through after a few minutes."
"Fine, you wait here."
Gou Xingdong exited the basement, scanned the first floor empty, then retrieved an oxygen tank, welding torch hoses and related gear from his spatial storage. He waited nearly 20 minutes. "Haida, come down to the first floor."
"Okay. Do you know how to operate this?"
"Yes, I've seen it done while learning auto repair."
"What? You've seen it once and now claim you know it." "Enough, let's carry it down together." They hauled the equipment into the basement.
Anyone here know how to use it?
Me, I do.
Both Zhang Guodong and another man stepped forward. Excellent, connect the fittings and hand the tools to Zhang Guodong.
You all step outside, this emits blinding light and acrid smoke.
Gou Xingdong then produced a pair of welding goggles and a bag of masks from his pack and handed them over.
Are you doorman? You've got everything. You don't need to give me those. Of course I do, alright, you all go wait outside. Place the gas cylinder beside the railing.
Shaoli, you steady it.
Half an hour later, Gangu and the others descended carrying 2 heavy sacks of unknown contents which they loaded into the vehicle.
Everyone gathered in the lobby on the first floor waiting quietly. Soon Zhang Guodong and the others emerged, and Zhang Lijuan clutching Lin Lin rushed forward to embrace him. In this apocalyptic age, having one's family whole and united is the greatest blessing imaginable.
Seeing them unharmed, Gou Xingdong prepared to leave. Old Zhang, I'm off now. Don't contact me if nothing's wrong, and even less so if something is. Bye. Wait, Don Z. Earlier while you were searching for supplies, your sister-in-law told us everything. We truly owe you our lives, without you none of us, including little Lin Lin, would have survived.
Enough, no flattery.
Just tell me, is there anything else?
Your villa is nice, but it's too small and easily breached. Without mentioning heavy artillery, I can set up a few simple catapults with incendiary bottles.
How long do you think you can last if I throw a dozen or 20 at you? Damn.
After hearing Zhang Guodong's words, Gou Xingdong realized he was still too inexperienced. If it weren't for Jia Ronghao being such a fool, apart from himself being able to enter the space, anyone else would either be burned to death or suffocated. Captain Zhang, do you have any advice?
Let's hear it. Right here.
This bank building may be old, but I know it was reinforced a few years ago. The walls are very sturdy and there's a direct passage for armored cars at the back capable of parking dozens of vehicles.
It also has its own independent power and ventilation systems with a helipad on the roof.
Moreover, the vault contains plenty of food supplies like instant noodles and canned goods. I saw what Jia Rongho's group brought in.
As long as we can find diesel, we'll have electricity, and with electricity other equipment will function well.
This place is easy to defend and hard to attack. Let's secure the main entrance. It's difficult to breach here without planes, tanks or missiles. This way we can live safely here, and my few little brothers, although not exactly masters, have undergone years of special forces training and have joined the special operations team after retiring.
3 to 5 ordinary people are no match for us. Wait, why is it us? Yeah, you and us. Together, aren't we the same?
Old Zhang, you're quite the strategist.
Xiaodong, we are professionals. If something happens, we will definitely protect you well. Cut it out.
You all were taken out by Jia Ronghao. How can you protect me?
What are you talking about? Joining you is out of kindness, otherwise you would just be a burden. One of the young guys said.
Gou Xingdong was displeased upon hearing this and challenged, come on, let's spar a bit. If you win, you see this dogleg knife. It's yours. If you lose, you must respect me and call me Brother Dong from now on. Do you dare? Xiao Peng, stop messing around.
Zhang Guodong is speaking.
It's fine, old Zhang, I want to experience the demeanor of your special operations team. Well, you two can go ahead, but don't go too hard, the car could get damaged. Please. Huang Feihong struck a pose for the start. No, it was Gou Xingdong who mimicked Huang Feihong's stance.
The young man named Zhao Peng rushed over swiftly.
Just as he was about to reach Gou Xingdong, Gou Xingdong drew a Glock from his waist and aimed it at Xiao Peng.
Damn, my brother is impressive. One move to subdue the enemy. Who dares to compete? You're not following the rules. We agreed to spar and you brought a gun. Gou Xingdong remained calm and said, in warfare deception is key. Don't you understand this principle?
And you call yourself a special forces soldier? I see you're more of a suicide squad member. I know you don't accept this, but on the battlefield it's all about life and death, and schemes are part of it.
Right, old Zhang. Xiao Peng, just admit defeat. You've been to school before. Brother Dong. You are a master, I give in.
Looking at Xiao Peng, who grudgingly admitted defeat, Gou Xingdong smiled slightly. Brother, there's still much more to learn.
Take your time to learn. Ha ha ha. The people around burst into laughter.
You're right, Brother Zhang, I need to consider whether to move here.
Also, if we are together, you must listen to me. No matter what your past identity was, being with me means you are my people.
We must work together and cannot betray each other.
Everything revolves around us. Safety first. You think about it, I will come back tomorrow.
After saying this, Gou Xingdong left with Dahan and the others.
Zhang Guodong, we need to look for food in our building upstairs. Then everyone should discuss.
Walking out of the 9th floor elevator, they saw 2 people lying on the ground.
Zhang Lijuan, I fired 2 shots and then got killed by Xiaodong and the others. That's right, as long as one is still breathing they can potentially harm us.
This box has plenty of supplies, enough for us to eat for several days. Arriving home, I told my mother that Zhang Guodong had just come out. After dinner, Gou Xingdong returned to his room to analyze Zhang Guodong's words from today. It indeed makes a lot of sense. The only downside is that there will be more people, including 4 professional special forces members. If we sincerely stick together, that's definitely good. I just fear there might be ulterior motives. If we don't go, this place is likely to be attacked easily. Moreover, there won't be any chance to escape. I can manage, but what about the others? The top of the bank building can also land a helicopter. If Zhang Guodong's people do not heed my arrangements, then there is no need to stay together. After all, with cars, boats and planes we can go anywhere. I don't care how you all think. I believe that following Gou Xingdong will allow us to survive, even thrive. Yesterday morning I had breakfast at his house: soy milk tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, sesame balls and 2 small pickles. For dinner we had curry beef filled with meat and not many potatoes, but the carrots inside were very fresh. There was boiled fish, blanched kale, stir-fried meat strips and saltwater prawns. Let's not even talk about now, even in the past, how many families could eat like this. Moreover, everyone there is very healthy. Even the dog eats meat with various nutritional pastes for every meal. This indicates that he has plenty of supplies. He treats his own people very well. He is also fierce towards enemies. He said that those who have done bad things were mostly dealt with. As for the remaining 2, I dare not say anything. Furthermore, he has a considerable arsenal: machine guns, drones, crossbows and bullets that seem to cost nothing. Do you think he can survive in this world? As long as there are no special circumstances, he will definitely survive. And how do you know he doesn't have other escape routes or hidden resources? Your sister-in-law's opinion has been conveyed. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Xiaoping, although he does not adhere to martial ethics today, this shows that he is not bound by convention. Such a person is not easy to kill, and he wields a Glock 17. This type of firearm is practically unattainable in civilian circles in our country. His connections are extensive. Xiaoli Wei Yi, what do you think? Xiaoli, this person is extraordinary. He can find a gas welder in half an hour. Either he knows where to find one or he has one himself. I don't believe it's just luck. Wei Yi, I listen to everyone. After all, I'm just one person. Let me summarize. My wife, child and I are all from Jiangdong. Due to the elders, we didn't leave for Fingjing, but the elder couldn't hold on. Wei Yi is an orphan. He is like a brother to me. Xiaoli is also here due to family circumstances. Peng Jun, you are from the capital of Huaxia. You stayed behind because of family discord, right? No matter the reason, the result is that we have given up our public positions and chose not to follow the government to Fingjing but to live in Jiangdong. Now let me talk about Gou Xingdong. He is around 26 or 28 years old. His mother was an accountant and ran a small supermarket for a few months before the apocalypse. Gou Xingdong himself served in the military and then worked abroad for 2 years. Afterward, he worked as a delivery driver for the supermarket. Last year, I don't know how he got rich, but he moved into a villa in the half-mountain garden. Those few people today should all be his relatives or friends. This means he has about 6 or 7 people under his command, along with the elderly and children. Although he dealt decisively with Jia Ronghao, the fact that he can care for family and friends at this time shows he is not a cold-blooded person. However, he is very calm. He wants to take control of his own fate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told us that we need to listen to him. I shared the benefits of moving here with him and I could see he was intrigued. The only question is whether we can wholeheartedly follow him and listen to his arrangements. Now let's raise our hands to vote. Those in favor, please raise your hands. For those against, we can part ways amicably and find ways to arrange resources for the future. Initially, Zhang Guodong and his wife Zhang Weiyi and Peng Jun all raised their hands. In the end, Xiaoli also looked at them and raised his hand. Xiaoli, I don't know why you hesitated. If you're just going with the flow, you don't have to do this. You have the right to choose your own path. Xiaoli, no, Zhang, I just feel that it's awkward to have to listen to him. Besides, you are older and experienced, a professional special police officer. You should be the one we listen to. Xiaoli, the times have changed. We are no longer public officials. To put it bluntly, we are all drifting in this apocalypse. We need to gather and stay warm to survive, and I believe Gou Xingdong has that capability. If he asks us to do something against our conscience, I will refuse and leave. Now everyone should think again. Gou Xingdong is coming tomorrow. I will provide a response. Everyone has been struggling during this time. Your bodies need to recover, so rest early. After a good sleep and a hearty meal, Gou Xingdong played with Lai Fu Tongtong in the living room. Their mother and aunt remarked that if it weren't for this disaster, they wouldn't have the chance to live together. Thus, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Gou Xingdong took Lai Fu to the Huaxia Bank building, directly reaching the 9th floor, where he saw Zhang Guodong standing at the elevator door. From upstairs, I could see your car. This German Shepherd is quite good, though a bit overweight due to lack of exercise. Upon arriving at the president's office, everyone was present. Lin Lin approached Lai Fu, wanting to pet him. Lai Fu loved children, sniffed Lin Lin's hand and let him touch his head.
Zhang Lijuan greeted Gou Xingdong with a smile and he waved at everyone. He spoke directly. What was discussed yesterday has been made clear. Now let's hear your decisions. Xiaodong, we have discussed it and we are all willing to follow you. Well, since everyone is willing, I have a few questions. If our answers differ, we can still part ways. Suppose we are besieged and someone among us gets injured. If we don't abandon him, we will all be surrounded. If we abandon him, we can escape. So what will you do? Carry him along, sharing life and death together. Leave first, then observe secretly, looking for opportunities to rescue. If the other party doesn't seek to spare lives and capture means certain death. Fight back. Set up an ambush and launch a surprise attack. Wrong. My answer is we will not put a group of people in danger because of one person.
Next question: if we go out to search for supplies and encounter a woman with a child seeking help,
will you help them?
Or will you give her some supplies and leave?
If we can help, we will. I will give her some supplies. I will first check for any ambushes before assisting her. All wrong. The answer is don't go over, leave immediately. You are no longer public servants. This is the apocalypse and being a good person comes at a cost. Moreover, since you are following me, the supplies are mine. Why should you give them away? How do you know the other party might not have an ambush? What if that woman or even the child sets a trap for you as you approach?
What I am saying is that I not only demand no betrayal and adherence to my arrangements, but I also require that no one acts like a saint or a do-gooder.
And I will respond to any threats regardless of age or gender. Consider it for 5 more minutes, he'll come back. You heard that right.
It's not about whether we follow him but whether he wants us.
So throw away the old ways of doing things, only the fittest survive. I won't ask you anymore.
When he returns, let him decide.
Have you all made up your minds? Brother Zhang. My whole family will follow you. How about you? Me too. Me too. What about you? I will stay with you as well.
Good, since you all choose to stay, I will start assigning tasks today.
You are all somewhat injured, mainly from malnutrition and not eating enough.
Sister Zhang, write down what food and medicine you need for me.
Brother Zhang, let's take one more person with us. The remaining 2 will stay to guard.
We will first find a few large vehicles and then start searching for the necessary supplies. The main focus is to reinforce the building materials on the first floor and gather diesel.
Let's go, tell me if you need anything else. After speaking, Gou Xingdong took a walkie-talkie from his backpack and tossed it to them.
At the car market, they found a large truck and a small forklift. On the way, they stopped by the building materials market and loaded up half a truck of cement and steel bars. They grabbed some hardware components and tools for renovation. Upon returning to the bank building, he told the 2 to go back and rest, citing the need for their bodies to recover. He drove the large truck himself, transporting a load of bricks and stones.
That night he kept busy, making 4 trips back and forth.
As dawn approached, he bid farewell to Zhang Guodong and returned to Banshanuan, ensuring that Dahu and the others had a good rest while Xiaoya kept watch at night. He brought a group of people to the bank. Sanpangzi and Xiaoli went to the electronics city to find parts responsible for fixing the surveillance in the 8 main buildings and making any necessary modifications quickly.
The monitoring room is also on the 9th floor.
Lin Wumei and Zhang Lijuan along with Lin Lin are responsible for clearing the garbage on the 9th floor and cleaning it up.
Gang Ge Zhang Guodong Xiaopang Wei. Go to the furniture market.
Move furniture, as there are basically no people there, so it hasn't been damaged. Gou Xingdong demanded high-quality big brands, comfort and environmental friendliness. That dog truly knows how to stir up trouble. He and Dahu continued moving building materials, with him driving the large truck and Dahu operating the forklift. 2 days later, in the bank lobby, a group of people surrounded the reception desk enjoying hot pot accompanied by a cacophony of sounds.
Xiaoya added some cabbage and tofu. Zhang Guodong took a sip of ice-cold beer, exclaiming, "Ah!
Dongzi, how long has it been since we had hot pot? So many vegetables plus beer and crayfish.
Where did you find all this? Lao Zhang, if you keep asking, there won't be any left for you next time. Can you stop talking while eating?
I'll handle the supplies, you all focus on eating.
Once you're done, get to work quickly. Sister-in-law, just work a bit harder today. If you can tidy up a few rooms, that's good, but don't overdo it.
Gang Guyu and Xiaoping need to replace the windowsills of the rooms we will stay in with bulletproof materials reinforced with steel plates.
You 2 will move them yourselves soon. How many more days do you need?
Sanpangzi had his mouth stuffed with beef and fish balls, mumbling. Finish what's in your mouth before speaking. Who can understand your alien language? Sanpangzi, at most 2 days. The corners on the rooftop have also been secured. I guarantee there are no blind spots. Lao Zhang, do you still need anything?
I've brought you scaffolding, sand and steel plates.
You must get the main door on this floor secured. Dismantle the bulletproof glass from the counter and install it on the main door, then use steel plates to create a large door inside, followed by welding a railing with rebar.
It has to be sturdy.
The kind that won't be penetrated by a rocket launcher.
Rest assured that 2 layers of walls have an additional layer of bricks.
The back door is also reinforced with a security door and a rebar railing. Now 10 vehicles can fit comfortably, shielding from wind and rain.
The front door will be secured within 2 days.
Oh, and Laozhang, we have 3 elevators. We will use one, keep another as a backup, and dismantle the third one to convert it into a mechanical lift to prevent power failure.
Zhang Guodong looked at him, saying, "How did you come up with this idea? Too many tricks in your head." "No problem."
Gou Xingdong ate a few crayfish and added, "After we move in, I want to study how to open the vault door. There are still some supplies inside,
but I wonder if there's any gold left.
That would be difficult for an ordinary person to get. But Xiao Peng might manage it." "Oh, come on, brother Peng, tell us." "Peng Jun, if it's mechanical, you can find high-strength steel plates, welding rods, and an ultra-high-power welding machine. Just drill a hole and place a reflective mirror to trigger the door switch and it should work."
"But it will take a lot of time." "We have plenty of time, no problem. The president's office on the 9th floor is a suite with a living room outside and a bedroom with a bathroom and shower inside.
This room is occupied by Gou Xingdong, and my mom is in a smaller suite across, probably for the vice president or something. Xiao Peng and Xiao Li share one room, Wei Yilin and Lin Lin share another, and Lao Zhang and his wife have one room.
Xiaoya and Lin Wumei continue as roommates, while the Hai strongly prefers a single room.
My uncle and San Pengzi share one, Gango has a single room, and my aunt has a room with Tong Tong. Lai Fu and my mom are sharing. We've also renovated a kitchen with 4 burners, 5 freezers and 4 refrigerators. We turned 2 rooms into washrooms with showers. We opened up 3 rooms on the 10th floor above the showers and placed 2 large water tanks. Additionally, we installed 2 diesel generators on the 10th floor to prevent power outages in the basement. The fire escape passage between the 10th and 9th floors and between the 9th and 8th floors are all double-layered steel doors with iron railings. Only Gou Xingdong has the password and keys. More than 20 solar panels were placed on the roof, so we have hot water now. Each room has 2 air conditioners with one as a backup, and Gou Xingdong's room has 2 standing air conditioners. Add one in my mom's room. On the 7th, 10th and 12th floors, the top floor, there are 3 shooting ports on each side, all with reinforced walls and steel plates. After 5 days, Gou Xingdong went out at midnight, returning with 20 barrels of diesel, each 200 liters, and 10 barrels of gasoline. Plus the welding machine and rods that Xiao Peng mentioned. Looking at so much diesel and gasoline, Zhang Guodong opened his mouth to ask. But Lu was stopped by Xiao Li, saying, "Brother Zhang, don't ask. If you do, he will definitely say he observed the celestial phenomena at night and calculated it. So he found it." Zhang Guodong stopped talking and began to unload the oil barrels. After half a month of renovations, the Huaxia Bank building could basically be described as a small shelter combined with a combat fortress equipped with both defenses and attack points. It had decent living facilities. Everyone was very happy. "Xiao Peng, the things you wanted are here, take a look." "Donggo, are these all foreign goods? You managed to get these?" "Of course, I observed the celestial phenomena at night and calculated it." "Alright, no more talking, I understand. Tonight I will open the vault door for 5 hours. At 7 in the morning, Gou Xingdong stood inside the vault door looking at a small pile of gold. It was only about the size of 2 suitcases. Everyone had moved the food, canned goods and compressed biscuits to the 9th floor. Gou Xingdong looked at the piles of Huaxia currency and a small pile of gold. "Ah, if it weren't for the apocalypse, with this money I would definitely want to be a slacker, not only lying flat but lying rotting. Take the gold away, leave the Huaxia currency in place." That night, Gou Xingdong along with Daqui Xiaoli and Xiao Peng drove the large truck back to the Banshanuan villa. "Mom, is everything ready?" "Yes, it's all ready." "Alright, auntie, uncle, we start moving." After running back and forth twice, we finally finished moving. And this is without taking any furniture. Mom was also very satisfied with the new room. 16 people and a dog sat around the dining table. Lai Fu kept making a fuss, so we had no choice but to give him a chair to sit on. 20 dishes. Everything you could think of: bird's nest abalone and a 5-pound lobster. 2 bottles of Mao Tai and a bottle of red wine. Fatty's Joy water, coconut milk and juice. Old Zhang and the others were dumbfounded, they had never eaten such a high-end banquet before. "Alright, everyone is here, the dishes are ready. I'll say a few words, let's help each other in the future and strictly abide by my apocalypse rules. Those who don't know each other, introduce yourselves. Eat well, drink well. Let's eat." After saying this, he reached out to grab the big lobster as he had never eaten one before. The meal lasted for 2 hours, and that night the 3 chubby ones and brother gang kept watch. The next day, Gou Xingdong was awakened by the wake-up team composed of Tong Tong, Lin Lin and Lai Fu. I had a bowl of porridge, a meat sandwich and 2 tea eggs. Everyone except for mom and auntie and brother gang in the monitoring room sat in Gou Xingdong's office. "I will assign some tasks to everyone. Xiaoyalin Wu, my sister-in-law, you are in the medical team, usually help my mom with cooking. Each night one of you will take turns to work in the monitoring room. Uncle and brother gang are in the logistics team responsible for vehicle maintenance and elevators. The three chubby ones are in the technical team responsible for managing monitoring equipment and circuits. You can help each other with uncle and brother gang. Old Zhengpeng Jun Zheng Weiyeli Jun Mingdaki and I are in the combat team, responsible for protection and going out to search for supplies. The three chubby ones uncle and brother gang will take turns being on night duty every day. Chubby, have you fixed that alarm system? It will definitely be ready before tomorrow. As you requested, each room on the 9th floor will have one. That's good. The most powerful are here, Lin Lin here, Tong Tong here, Lifu. Woof, you three are the play and learning group. Lin Lin is responsible for teaching Tong Tong to recognize characters and do arithmetic. Once you finish the 3rd grade curriculum, I will find you a teacher. You two are also responsible for feeding Lifu and giving him a bath. Yes. Woof. Alright, I've said almost everything. Is there anything else? Donzi, we don't have many weapons, just some daggers, machetes, and electric batons. Jia Rongho's previous weapons have few that can be used, and there are no accessories, mainly because there are not many bullets left. I know this. Tonight at 9 o'clock our combat team will meet in the training room on the 10th floor. It's fine, everyone can disperse. Gou Xingdong went up to the 10th floor to the transformed training room, which was actually just 4 rooms combined filled with some fitness equipment and archery targets. For helmets equipped with GPN VG-18 4i panoramic night vision devices, 4 sets of bulletproof tactical vests, and 4 AR-15 rifles, each rifle equipped with 3 magazines and 500 bullets, HK USP and Glock 17 handguns, 2 of each with 2 magazines and 200 bullets for each. Each person has 4 grenades and each person has 2 smoke and flash grenades. For Kabar 12-17 military knives, 2 leg knives, 1 M870 shotgun with 20 bullets. A Magnum 300 sniper rifle with a scope and 100 bullets. A signal pistol with 5 bullets. 2 RPG-7 rocket launchers with 20 warheads. 3 M240 heavy machine guns with 2 barrels, 20 belts of ammunition, 20,000 bullets, and 1 automatic reloading device. Also 10 kilograms of yellow explosives and a timer detonator. For first aid kits and climbing gear were all spread out on the floor of the disaster training room. At 9 o'clock 5 people arrived at the training room on time and were stunned by the sight of the weapons and equipment all over the floor. It's not that we haven't seen weapons, it's just that we've never seen so many high-quality individual weapons. 1 heavy machine gun each on the 7th, 10th and top floors, and whoever likes the shotgun can use it. Who knows how to use the sniper rifle? Peng Jun, I've practiced as a sniper for a year, so it's good to give it to you. The signal rifle goes to old Zhang, and whoever knows about explosives can take the explosives. The rest will be divided into 4 portions and you can figure it out yourselves. Daki, you already have a helmet and bulletproof vest, and you also have a handgun, grenades and a dagger. I will also give you a rifle in a moment. You haven't served in the army and lack experience, but you have courage. From now on you will train with them. I don't expect you to be better than them, just don't be too far behind. What do you 4 bumpkins need? Speak quickly or you'll miss this opportunity. Lao Zhan looked at Gou Xingdong and said, you were probably dealing in arms during those 2 years abroad, right? These things don't exist domestically, nor can there be so many. This is a complete 5-person special operations team, except there is no air support. There must be. Tomorrow we'll get you 2 drones, ask San Pangzi for them. What else do you need? Shaoli, does Donggo have an armored vehicle? Gou Xingdong, we can have that when we need it. I am the legendary hero of the martial world, intimidating the globe, killing without blinking, punching nursing homes and kicking kindergartens, the unprincipled hero Go. How about that? Is it impressive? Do we have face? Bro, you're amazing. Alright, you all seem to have recovered quite well these days, enjoying good food and various vitamin supplements. Train hard and take good care of Dahu. I hope you 5 will be invincible in battle. Provide the best protection for our group in this apocalypse. Applaud. Why is there no applause here? Am I not fit to be a leader? Clapping. Thank you all for your support. You all have fun, I need to go inspect. Brother Zhang, these are the special forces equipment from the U.S. and other countries. This night vision device is definitely among the most advanced. With this equipment and our defenses without missiles or tanks, it would be very hard for 1,000 men to break in. Daho looked at them enviously, saying, Lao Zhan, you all play first, I will go ask my brother for equipment. Entering Gou Xingdong's room, he saw him watching Ultraman. Bro, where's my equipment? Yours is in the back room. There's one more thing you need to do, monitor those 4. If anyone shows signs of treachery or unusual behavior, tell me, do not take matters into your own hands. Your life is the priority in danger. You need to learn from their knowledge, they come from a real special forces background. Remember that.
Go get the equipment and join them. After a month of adaptation training, they coordinated quite well.
Gou Xingdong took them out to simulate several offensive and defensive battles,
familiarizing with the equipment.
Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival, we need to enjoy ourselves. Sister-in-law Lin Wumei Xiaoya, you all cook a signature dish tomorrow. Li Ju and Ming lighted Dong Go seal off the passage between the 6th and 7th floors with concrete. I saw that Xiaojiu Gang sealed all the windows on the 6th floor with bricks and cement.
It's nothing, I just saw them idling about exercising a bit.
I can tell you in 2 or 3 months there will be flooding, this place is quite high and below the 5th floor will likely be submerged.
The next day everyone spent the first traditional Mid-Autumn Festival together.
Mama, who although some people have lost family or their loved ones are not around, we are together today and that makes us family.
I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Wishing you good health and prosperity.
Cheers. After the meal, except for Mom and Aunt, everyone and the dog went to the rooftop.
A table was filled with grapes, cantaloupe, pomelo, mangosteen, oranges and watermelon. There were also various flavors of mooncakes and 2 bottles of red wine. Lying in a rocking chair, Gou Xingdong pet the dog's head while eating grapes.
Tonton, did you deliver fruits and mooncakes to Grandma?
I delivered them together with my brother Lin Lin.
Lin, Uncle Dong Tong Tong and I went together.
Okay, good kids, go play. Zhang Lijuan Lao Zhang, can you imagine this is life in a post-apocalyptic disaster? Zhang Guodong, what nonsense. Donzi has skills and secrets, we don't need to worry. Just do your own thing. Thanks to him our family of 3 can still enjoy such a wonderful Mid-Autumn Festival. Pong Jun, how's the cantaloupe? Is it sweet? Xiao Lizi, how many mangosteens have you eaten?
Why do you care how many I eat?
Wei Ye eats more than I do.
Lin Wumei suddenly said, who can still eat so many fresh fruits now?
Eating such a lavish mid-autumn feast. Dahu, probably not many on the whole planet. In the conference room of Shelter No. 1 in the capital, everyone worked hard. Today I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Let's toast.
Everyone took a sip of wine and started eating fruits, looking at the 3 bottles of canned fruits on the table. 1 bottle of yellow peaches, 1 bottle of oranges and 1 mixed fruit can.
This is the Mid-Autumn feast the chairman prepared for everyone. After eating fruit, let's get down to business.
According to intelligence, 10 days ago the Wokoku had already relocated at least 30 million people to the Nanbangzi country. Now the population of the southern peninsula is about 60 million, which means the population of Wokoku and Nanbangzi is roughly the same, with around 30 million remaining in Wokoku. It is basically confirmed that the 2 countries are about to merge, but the driving force behind this is undoubtedly led by the Meijin country.
Currently the total population of the southern peninsula is even greater than before the calamity. If Wokoku completely abandons its homeland, the population of the southern peninsula could approach 100 million. Their resources, land and daily necessities, are severely lacking. So what should we do? They can only expand, only move north. Nanbangzi country currently has just over 10 million people. Their capacity is insufficient to resist the expanding forces from the southern peninsula. Everyone, what are your thoughts?
If the southern peninsula annexes the northern Bangzi country, it would be unification of the southern and northern islands. To put it bluntly, the Meijin country would have its cannons positioned right across from us, just a stone's throw away.
The danger is too great. We should take Jichuan and Liaodong provinces as our main defense line. Especially here in Jiangdong city of Liaodong province.
Not only does it border directly, but there is also a dwindling river area connecting it, which will surely lead to conflict. Back then we crossed the border from here to support the Baekdu mountain. Now sending troops for support is not very realistic. Ignoring it would just be nurturing a tiger to ward off harm.
Damn the Bangzi, the Wokoku is like a toad jumping on the back, not biting but annoying.
We have already deployed 70,000 troops in this area. Especially from Jiangdong to Binhai we have stationed 20,000 troops. It seems like a lot, but compared to the long border it's really leaking everywhere. Moreover, the conditions for the soldiers are too harsh, with prolonged high temperatures, inadequate nutrition, lack of water, lack of medicine and communication difficulties. These are the most severe issues. General Su, your eldest and youngest sons, are stationed at Binhai and Jiangdong respectively.
Do you have any insider news? Nonsense. My eldest son even sent me a letter, but I don't know where the 3rd one has gone. Not a bit reassuring. Hahaha, having 2 sons stationed at the country's forefront is a good thing.
I also don't know the situation there. Hopefully the nation remains safe. Everyone has shared their thoughts and some have whispered to exchange information. The elder from Huaxia said no matter what we must be prepared. If necessary we can provide some assistance to the Baekdu mountain family, limited to military weapons. As for living supplies, we can't spare any, we're not enough ourselves.
Donzi, last night our combat team went out to search for supplies and encountered a patrol team.
You didn't clash with them, did you? No, at first they thought we were special forces from a foreign country entering, but we clarified the situation. They said many people from the northern Bangzi country have escaped here and the army can only drive them away, not engage.
If the southern Bangzi country doesn't behave, they will join forces with the Wokoku, which has already relocated many people to the southern peninsula.
They probably want to annex the territory of the northern island.
Damn it, doesn't that mean we would be at the front line? Gou Xingdong suddenly sat up and said.
Zhang Guodong, you're right, and it seems the country has already dispatched many troops here. It's likely the upper echelons have received the news. Both Wokoku and the southern Bangzi have military bases from the Meijian country, which surely supports them and provides weapons and supplies. Gou Xingdong returned to his room looking at the supplies in the space. Other than that, there are not enough weapons. If the Wokoku and southern Bangzi fight across the river, there will definitely be conflict. This little bit of stuff can save my life, but if we face an army,
not only is there a shortage of manpower, but there are also not enough weapons.
This wasn't the case in the last life. I only knew that a few people from the northern Bangzi country came looking for supplies. Habitually, I went to the happy spring water nearby and drank a few sips.
Where can I get some piu-piu? Ha!
Why has the space expanded? It turned out that 2 boats were placed at the very edge. Why is there now about 50 meters of space cleared? Upon careful observation, there was approximately 50 units of space freed up among the supplies at the edge. Great, this can hold quite a lot of materials.
Ha ha ha. The height remains the same, around 20 stories tall. I repositioned all the supplies with my consciousness.
Where's my pile of gold?
What the hell? Who stole it? Impossible, only I can enter. Gold. Did the space expand? The space consumed the gold and then expanded.
I had collected a few scattered gold ornaments before but didn't notice any changes.
Is it because the amount was too small? Did I consume more this time? Let me check on the tablet.
That pile of gold weighs about 3 to 4 tons. It doesn't look like much, but its weight is significant due to its density.
Looks like I need to go out and get some gold. Let's give it a try.
In the 10th floor training room, Lao Zhang, you often patrol Jiangdong.
Do you know where there's gold?
Gold shops, big banks. However, most banks have moved away and the ones here are all withheld by Jia Ronghao. The only places with plenty of gold now are the gold shops.
Starting tonight, I'll go out with you all aiming for pure gold.
I need gold to exchange for supplies. You don't think my things just fell from the sky, do you?
I thought so.
You have so many good things, turns out they were exchanged for gold.
Fine, but those things can't be eaten. Exchanging for supplies is the best.
At 8:30, Gou Xingdong and a team of 5 set out searching over 30 gold shops and jewelry stores in 2 days. Collected a little over 2 tons of pure gold plus 16 large safes, returning to the parking passage of the bank building. Unload the 16 safes from the vehicle. Xiaoping, please start your performance.
After 2 days, all were opened.
Gold bars and ingots amounted to 1.5 tons of pure gold, and everyone loaded a total of over 3 tons of gold onto the truck.
Doomsday, do we really not need to follow?
No, the transaction with the other party is secret. No one else is allowed to appear. It's been fine all this time, don't worry. Finding a deserted spot, Gou Xingdong stored the gold in the space.
No reaction, huh? Why did the gold turn into golden powder and float away?
In less than 10 minutes, all the gold had dispersed into nothingness.
Does it need more time?
Loaded 10 barrels of gasoline, 20 boxes of canned food, 30 boxes of frozen seafood, and 30 boxes of frozen meat onto the truck.
20 bags each of rice and flour. 2 large boxes of various snacks. 20 boxes of milk.
Returning to the Huaxia Bank building, everyone began unloading the goods. Seeing a full truck of supplies reassured everyone. But Gou Xingdong felt uneasy. The gold was gone and the space had not changed. The next morning, Lai Fu and Tong Tong sneaked in.
Tong Tong grabbed Lai Fu's tail and poked it into Gou Xingdong's nostrils. Why are you two causing trouble again? Go away.
Little Uncle Dong Lin Lin ate a chicken egg for breakfast but left a bit that she didn't eat. Her mother spanked her.
Yes, don't waste food. You two remember. Hee, I ate it all.
I won't if I can't finish it. Lai Fu will eat it all.
Tong Tong ran off with her little short legs, followed closely by Lai Fu. Checking the space again. Oh. It indeed got bigger. It seems gold can enlarge the space. Other jade gemstones and diamonds have not changed within. It looks like a lot, but actually it's not much supply. Where to go? Took out the tablet and map, and after half an hour of study, I confirmed the target, though it's a bit far.
But with weapons, a boat, a car, and even a helicopter.
Damn it, let's do this.
Who made me look at you unfavorably? After breakfast, the combat team gathered here.
Once everyone was present, I took out the map and the tablet.
Everyone knows that the little days have mixed in with the South Korean barbarians.
Indeed, the thieves are unrepentant, let them mix.
But we need more supplies and stronger weapons to protect ourselves. I picked a nice spot planning to take you all on a little trip. I pointed to a location with my hand right here.
Negata. Wei Yi Dong Gu. Let's not talk about what's there for now. How do we get there?
And how do we bring the supplies back?
Brother, do you know the way? Get lost.
Next question, Xiaodong. Aside from those two, I want to ask, how confident are you?
Look at you all. I can responsibly tell you that I have no confidence.
I've been to Xiaori's place but not to this land. There's a Japanese air self-defense force here. Everyone knows that today's planes are blind junk.
This area is a high-quality grain production zone in Japan. Xiaori has relocated the population, so there surely aren't many people guarding it. Because this is not a base of the U.S.
Although the north-south island across from us might get lively, we need to prepare more.
As for transportation, you need not worry.
I also have the maritime chart. The straight line distance isn't too far, and even if we deviate it won't be much.
As long as we reach Japan, we will have succeeded halfway.
Also, I simply can't stand Xiaori, so we must deal with him.
This is the plan. Who agrees and who disagrees? Good, since everyone agrees, let's continue. Brother, we haven't voiced our opinions yet.
Dahai, I allow you to have your own opinions, but for now I won't accept them. You can keep them to yourself. Niigata City, an important area in Japan, has a large port and rich resources, excellent rice. And there's the military base that Gou Xingdong is eyeing.
With various reasons combined, we must go. Niigata.
Old Zhang has informed you of the target. No need to consider transportation issues, just devise a route.
Be quick, I want it done before dinner today.
We need to travel overland through the northern region to reach Shinpu, about 350 kilometers, and then take a boat for around 900 kilometers to Sato Island. From there we switch to a smaller boat for a few dozen kilometers to land in Niigata. Nearby are the Niigata Airport and the Air Self-Defense Force base. The second option is to sail directly from Shinpu to near Niigata and switch to a small boat to quickly reach the shore. But this way our large ship would be discovered as it's too close to Niigata.
Of course, having a plane would be best.
But right now there's no spot. We can only rely on our eyes. Even if we see it, we can't hit it. Gou Xingdong looks at the map, and if we can keep the helicopter card from leaking, we will.
Let's go with the boat.
Old Zhang will set off from Jiangdong Drive to Shinpu, then take a boat to Sato Island, using the island to cover our large ship while we take a speedboat to Niigata. First we will search for supplies in the urban area and finally go to the self-defense force base to look for weapons. That's roughly the plan.
How does that sound? We have to go. I've never been abroad. Going to Xiaori's house to fleece them, I absolutely agree.
Others.
We must go. I want to take out a few Xiaoris. I will definitely get 2 of their women. Dahai, you're the only one without ambition. Alright, everyone prepare. The day after tomorrow is the national day. We leave on the 2nd. No one is allowed to disclose the mission in advance. Dismissed. The National Day dinner at the Huaxiao Bank building is still lavish.
This time Gou Xingdong brought out 5 bottles of Maotai, 5 boxes of beer, and 3 bottles of red wine.
For the first time there are no restrictions. Drink as much as you want.
Gou Xingdong is afraid that some people won't come back and some who do may not be the same.
Accidents always happen unexpectedly. Gou Xingdong drinks a bottle of beer. In Mom's room with Mom's little uncle. We're going out tomorrow night to search for supplies. The destination is a bit far.
If everything goes quickly, we'll be back in a week, if not about half a month.
You all wait for me at home, little uncle. These things I'm giving you can only be known to Gangu.
Pack the wooden gun carefully. Be cautious in everything.
Your life is the most important. Keep the walkie-talkie open. Everyone follow what I said earlier and unite as one. We will return soon. Lai Fu, you go back. You can't come this time. Tong Tong took Lai Fu back. Alright, let's set off. 6 people, 2 vehicles. Dahai, take Binjiang Road directly to Ibukwa. Ibukwa is the border between Jiangdong City and North Bangzi Country. True to its name, one step can cross over, connecting the territories. There used to be barbed wire on the ground, but I don't know about it now. 1.5 hours later, the 6 of them arrived at a section of broken barbed wire. It seems many people have already come through. With so many holes, the border defense is virtually non-existent. The situation must be even worse on the other side. We need to reach Shinpu before dawn and find a temporary resting place. The person trading supplies with me will prepare the boat today, so you don't need to worry. Expand the barbed wire and drive the 2 vehicles according to the map. As expected of a Special Forces soldier, Shaoli, you can even speak Bangzi. I also know the language of the Wa Kingdom, the language of the Meijian country, and the language of Hong Kong Island. Impressive, we rely on you. Along the way we encountered a few North Bangzi people and we could ask for directions with just a few biscuits. Despite the 300 kilometers distance, it took us more than 5 hours to arrive. Let's find a place to rest by the seaside and hide the vehicles well. Don't cause any trouble.
We saw a small village and one courtyard looked quite suitable. The main thing is that there are 2 larger sheds inside where we can park the vehicles. Shall you and Da Haiping Jun go take a look? 5 minutes later the intercom transmitted Peng Jun's voice. Dong Gu Zhan Gu. There is an old grandmother and 2 children at home, you can come over. Looking at the 2 children and the old woman, Lao Zhang and the others felt a mix of emotions. The will to survive in people is incredibly strong. The children were skin and bones and the old grandmother sat slumped on the Kong. Speaking was a strain for her. Shall we tell them we are from the Baekdu Mountain Special Forces? We can stay for a day and leave at night. We can give them some food as rent. After Shaoli said this, he saw the old grandmother speaking excitedly while shaking her head continuously. What does that mean? She disagrees. Always shaking her head. Shaoli Donggu, she said it's okay to stay but doesn't want the food. She only has one request, to take her grandson and granddaughter away. She said she knows we are not from the Baekdu Mountain Army because they wouldn't give her food as rent. Moreover, we are dressed differently and you always speak Huaxia language. She doesn't understand but knows. Let's give them some food first and we can rest and eat too. Fearful of cooking, worried the smell would drift out, everyone just had canned food and hamburgers. Ah, this taste is just like KFC. Watching Gou Xingdong give the old grandmother 3 hamburgers, 2 cans of meat and 3 bottles of water. Lao Zhang thought this kid is tough on the outside but soft-hearted. Gou Xingdong helped them open a can, but when he tried to open another can he was stopped by the old grandmother. Shaoli, she said it's too precious to keep for later. Watching the 2 children who looked like little monkeys squinting their eyes while eating hamburgers, Gou Xingdong wondered how many children in this world are still starving. I have limited ability, I'm sorry. The old grandmother didn't eat the hamburger, just drank a little water and took a couple of bites of the canned food. Everyone knew she was saving food for the children. After the meal everyone rested. Lao Zhan was on guard, then it was Xiao Pang's turn and finally Da Hai's. They slept until around 6 in the afternoon when Gou Xingdong woke up. He saw Da Hai holding his favorite wafers and cookies in the little child's hands and Gou Xingdong remained silent. Turning around he saw the old grandmother wiping the dirt off their shoes with a cloth. Damn Gou Xingdong. Turning around he pretended. Da Hai heard the sound, bro, you're awake. The little girl is 5 years old and her brother is 8. The 5-year-old is about the same height as Tong Tong, suffering from malnutrition. Do you speak Bangzi? How do you know she's 5? I can't speak, I can't even gesture. He touched the little girl's straw-like hair. The vehicles were hidden in the cow shed. At 7 o'clock everyone gradually woke up and prepared to eat. Tuna, vegetables and beef rice balls, and they opened 2 cans of fruit. Gou Xingdong gave the child 10 rice balls and 2 cans of fruit. The little boy kept bowing in thanks and Gou Xingdong turned to leave. It was 8:30, it was time to set off. Shaoli told the old lady to keep an eye on our vehicles and he showed her the fare. She said no, that was already enough. She would definitely help us watch the vehicles. Alright, let's go. You all go ahead, I'll check on the vehicles. Watching a few people head out to the seaside, Gou Xingdong went to the cowshed to store the vehicles in space. Returning to the broken house he took out a bottle of multivitamins, giving 1 to each child and pointed at the vitamins. 1 a day for each, I won't worry about whether they understand. He took out 5 bottles of fruit cans, 5 boxes of meat cans, 10 boxes of compressed biscuits and 20 bottles of water. He patted the heads of the 2 little friends and casually gave them a few lollipops he got from the Meijian country. He turned and left. The little girl and little boy behind stared at his backpack, puzzled about how so many things fit in that bag. Watching him leave, the old grandmother stored the items away. She came to the cowshed, opened the cellar door and put the items inside. After coming up she suddenly remembered the vehicles. The 2 vehicles. Gone. She remembered again. Gou Xingdong went into the cowshed alone, taking out so many things from his backpack. The old grandmother knelt on the ground, continuously bowing toward the direction Gou Xingdong left, hands clasped together, murmuring something. After saying a few words to the 2 children, the kids also came over to bow. Alas! I, the once great hero Gou Xingdong, did good deeds without seeking fame. What a pity. If there were an internet back then I would have received millions of likes. Once we turn this corner we will reach the coastline. Where is the boat you contacted? You all wait here while I take a look. I'll go with you, safety first. Gou Xingdong thought to himself, I'll go play with the big ship in the area where you can't see me and you can do whatever you want. Is Zhang San going to be crushed? Or is he losing his mind? No need, the other party won't agree to anyone else being present. Wait for my news. Gou Xingdong jogged ahead and after 10 minutes he turned the corner and saw that indeed the view was blocked. Releasing the speedboat from the spatial storage, he brought it to within 200 meters of the shore and unleashed the unmodified cargo ship that Henry sent as a bonus. He then returned to the shore with the speedboat, urging everyone to hurry.
10 minutes later everyone saw Gou Xingdong sitting on the speedboat. Awesome.
This is a military speedboat from the Special Forces complete with a machine gun mount.
Damn this motor.
Wei Yi exclaimed excitedly.
Gou Xingdong, hurry up and stop wasting time, I have everything.
Arriving next to the cargo ship, he took out the rope launcher. After securing the railing, Wei Yi successfully boarded and lowered the soft ladder.
Wei Yi, you and Xiaoli go to the engine room and start it up.
Da Hai will take a look around to check if anyone else is on the ship, and Xiaoli, you go to the control room to prepare for departure and keep watch.
I'll wait here. Once the power is on, we'll use the crane to lift the speedboat. Hurry up.
Gou Xingdong sat in the speedboat listening to old Zhang's arrangements. Indeed, they were professionals, and he felt he still had a long way to go.
20 minutes later, the engine room successfully started and power was on. The speedboat was lifted onto the deck and secured. Xiaoli, start the boat.
The cargo ship quickly sailed towards the target at a speed of 30 nautical miles. After 20 hours they arrived near Sato Island, and the island was already visible to the naked eye. It was now 6:30. Hurry up.
The engine room shut down and they slowed down.
Old Zhang prepared to drop anchor.
The voice of Gou Xingdong came through the intercom.
After 20 hours of learning, Gou Xingdong had a preliminary understanding of the ship. When the speed was down to 3 nautical miles per hour, old Zhang dropped the anchor.
5 minutes later the anchor was firmly grasping the seabed.
Alright, Da Hai and old Zhang, close all hatches.
Xiaoli, let's lower the speedboat. After securing the speedboat, Xiao Peng shut down the engine cutting power.
Everyone slid down the rope to the speedboat, and at 9 o'clock Gou Xingdong once again set foot on the territory of the small days.
We'll find a vehicle ahead and first head to the city. Finally, we'll go to that military base.
The 6 of them made their way onto the road, and after walking for 5 minutes they saw a place where people lived.
This box truck looks good, let's see if anyone is around and get the keys. Da Hai, bro.
Should we just take it? Xiaoli, let's go and clear the way, let's show them how it's done. Pushing open the yard gate, Gou Xingdong politely knocked on the door. After a while a woman in her 40s or 50s appeared. Xiaoli Donggu, she said, her husband won't lend us the vehicle. It's fine, just let her call her husband out.
I'll talk to him.
Gou Xingdong took out 2 bottles of water and 2 boxes of instant noodles from his bag and placed them on the ground. Seeing the woman from the small days, she bowed and quickly returned to the house. A few minutes later she pushed out a man in a wheelchair. The man held the car keys but spoke rather arrogantly. Donggu, he said, 10 bottles of water and 10 boxes of instant noodles would be the price for us to take the car.
After hearing this, Gou Xingdong smiled and nodded, saying Yaoshi Yaoshi.
He then pulled out a Glock handgun from his backpack, handing one to each person. Walking up to the man lying in a pool of blood, Gou Xingdong said, our deal hasn't been finalized, huh?
One must be honest.
I gave you 2 bottles of water and 2 boxes of instant noodles, yet you dared to raise the price.
What happened to the promised honesty? What are you looking at?
Xiaoli put away the water and noodles. Oof. Watching Gou Xingdong leave with the keys, Xiaoli thought. This guy really kills without blinking.
Go, there's another pickup truck ahead. Xiaoli will take Wei Yi and Xiao Peng to handle it. In 5 minutes the house will be empty. Fortunately I found the keys. The vehicle's out of fuel. Let's siphon some from the cargo truck first, we'll figure out the rest on the road.
Gou Xingdong, smoking inside the truck's cab, suddenly exclaims, ah. I forgot to ask where the supermarket's grain depot is. Xiaoli pulls a map from his pocket. Did he grab it just now?
Every location is marked.
Gou Xingdong stares at him. Why are you giving this to me?
I can't read, well, not Japanese script anyway. You're the one who'll guide us. After raiding 3 supermarkets, they've barely gathered anything. Frustrated, Gou Xingdong glares at the buildings beside the road. Stop. 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 Is this a bank?
Nias, the Furishan First Bank.
And they enter and locate the vault door.
Xiao Peng, how much explosive do we need to breach it?
Brother Dawn, if you blow it, the military base will hear us. And you all go back to search more supermarkets.
I'll wait here for you, hurry up.
Once everyone leaves, Gou Xingdong retrieves his high-performance welding torch and begins work. Over an hour later, a modest pile of gold bars lies before him. While he sighs, small gains accumulate into great wealth. And inside the Dagwang Industrial Co. Ltd.
Building, Lao Zhang peers through night vision binoculars, speaking softly as he observes. This base still has personnel, most are concentrated in the eastern compound.
Several aircraft remain parked on the runway.
If we hope to secure supplies, we must capture 2 prisoners and extract intelligence by force.
All right, everyone stay alert. We move tonight. At 1:00 a.m.
6 operatives reach the base perimeter wall. Scaling it undetected, they begin inching silently eastward toward the cluster of buildings. Wei Yi leading the advance raises a hand, halt. The six crouch behind a corner of a structure, then gradually detect voices approaching.
Wei Yi glances over and silently signals two people. NA's footsteps draw nearer, the team tenses, ready.
The pair passes the building, taking only a few steps, when a voice sounds from behind. Before they can even turn to see,
a knife rests against each man's throat. And dragged into a shadowed corner, they're revealed, one Westerner, one Japanese. How many are stationed here? Where are the armory, equipment depot, and food reserves? Shaoli interrogates them separately in American, English, and Japanese.
And suddenly the Japanese captive shouts something loudly to the Westerner beside him.
Gou Xingdong understands English.
The Japanese man just said if we talk they'll kill us on the spot, even if they don't we'll face court-martial. Gou Xingdong slashes the Japanese man's throat with his blade, then fixes his gaze on the Westerner.
Your life belongs to you, but these supplies belong to the nation. Choose, speak, and you live.
I swear it upon God. There are roughly 120 personnel here, 5 Americans, the rest Japanese.
2 AH-64 Apaches and 2 UH-60 Blackhawks are housed in hangars 02 and 03 on the western side.
They're armed with missiles and machine guns. Hangar 01 stores helicopter parts and weapon components. All standard-issue firearms gear and ammunition are kept underground, 2 levels beneath Hangar 01. Food rations are stored in the warehouse directly behind us, also subterranean, spanning 3 levels.
Aviation fuel, gasoline, and diesel occupy the 2 warehouses farther back, I'll point them out.
So, who can open these storage facilities, especially the underground ones?
Only I can access the food and fuel depots. Weapons storage remains under Major Hudson's sole authority. Where is Hudson?
He's not stationed here, he lives off base in a Japanese woman's home. We contact him via radio if needed. Then where were you and this Japanese man headed just now?
He claims he was going to introduce me to a Japanese flower girl for a fee of just 2 cans of soybean stew.